I've been waking up feeling like nothing you know. I've been running in a dream, but my legs have nowhere to go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I won't melt away, 'cause I know it's all alone. It's something I gotta know. Would you walk alone? Would you sell your soul? Would you wake up the voices for someone you love? Would you let it know? Or would you break your fall? I wanna know. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn up the darkness.
I only go to weddings just to dance on my own. Give me all your small talk, 'cause I just make it up as I go.
There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I won't melt away, 'cause I know it's all alone. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn up the darkness.
I turn down the light to feel what it's like to be honest, like the edge of the night. Can you take it?
Something I got. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn up the darkness. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn up the darkness. Little fire, how you burn. Make your mark, know your worth. Somehow you gotta find your way. Somehow you gotta make your way. Somehow you gotta make your way. Getting a little bit closer, getting a little bit closer. Oh, to make the choices, through the strongest voices, never feel the same. Getting a little bit closer. Oh, to make the choices, through the strongest voices, never feel the same. Getting a little bit closer. She's walking down the street. She's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street. All guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street. It's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Nothing's stopping. Walking down the street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
Hey boy, this is my letter to you. It's time to tell you how I feel. Hey boy, this is my letter to you. It's time for me to speak. 'Cause the days are long and sweet in the summer, but
to be proud. So you think about it, take your time and get to the root cause. The bigger the man, the bigger the jump, the bigger the suit.
지쳐버린 뚱한 표정 이제 그만해. 반짝이던 너의 모습 only one. 유일했던 그 웃음 너머로 가득히. 더는 딜하지 않아 no way. 언제라도 넌 변명은 no. It's gonna be okay just live alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 나라 이제 용서해. 지친 날들을 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 눈을 떠봐요 웃어봐요. 나의 눈물은 말랐어요. 예쁜 눈망울 콧날은 어떻고 입술도 어쩜 넌 이래. 제발 한 번만 봐줘. 날 더 이상 이대로 힘들긴 싫어요. 너도 나 없이 혼자는 힘든 걸 알잖아. 사랑해 baby no way. 언제라도 넌 변명 no. It's gonna be okay just a little alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 나라 이제 용서해. 지친 날들을 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게.
What's up, gamers? That's right, I learned from the intro yesterday, and I took Mix's suggestion. Oh no, it's supposed to be chat. Can we start over? Snooty, is it okay if we start over? Are you cool with that?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. What's up, chat? Let me know how you feel about that. Hopefully Makes is listening and happy. We're here with Golden Spatula Cup number 3, day number 3, and we're having some wildly different mornings here on the desk. Now, I personally woke up approximately an hour ago. It is 6:30 in the morning. I have had a hearty breakfast of 3 saltine crackers. So I'm having a great day. Snooty, apparently you already went to the gym?
Yeah, I already got the chance to work out. I just wanted to say it's awesome to be here. It's a very nice chance to have, and I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, Pete, how was your morning? We have a wide spectrum here between has barely eaten and has already gone to the gym.
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited about day 3. So I've just spent the morning shoving food in my face and frantically making notes up until the very moment we've come on live here, hoping I can keep up with everything that's happening.
Yeah, I was going to make a joke last weekend. I didn't say it on air because obviously the show must go on, but I was vomiting on day 3 because I was sick with food poisoning. It was awful. And I was like, today, no vomit. It's great. And then my stomach was just like, I'm like, oh, maybe that's not the intro, just in case. But of course,
that's a lot of information, Matt. That's a lot of information you're giving us.
It's kind of weird to follow up after vomit with this, but what's your kind of favorite breakfast? What's your go-to? It's a bit weird, I know.
It turns out.
Yeah, I thought so.
I think for me, there's a local place near me that does tiramisu pancakes, and I think that is the most fantastic breakfast I've ever had. So, if y'all are ever in Delaware, if for some reason you leave Europe and are visiting the United States and are like, you know what's really cool about the United States? Delaware. I got you hooked up. I got you. But of course, we have a show to go through today. Now, Pete, what if people are wondering what's going on with Rising Legends? If they're wondering, is this just a breakfast cooking show? It's not. And Peter's going to run you through it.
Absolutely. So if you want to check out our socials, we are at TFT Esports EMEA, and you can use the hashtag Rising Legends to join in the conversation and make sure everyone else watching this show hears exactly what you've got to say. We've also got a contest running today with, again, a somewhat familiar face.
And that's me. Look at that. It's like the butterfly meme from the thing. So like the anime meme.
Yes.
He's shaking his head.
It's actually quite awesome. I like it. It's really cool. Yeah. What's your favorite little legend, by the way? Like, if we're giving away these little legends, I think I have to go with Raven Lord Penguin. It's the one, the black penguin.
I've got the Star Guardian weirdo cat thing. I forget what it's actually called, but I'm in love with him. The cat that kind of looks like a puppet, and then it goes, you know, that's one of the emotes for it. Oh, I love him. He makes me so happy.
I'm glad to be in a situation to provide useful information here, because of course you're both wrong that your favorite little legend, in fact, is Shork. Shork.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. Shork is definitely S tier for me. But I can't give up on my cat. I can't give up on my little kitty boy. But of course, we're here in day number 3. Snooty, how are you feeling coming into day 3? Of course, we've got 2 days of competition going on. You're a resident pro player here on the desk. Anything standing out to you so far?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm kind of sad that only one Spanish player remained to the final day, because, I mean, I was really looking forward to getting more participants this time around for the finals. So it's only 3 of us this time, but 4 of us last time. I'm still always very hyped to see top-tier gameplay. I just really enjoy watching these guys play and get creative. So, yeah, that's awesome. How about you, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, certainly speaking country-wise, it's really exciting time. You said a lot of players dropping out from kind of our big 5 countries, Germany, France, Turkey. Poland, like Spain, being reduced down to a single member for today. But there are 7 countries that have never won a Golden Spatula Cup, let alone an EMEA regional finals. So there's a lot of potential to see some firsts emerge today.
And in case you missed the gameplay, let's take a look at a quick little montage we've put together to catch you up on the games from day number 2.
Hello and good morning to our Golden Spatula Cup number 3, day 2. My name is Mix and I'm here with Counterfeit and Wida.
A lot with that Star Guardian Crest on her, but he's healing. Nar's doing it.
Healing.
He has a lot of Omnivan, but the center with the CC will get double 61 just out for more than he needs, and I think that Raiko might just have won this one and chunked the first lobby right into his pocket because Betrayal is not dealing any damage with both of his carries gone absolutely quickly, and it's gonna be Raiko claiming the throne on game 1.
But 50 gold has not found much. He's not going to be going for that Morgana 3. It is an option in this composition. There's going to be
Mr. Nenny.
2.
Mr. Another Annie! Mr. Another Annie, no! What are we looking at?
This is the danger of think fast. You have to be able to literally think fast, and it's so easy to miss those units.
And Lelouch, can he make it? Can he make it? Oh, one more. And there he gets it! There he
Warwick
gets it!
3, baby!
God's work keeping her alive. The Warwick 3 might just lose his first battle because the Fiddlesticks is going to be giving him enough CC for the Kai'Sa to do it, and yes!
1 HP, and LeBlanc retargets Kai'Sa, safe from the only damage threat into that backline from Ukkkko, who will fall, no longer chilling Oxforce procs, but it's not enough, and Thry will be the victor of lobby number 3. LeBlanc will turn, only on hour, Auto will do it, and there goes the Kai'Sa. LeBlanc has popped off officially, no tanks in the way.
Out of combat for a little bit of seconds, but just as soon as the Gnar reaches her one cast, is going to be able to win in the game, maybe not, because of the edge of the night saving her, and she will survive. Still has not fully stacked the Rage Blade, but the targeting is perfect this time on the Gnar. However, it gives them the ability to cast more and more, but this time the Gnar goes down. This time might be able for Altidus to win this combat. At this point, he's able to snuck in a lot of damage. Only one unit survives, and Altidus will go down as broken, takes in this game, and ends the day with a win for Game 6 of Golden Spatula Cup Day 2.
Of course, we're going to be back tomorrow. If you liked watching us, you should come back. We are starting again at 1 p.m. CEST. That's Central European Summertime for you. With that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our production. Thank you to our observer. We love you so much, Danny. And thank you guys for chatting and being here with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Until next time.
I love that I got a sound effect for my little wave. It feels a little bit like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. I feel like I'm in Scooby-Doo starting to run, so maybe we can get a little bit more of that. I feel like that's the vibe we need in esports is more Scooby-Doo. But of course, we're here with Snooty Boo. In case any of you in the audience somehow don't know this man, he is currently top of the leaderboard, Golden Spatula Cups. We're very lucky to bring him here. 107 points. You were really just up there, 17 points ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually pretty awesome to be on that list. I've always come short. This is the first year I actually made it to the finals. I guess it's just a mix of getting a bit luckier and a different approach, but I'm really happy to actually get to the standings. So how are you seeing standings day 2, Peter?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, just slightly further to the Golden Spatula Cup points you're talking about there. I mean, Canbizz and Org, who are in day 3 now, are in the same position you are, of course, Snitty, which is that, pretty much guaranteed to go through to the EMEA regional finals. So I think the pressure is really off for them. I think I'm most fascinated. I mean, of course, we'll be looking at the standings in detail, but particularly for Rubik and Double 61 coming into day 3, they need really, really good finishes today. Complete opposite situation from Canbizz and Org.
Yeah, I want to talk about a couple other players on here. Betrayal is definitely one that we highlighted a bunch yesterday. We've not seen them on broadcast much in previous tournaments, but he was looking incredibly strong over the past 2 days. We've brought him out multiple times. And as you mentioned, we can see some of the players we've talked about previously. Double 61 there in 31st place. And Og, first place, has been looking incredible this weekend. 3 firsts yesterday's games.
Do you think it's going to repeat itself, the story that whenever you get to be 40 points day 2, you never make it to first place on day 3 because you just wasted all your luck?
Yeah, it's gone. No more firsts.
I think that there could be some truth to that. I mean, day 1 winner, not making it through day 2. I think if you can peak in day 2, then perhaps the only way is down. There's only been very few players who've been able to carry over a day 2 performance into a day 3. So Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Snooty. It's it's dangerous to reach the top because the only way is down.
Like my strategy, low-key, is just to like get it last for day 2 and day 2-3, and they can high roll day 3. So that's been working out very nicely. Yeah.
All right, well, that strategy, I'm sure, is going to be useful information for our first interview of the day. We have Reishi on the line. Reishi, how's it going?
Yeah, hi, that's me.
It is you. I heard you were very excited to do this interview. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. I've begged your mods that I can do this interview. They asked me like 10 times. Yeah, they asked me like 10 times on Discord, and I didn't read the message. But then, yeah, I like it's okay.
Oh,
Good.
I'm glad you're here. I'm happy you're here. How are you feeling? Coming out of 2 days of competition. This is day 3, of course. You've been very successful in those first 2 days. Are you feeling comfortable for today?
Honestly, I feel like the first 2 days were pretty good for me, but I just hope that Modok gives me some luck this game or like this day, and I high roll every game. Yeah.
Well, Reishi, you had an incredibly consistent performance across both days. 14th on day 1, 13th on day 2. I mean, that's pretty amazing. But one thing which I wanted to really narrow in on is the actual particular comps that you're playing. It makes in particular one to spring up with you that you're one of the few players who are going into mascots a lot more frequently than any of our other players are doing. Is there a particular reason for that?
Honestly, like I think mascots are pretty good in the meta, and they're really uncontested, obviously. But I feel like mascots are just more like a me thing, because I've climbed with mascots to like 1.3k challenger only playing mascots, and I have I got invited to this GC only because I spent mascots. So I will continue that in the tournament.
All right,
Okay. So, hey, Reishi, we faced a lot on ladder around these sets, and I wanted to ask you, how were you able to transition your ladder strength into these tournaments, or what was your particular strategy to go for that?
Like for the tournament, exactly?
Yeah, for this one, for example, because you've been popping off.
Yeah, honestly, for this tournament, my preparation was like watching Chinese streamers for like 10 hours a day for like 4 days or something, and just copying their stuff. Yeah, that was my strategy.
That's the good one for sure. I mean, if they're dominating, let's do the same thing, right?
Yeah, because I've watched those Chinese streamers, and they're just playing on another level compared to us, to be honest.
Cool.
Love to hear it. Reishi, I first off, you need to send me like your LOL chest or something, because I cannot play mascots to save my life. So I'll take any information possible. But I saw we had, of course, all of our players. In case anyone in the audience doesn't know, we have them fill out the sheet, and we're like, give us a fun fact about you. Snooty has been through this process as well. But Reishi, I saw that your fun fact was that you don't believe in statistics. This
That's
is
true.
like sort of a little bit of a hot topic in the pro scene, where a lot of people are just like, oh man, I can't live without my stats. I can't live without seeing what's the placement of this augment. Do you think that's been really helpful for you to not have to be, beholden to all those numbers?
Yeah, I absolutely believe in not looking at stats, because I feel like every top 200 challenger on like EOS or an NNA or like any Western server, they have to use stats, and they can't live without stats, and they can't play the game anymore without stats. But if you look at China, I'm pretty sure they don't have like an API like us, like this tactics or tool, and they are winning worlds every single time. And like the only stats they have are Western stats as well. But if you look at like stats, you can see like some units have some weird items, and let's say Vayne, like they prefer some like last whispers, but I'm pretty sure like BIS Vayne, I've learned from like Chinese people who have like calculated out what's BIS. They said like Shojin, Hodge, and IE is BIS, and I've never seen this build anywhere on Tactics Tool, like in the upper stats. That's an example, for example.
Nice. Love to hear these little tidbits.
All right, Reishi. So, because we're getting close to the start time, we're going to let you go in a second. But just before we do, is there anyone you'd like to shout out who's kind of supported you up until this point, who has enabled you as a player to be where you are right now?
Yeah, I would shout out to my yeah, I guess my family, obviously, and to all those German TFT players who are like supporting me, and my Twitch chat as well, all my mods, all my viewers. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Reishi, thank you so much. We're going to send you off, let you get ready for the games today. Wishing you very good luck. Hopefully Mort Dog smiles on you in these games. Good luck.
Thank you.
Snooty, where do you fall in the spectrum of like stats believer, stats shunner? Are you a stats fan yourself?
So we have a very strong believer in stats in Spain. He's called Marpin. He always teaching us to use his tactic tools like in a very good way. And I used to follow him a lot. This set, I'm not using it at all. I'm just going with the feeling because I feel like you miss out on a lot of opportunities, as Reishi-kun said. But I mean, I just kind of mix it up. Sometimes I go with it, sometimes I don't. There's some augments I love, like the Ezreal one, Rising Spell Force, which just totally sucks, but I just can't stop playing it because it's so awesome. So I mean, I'm kind of in the middle of it.
I too. I'm just like, oh man, I know nobody plays this, but Ezreal carry, ooh, that seems fun.
Yeah, always go 8th, still worth it.
Yeah, sometimes...
I was gonna say, I guess eventually where we end up is somewhere in the middle where we use stats and also use, sort of develop our gut instincts as well about the game. And maybe we are too far into the stats side of things right now.
In the meantime, let's take a look at, we've got our Meta Talk segment prepared, and this is something you and I were talking about before the show, Snooty. I talked to you on Friday. I was like, look, we got to talk about hackers. We got to talk about positioning, because a lot of players have been saying, and we said this on broadcast a couple days ago, this is the most positioning dependent set we've had.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, hackers is just annoying, but also a very skilled synergy. So this is like the example one of the clip that we have. There's a Kai'Sa and he needs to protect her from the Gnar, right? So you're gonna have to go for a 50-50 gamble. It's a high risk, high reward play. If you hit the right side, you probably save your Kai'Sa, but he goes for a different approach, right, Peter?
Well, yeah, this will contrast with the clip we'll see in a minute here, because you can't clump against a Gnar successfully because of the area of effect. But putting the 50-50 here as to which side of the board you're going to end up on, I think it's a really, really good approach for this specific situation.
Well, and also you can see that Kai'Sa just positioned in that front line move directly up. This is something it's important to set up. These positional adaptations are something you mostly just want to use when you know you're in the 1v1. If you have something like Future Sight, or if you're late enough in the game that you're guaranteed a single opponent, you can do these micro adjustments like having the Kai'Sa in the front line. And you can see as we roll the clip, it is super successful here because Kai'Sa, even if that Gnar made it into the backline, would be much less likely to be threatened immediately.
For sure. Also, the Echo protecting her in case she somehow gets hit because he can taunt the units away.
You were mentioning that when we were talking about it the other day, and also clever movement from Fifek, though. It would have been very difficult with the Zephyr in the backline onto the Morgana, who is also another one of those strategies that players use in order to negate the hackers. You get that target on Morgana, she has time to stun up the hacker unit and gives your DPS in the backline more time to turn around and target that hacker unit. But there are other ways to deal with hackers as well, which we're going to see coming up.
Yeah, so this was the one I was referencing from before. So this is against the LeBlanc rather than against an Gnar. So LeBlanc has the massive single target damage, and in this particular game has been an almost insurmountable problem. But I mean, the positioning here for Broken is just so crisp, Snitty.
I mean, the fact that they can actually clump is awesome, and the Leona in the corner is just great because the Edge of the Night, even though LeBlanc would focus her, wouldn't kill her, and in the 1v1 she always wins because the 1v1 scenario, Leona does a ton of true damage and she probably bursts her off. So this is just awesome. People complain a lot about hackers, but this is a very cool approach.
Yeah, and you can see how it works out with the unit pathing. Immediately, you suspect LeBlanc is just going to tear through the front line, but as we roll the clip, you can see Leona makes her way forward because the hackers have the positioning. She just walks directly into Leona, or into LeBlanc, has her own little pathway, and thanks to the Anima Visage and the Edge of Night, is pretty much guaranteed to get this 1v1.
I particularly loved about the positioning there as well. It wasn't just putting Leona on the backline, it was putting Leona on the backline behind other units to delay her pathing and make sure that when she did walk out, she would walk straight into LeBlanc rather than just walking forwards into the other units.
For sure. there's a lot of in-depth strategy for hackers. I mean, it showed us a lot about the game. There's a lot of things I didn't know about, like positioning and units walking up, because there's like no clear info about how this is programmed. So we're just kind of going with the flow, they said, right?
Yeah, it's worrying for me personally because I hate positioning. So if I have to actually get good at it, I am going to lose my mind. But it's really impressive. We were talking about it, there are those things like rocket grab, things like Lucian that make you have to be very careful about where your backliners are related to your frontliners, so he can't just one-shot both. And then, of course, on the other side, you have the AoE carries like Aurelion Sol, Nico. So just things to keep in mind. And in the meantime, we're going to have also another interview live with Little Bit Pro. Little Bit Pro, are you here? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm very excited at the moment. I think the games will be very fun today. Also, obviously a bit nervous because it's the last day of the Gold Spatula Cup. So yeah, it's very, very acceptable for me. But overall, I'm doing pretty well, I think.
Nice. Glad to hear it.
Well, so a little bit pro. Again, we talked about consistency with our previous guest, but your consistency has been ridiculous. 4th place day 1, 2nd place day 2. I'll ask the broad question here. To what do you attribute your success?
Honestly, I don't really know because I've just been playing ladder a bit and I've just been watching some streams. But I don't think there's anything particular that I did to have this success right now. But yeah, I'm just lucky, I guess I would say.
And then I wanted to ask you, what do you think is like your honest placement for day 3? Where do you see yourself placing? Like, you can go for top 1 if you want. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty confident because obviously you already talked about it. I've been playing pretty consistently. I don't want to be bragging too much, so I'll probably say a top 5 is very reasonable.
Great.
Glad to hear a confident pro player. And, you've had some competitive experience before coming into this. You played in the University Esports League, if I recall correctly. And what was that experience like for you? Do you feel like that is helped prepare you for this? Or do you feel like a lot of your prep came from those solo queue games, came from that watching VODs?
Well, the University Esports League was only like a 2-day event. So honestly, it didn't really prepare me too much for this event because Golden Spatula Cup is like a lot more bigger than that tournament. But yeah, like I already said, I think solo queue, playing solo queue, and just watching some streams from the big players really helped me with preparing for this tournament.
All right, a little bit pro. You've already suggested you're going to be making top 5. What I'd like to do is ask for you to deliver a message in a bottle to yourself as a Golden Spatula Cup winner. What message would you like to send to yourself once you've won this event? What would you like to say now that you can look back on after it's all said and done and say, you know what, I had exactly the right approach?
Sorry, could you rephrase that? I don't really understand.
What would you like to? So, if we make the assumption that you're going to win today's event, what would you like to look back on from this interview and say, what was your insight? What was your, what would you like to say to yourself, which would lead to you being the winner?
Well, what would lead me to be the winner is probably that I believe in Hong Sin. In case you're not familiar with that, it's a good luck charm, which is going around in my friend group and in my social circle. And it's basically just a good luck charm, which I think about every day. So, yeah.
All right.
And I wanted to ask you, because I hadn't seen you at the top of the ladder that consistently in my games. So what actually made you want to step up this set, or what made you feel more confident about it? Because you're actually day 3 GSC, but so that's quite awesome.
Well, to be honest, I wasn't very familiar with Golden Spatula Cups in general. I just heard of it after the first Golden Spatula Cup. And after I heard of it, I was like, damn, I really want to participate in that because you're playing with the best players, and it's going to be a great experience, which I can confirm it is.
So you just wanted to vibe with the competition and enjoy it, right? And that's
Yeah.
Okay,
For sure.
great.
Well, you've been having a lot of success, Little Bit Pro, and I know we need to get you ready to head out towards your games, but I have one question, and then we're going to let you do your shout out. If you win, are you going to change your name from Little Bit Pro to Very Pro, or are we just going to sit with it and have it be like a little bit of a joke?
It's a very good one, but I would say I'm gonna keep with my name because it's I've always had it, so it's
Really, even before
it's
you
like
started
an
competing?
artifact. Yeah, actually, I changed my name in like I think 2016, 2017, something like
wow.
that. And,
So always had those
yeah.
aspirations to head pro, and now you've had a very successful tournament so far. Of course, we're hoping you'll find more success. But before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out and say thank you to? Friends, family, fans, your dog, someone?
So in general, I would like to shout out my friends and family. They really supported me to get to this point in which I am right now. And in particular, I want to shout out Maxim Müller. He is a very close friend of mine, and he helped me with not only with TFT but a lot of things during the last years. So Maxim, in case you're watching, you're the best chess player I've ever played, and this one's for you. Hong Sin.
All right. Well, good luck so far, Little Bit Pro. Thank you so much for the interview. Hoping to see you pop off even more today.
Thank you so much.
I always love hearing about the players and their names. You know, I was expecting that to just be like a little one-line joke and him go, haha. But actually hearing that he's had the name since like 2016 is really cool. I love to hear that he's always had that kind of potential.
And I liked as well, you know, as we mentioned before, you know, shouting out the people who supported you, you know, very graciously there. I mean, still, you obviously speak this a lot better, but it really does feel like, you know, for a lot of players at least, that they are the sum of the players that support them.
You mean the what motivates them, or sorry, go again?
In terms of like, you know, the players, you know, how good they are is dependent on how good their support system is. You know, how many people we're in with, practice with, discuss with.
For sure. In my case, specifically, it was the Spanish community, like the top players. We got together. We have a Discord group where we practice. That's like 10 or 12 of us. And like every time a tournament comes up, we practice like 3-4 times a week. We just get together, watch VODs, play games with each other. And obviously, there's very similar point of views, but also different directions you go for. So that's very important for a player, unless you're called Double 61 and you just don't care. So it's awesome, yeah.
Double 61, definitely unique among our pros for the preparation. But you mentioned it, all the Spanish players, there's only one left. So we get to hear from the man himself, a quick interview with Chuso ahead of our first games of the final day of Golden Spatula Cup number 3.
Welcome everyone to T Fight and Tactics. I am of course Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team. And I have a very special guest here today. It is of course Chuso.
As my friend recommended me League of Legends, he also recommended me TFT, like trying, because we both saw that this game came out and we were curious about it. So we tried it. After that journey, I still thought that I was really bad. Like at the moment, I'm really confident that I can compete with, like I said, the very best players in New West. Like the switch off, like the moment I realized that was back then in the Super Brawl, when I was thinking that I wasn't really able to step up to that level. Maybe I choked in a few tourneys before, and that was like a very sad moment for me. But after that tourneys, I was very confident that I could compete with high level players here in the West.
Oh, we have a special guest on the desk here. Pete, who's this?
It's our third interview subject. Poppy, she just popped in to say hello.
Well, hello. Oh, Rising Legends specialty, just having pets randomly show up. I had to lock my cat upstairs because she kept screaming in the background. So, unfortunately, not a surprise visit from her.
Nice screaming 6 in the morning to get you ready, right?
Yeah. Screaming in literally any time of day. I had to do the same thing yesterday. Oh, there goes the dog.
Let him run away. There you go.
Yeah. Well, we're about to run away as well because we've got our first game coming up. So we're going to toss it over to the casters. We have Makes and Impetuous Panda on the line for game number 1. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Niberia, Counterfeit, and of course, Snooty. My name is Makes. I'm here with Impetuous Panda and Panda. I think we have probably the most exciting lobby right in front of us, right? There are players in there that we've been, I don't want to say dying, but like we wanting to see them for so long, and we're going to get. Plus, we have both of our interviewees in there.
We do. It's all, clearly scripted. We have all the main story beats are in this lobby. Double 61, of course, a player that we expect to see at Rising Legends Finals, but just making it to day 3 is not enough in his case. So he has to actually perform highly today. Someone that is enough, making it just day 3, is, of course, Chuso, the sole Spanish player that has made it now to this day 3, but also by making it qualifies to the Rising Legends Finals. So great to have, in my case at least, one more Spanish player there.
Yeah, I can understand that you'd be happy about that, but to kind of represent my national bias, I have to say we have Wet Jungler, Reishi, and Toby in there. So 3 of our German players that are looking very good in this tournament so far, so I'm super hyped to see them as well. And of course, Norby, who also was on our day 1 interview, is also in this lobby. So I think we're going to get really, really good action. And honestly, I need to take notes on how Reishi arrives in these mascot comms, but I was looking at his stream just now and he pulled up a sheet, like an editor sheet, that was like 2 pages long with notes on LeBlanc, so maybe we're going to see a pivot in what he prefers.
And you might have to, because there is one more player in this lobby that actually has some amount of preference to playing mascots. Rubik yesterday actually played my favorite comp of this set, the rock solid Malphite comp with mascots. So potentially 2 players that are somewhat comfortable on these lines that are not so oftenly played, and there's a chance they can play them uncontested and have good results as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and we are going to go right into game 1. Now, keep in mind, we do have 6 games today before we can know who actually makes it to the EMEA finals. We're going to crown one winner who's going to get a golden ticket right away, and then everybody else is going to get some golden Spatula Cup points. And for some players, it will be enough, like for Chuso, like you mentioned, to just get those points. For other players, we might need to have a little bit of a higher placement, like Lelouch, like Double 61. They need to make sure they're not going last here on our last day, but hopefully that's not in the cards for them as we are moving through the first PvE round here. Has a little bit of an angle for Anima Squad, but honestly, not a comp we're seeing an awful lot. Could be strong if you hit it early, though.
Well, you'd actually see Rubik actually played it yesterday as well. I think he's a player that maybe seemed to play some more off the beat comps. So it's a possibility, but yeah, as you mentioned, not as obvious as it was in set 8. I think it's a little harder to get into. You really need to have that very, very strong start. The ribbon helps a lot. A Vayne would also help, of course, to try and get those stacks going. But for now, Reishi going to slot this in and try and see where it goes, try and see if he has a strong enough start to actually get this going. Talking about GSC points, Makes, one more thing that we forgot to mention is that Wet Jungler is one of the few players that has made it to day 3 every single GSC this tournament. So he's 100% in the EMEA finals, and just wanted to highlight, because it is oh so hard in a circuit like this one to make it to the final day with all the competition there is in EMEA, but still, he's one of the few players who managed to do it.
Yeah, and right away we're going in with some hero augments. It was 1-1-2 if I saw that. It was picked up so quickly by Reishi here, deciding to go for that Camille admin, maybe already targeting that Le Bon that I mentioned early, but we're going to see what everybody else is into. Hopping over to 2 Beers, playing under the name of Spritney Beers here, who also has the option to go for that Camille. But the Lucian might be smiling at him as well, as we're seeing he does have the Infinityme already on board and now picking it up, of course.
With 1 and 2 cost hero augments, sometimes they're just very, very specific in terms of what they lock you into the moment you pick them. So it's incredibly important, I think, more so than any other lobby start, to scout, to make sure you're not going to be contested, to make sure if you are contested that it's worth it, that it's still strong enough of an angle of a line to play, that even if contested, even if you can't hit everything easily, you will still find success and make it to top 4. And it seems to be the decision here for these two players, both picking up Lucian as their, not star of the show, but as their supporting unit that will help the entirety of the team get a little bit of extra AP.
And something cool that we often see players do that we don't really talk a lot about, but you see it on the board of Little Bit Pro and you see it on Tubeer's board as well. They're letting that orb stay there because they're looking to potentially go for that Lucian 3, and in that orb is a guaranteed Lucian, so they're not going to pick it up until they really need it. And you see there's another player on that Lucian angle as our augments are coming in. Norby picking up the Hyperbolic Time Chamber.
Exactly right, and I think this is really a set 8 mechanic where hero, rerolling for 3 stars and hero augments and getting a unit from the augment itself has mattered so much that now players have definitely made it so this is the most efficient and the cleanest way to do it, not just for the extra chance to have that unit in the shop, but also the extra bench space, rather, to have flexibility in terms of not having to bypass some units because your bench is full.
Yeah, absolutely, and we are seeing that copied Infiniteam Lucian in action here. Really good spot for a carry duplication on these Infiniteams. So maybe an option that more players are going to look forward to. But with 3 people already on the Lucian angle, I think you might want to step away from it and don't get baited too hard into it, even though that spot is good.
There are some differences. Norby is playing Lucian carry, so not going to be rolling at level 4 at 3-1. Instead, just going to go for pure tempo off of the Lucian and try and go vertical Infiniteam instead. But a worrying amount of Infiniteam hero augments have been picked up, and I think a lot of players, we saw it all throughout days 1 and 2. The players that really get things going, that maybe get a little bit lucky with the shops, are able to dominate. But the players that are on the unfortunate end of that stick end up 7th and 8th in these lobbies.
Okay, I really like Chuzo's line here, okay? We're looking at his board. There is a Lux in the background. There's a Jolt Gauntlet slammed already. There is the option of, or the angle of going into a more AP comp. Maybe the Kaisa, maybe the Star Guardians, could even go into the Spellslingers, Oxforce. And with all of these Infiniteam players in the lobby, that's definitely a good position to be in. You're kind of cruising. Players are not really going to look forward to compete here on those units. So is probably going to have a little bit of an easier time.
Only downside is the double 61 is also on the exact same hero augment hold the line, so going to be going into Star Guardian. That being said, there are, like you're mentioning, a few variations of Star Guardian, especially if you get an emblem, for example. We saw it on day 1 with the MF carry. I saw it yesterday as well, watching the Mecha Cup over in NA. It's definitely a possibility. We'll see what the next augment is going to hold for these players and exactly which route they take to make sure they're not stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, absolutely right. They did pick up those double components from the glitched out carousel, and we are seeing some level upgrades all across the board, except for Chuzo, who is still on that level 4. Maybe thinking about where that direction is supposed to be. Also has the option to maybe go more into the Gadgetines with the Lulu and the Poppy on bench. And an Annie in the shop is going to be bought out here. And you can see just how much Infiniteam is being played. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 Lucians here on the right side of her overlay. So, actually, make that 5? Yeah, 5. So 5 Lucians currently on boards. And if you are planning to go for that Lucian carry like Norby is, you're going to have a hard time if these players don't opt out of it.
And Chuzo defending the win streak here, levels up to 5, obviously had the option to slam items. He was looking to really defend the win streak, but very carefully and very precisely lets the fight load in, sees how strong his opponent is, and then decides, do I have to commit any items right now, like a guard breaker? If the answer is no, you keep that possibility open to build something else if you wait until Krugs.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Lucian down there in the shop. If he's going to pick that up, that will be another player. But I think with the items that he's currently on, a quick scout all across the board, which is happening right now for Chuzo, will tell you that you do not want to pursue this angle. You don't want to go for that Lucian. It's not going to be worthwhile. For now, the AP line is just much, much more feasible with everybody competing it. And I think he's not going to buy that, hopefully.
But if he wins, he will just to hold the Lucians. I mean, these are 3 Lucians that are not going to these 5 other players, which is actually, if you're screwing over 1 player, all right, that feels good. But if you're screwing over 5 players at a time on game 1 of GSC, where everything's on the line, makes there's no friends to make here. There's no, oh yes, please here, have your Lucian, sir. No, you're gonna try and make it so that every other player has the hardest possible chance of hitting that Lucian 3, especially the re-rollers at 3-1.
I mean, yeah, you could always make someone else's time a little bit harder, of course. I personally like to play nice, but I think in a competition it's worthwhile to do that. But I do kind of want to see what Rubik is on, because he's been streaking as well. We have 2 players on 100 HP, and that is going to be another Infinity board. Not really with the Lucian on board as of right now, has 2 copies on the bench, but does have that last Whisper slammed on the Sivir for now, which is going to give a little bit of damage.
Yeah, has picked up the Mana Tempering, yet another unit, or player, rather. Players are not units, I take that back. Another player that is going to be going into Infinity Team, but again, more of a vertical. We're seeing just by the level itself, level 5 Krugs, indicates exactly what the players are trying to do and if they're trying to reroll for 1 cost or not.
Actually, it's really interesting with Infinity Team being played by so many players. I think there's an argument you could be making about how different you can play Infinity, because just going by what we've seen so far, we have seen Sivir 3 carries. We have seen, of course, the Lucian 3 carries. We have seen Samira carries. We have seen Twisted Fate carries. And of course, varying combinations of all of that with that ultimate Ezreal towards the late game. So even with all of them going into that angle, I think there's still a solid chance for them making it at least into mid game quite well. We see Little Bit Pro already has slammed that blue buff onto the Lucian, but is far away from making that a 3-star for now. A little bit of pickups here in the shop and is still on 4. So we might see a little bit more of rolling down here to try and find that Lucian and try and find that Pantheon too.
Exactly. For anyone that might be thinking, why is he rolling during the combat start? You don't do this in TFT. That is the case, yes. But in this case, you're trying to make use of this 55% 1-cost odds while you're still level 4. For this is the last moment you will be, because you get the natural 2 XP once this fight is over, which is the reason why usually players try and roll down to at least 33 gold, which is the point at which, even if you lose the next 2 fights, you're going to make it back to 50 after those 2 rounds are up. But as you were mentioning with Infinity makes, I think the biggest thing to talk about is the fact that pretty much every single Infinity hero augment is viable to play. So you're never going to be shafted by an unlucky hero augment at 3-2, for example, if the hero augment's coming at that time. And it's a very safe comp to go into, keeping that in mind. There's a very low chance to actually roll, and there's so many different options that are still viable to pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing a little bit of a re-roll here is going to go for that action mark. And that is just so good for this Lucian. It's going to give you so many more casts. So pretty much a good pickup here. And does angle, I would say, a little bit more for going for the Twisted once he finds it with the Infiniteams, but is not on the angle of Infiniteam right now. It's going a little bit more for the quick draw direction with the Renegades in as of right now. But Norby picking up the maximum level threat. Oh, I love that. Every time I see this augment on player boards, I get so excited.
Yeah, Acel, I think we can't really ignore how powerful he's been as a threat in the right setups. He's actually able to be a very viable combo you can play, especially with, as you're mentioning, an augment that really maximizes the power of threat boards, of the Belveth Acel boards we saw on day 1 and day 2. And the dual carry setup is actually good enough to make it to top 4. In some cases, even to win games. We saw it on day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are hopping over to Wet Jungler, who, as you can see, is on the underground. And I think we are close to another heist option. Is he going to take it this time? Of course, the first one was not really something he wanted. This one is also not something he wants. So keeping on that angle here does have a little bit more HP to work with, whereas Reishi and Double are on a little bit of the lower side of HP. I wouldn't say they're endangered just yet, but they definitely need to turn it around just a little bit. We are seeing Double, like you said earlier, on that Star Guardian angle, does not have the Kaisa 2 just now. Once he finds her, it's going to make his board so much more stable, but does pick up the MF, so a little bit of extra strength in that, and is meeting up with Chuso, who's playing the exact same comp.
And Chuso's still win streaking 100 HP. If he's able to keep this win streak all the way into Wolves, that would be massive. You know, most times in TFT, if you're able to 10 win streak, there's a very, very high chance you will end up top 4 for sure, which would be a great start for Chuso and for any player really in this game when you want to get the momentum rolling.
Oh,
but
I
for
don't
now,
think it's going to be in the cards. Double actually turning it around and dethroning Chuso's run here. Norby also losing, so the lobby is turning upside down just a little bit, with the lower end players finding that win and the top end players finding a loss as we go into this carousel. This one's not going to be glitched out for now.
imagine Twisted Fate will have some priority in this carousel. Going to depend on the component you really need as well. Double 61 instead going to go for the Warwick and that cloak.
Yeah,
and Norby has the option. Does he want it? He's hovering, he's stalling, he's teasing the rest of the players, but he will be taking it in the end.
That's exactly, like I was talking about it, right? He did pick up the action mark, and that is his option to find an angle into the Infinite team with a little bit more of an AP heavy comp on the Lucian, on the Twisted Fate. So really nice niche that he saw with everybody competing it and going into it.
And we're seeing here the admin hacker setup has come into fruition for Reishi. 3 items already on the LeBlanc. If I dare say so, close to BIS or BIS itself as well. Edge of Night, a bit of a strange one if you're coming from set 8 and thinking this is an AP caster, but the way LeBlanc plays out has changed drastically in this set. She wants to be the one going to the backline every single time, and Edge of Night will help with that survivability as well.
And just to note, everybody, his admin currently, he is on 4 admin, has 40 ability power at start of combat, and then 40 ability power for the rest of the combat, and of course the 25 buff. So there's a lot of AP to go around on that LeBlanc.
And that is where something like a JG is especially good, because you get all that extra AP, those base stats, and then you're able to crit off of that very high number, which means even more damage from a unit that maybe doesn't need it makes. We've seen LeBlanc doing some very scary things all throughout the weekend.
Yeah, that is true. We have seen her look very scary, and similar to the Kai'Sa, she is going to Wedge Jungler.
I love this. I mean, he's still 51 HP. He's still, we've seen players at, you know, at 3-5, at like 30 HP, like about to die. And not just this, the Blitz is helping so much in stalling out a bit more so you're able to kill off units, not take those big hits in these fights. And you have 4 Underground as well, which speeds it up a tiny bit. I think it's still a risky play. He's going to be, you know, in his low 30s, low 20s once this is all said and done. But it's the play that I think you can make from this spot.
Yeah, I mean, I am looking forward to that heist 4, maybe heist 5 if we're going all the way, but curious on when that cash out is going to be. Of course, we're keeping our eyes on that for you guys. But right now we are looking at Rubik, and Rubik did find that Sivir 2 for now, slammed that IE, making sure she has a little bit more damage for now, and is going to be enough to deserve another loss for Wet Jungler. And now I think we might be looking more at a heist 4 than a heist 5, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, heist 5 I think is not going to happen unless you have a really crazy underground start with 5 underground pretty much from the start. It's a little bit more unheard of now, especially the Blitz 1. I did think it was a Blitz 2 initially off of the eye test. It is not. It is a Blitz 1. So especially now where the power spike is coming in for most of these players, especially after the Wolves roll down for 1, it's going to be a little bit dicey in these next 2 losses.
And the lobby overall is looking very healthy. Just looking at the econ, Reishi, the only one who's a little bit of lower on the gold, and everybody else has managed to make at least 50. Some a little bit more. Looking at you, Double and Toby, and we are looking at the benefits from the Wolves as we move on. Wet Jungler will need to take another loss, I think, to find an end to these undergrounds, but we are seeing a little bit of rolling, looking for an option out on both boards. Double making a big move here, rolling most of his gold, will be able to sell off some of what he has on board right now to regain, but there she is. That's what he needed. He wanted that Kai'Sa to find some stability, and he invested a lot to get that now.
A little bit too much. You definitely don't feel good having to invest that much to get the Kai'Sa 2. Similar to Recon in set 8, it always felt so bad having to spend so much gold just to get a single Kai'Sa 2.
I mean, you see why it is that way, right? On the other side of the board is Chuso, and he also has that Kai'Sa 2 with a little bit more economy still in the tank. So very happy to have found that, I would assume. And Double just knew that he now needed to invest or it was going to get hard with everybody peeking. Wet Jungler down to 27 HP, a little bit pro. Still a little bit further away from that, but the Prismatic Augment comes in with a 20% chance here. Celestial Healing being picked up by a little bit pro.
Spicy options that shake things up in this stage 4. Chuso looking at his HP means he's only lost Double 61 that one fight we saw a few rounds ago at 3-3 or so, and now it's still sitting at 93 HP, so very, very healthy. And Double 61 is streaking as well, so if I'm getting something from this game 1, is that Star Guardian is still incredibly strong and incredibly stable if you're able to get the board together in stage 3.
Yeah, we just saw Brittany Beers, so 2Beers also hitting that Kai'Sa too. So another player that's also on that Kai'Sa, Ancient Tome being picked up by Chuso. What is he going to get out of it? We are seeing a lot of Star Guardian emblems being slammed on Misfortune. So if that's an option here, he's probably going to go for that. Oxforce also looking really good, but it is going to be the Star Guardian Urgot for now. And another one, let's go.
It is a risky play to get immediate impact from the Tome right away, but especially if you're win streaking and you're trying to, again, defend the win streak, but he's going to be able to do so now, gets up to 5 Star Guardian right away, gets that next tier, gets that extra amount of casts from pretty much every single unit on the board now with the extra emblems coming through, and as you mentioned, has the option to now go into a different variation of a comp with something like the MF with the emblem.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a party here with all of those Star Guardians to go around. On the side of Wet Jungler, the Spellslinger crown has been picked up, and here is the cash out from the Heist 4 being picked up for Wet Jungler. There's an Oran Anvil involved, also did get the statics and 3 components as well as a remover and a reforger here. I think you're probably looking at the Anima Visage or the Randuins for now. Yeah,
that being said, 12 HP. So you're in a moment now where any single loss pretty much, unless it's a very, very small one still in stage 4, is going to be it for your game right now. So you have to be able to make sure you're stable right now with this board. It is still Garen 1. We're going to have to see exactly how stable Wet Jungler is. And if he faces any of the really high roll players like Chuso right here, he might be in trouble.
Notably, he does have a Twisted Fate too with the statics, the Radiant statics. That's something you really like seeing. Does have a Rage Blade, does have the Giant Slayer, so that is going to help here in serving out some damage. Must make you a little bit happy, but of course would like to find those 4 Spellslingers next to give a little bit of an extra edge to that Twisted Fate comp. And we did see a little bit of Belveth on the bench there for him as well. Has first pick in Carousel. Thinking about what he's going to pick up is going to be that Urgot. So lots of Urgot on the boards now.
The only thing I would worry about, especially for Wet Jungler, is the fact that despite you being very strong, having the Ornn item, having a TF as you're mentioning with a great item as well, if you're facing a hacker player and you're out of position, all of a sudden, despite you being, looking just at the board itself stronger, if the LeBlanc into the backline deletes the TF very quickly, you might just lose the fight anyway. And at 12 HP, that means you might lose the game as well. So has to be very wary of his positioning and who he's facing, who's in his matchup pool. Pretty much the next 2 fights here in stage 4.
We are seeing him roll down most of his gold here, is picking up more and more threats, and that is a trend we are seeing a lot with players going into that threat flex, allowing themselves to pick up these strong units. We're even seeing just full threat boards with, of course, threat level maximum with another player is on, but let's see if the damage and the roll down that Wet Jungler did is enough to face off against Double. That Garen 1 will hold for a little while. There is going to be a stun to hold back the enemy front line, but the MF and the Kai'Sa are onto that Twisted Fate. Twisted still alive, will take down that Rel, but it is going to take some time, and he will be able to find the Kai'Sa before she can down him. That was very close.
It all came down to Double hitting the Rel 3 right before that fight loaded in. We even saw the board before we saw the notification on the right there of the Rel 3 being hit. But that was the case always when players are rolling down and you play them right after they spike. It feels a little bit bad, especially in the case of Wet Jungler, where he's such in a precarious position at 12 HP. But in the end, all is right in the world. He was able to win that fight and survive at least one more round. Hopefully wins this one as well and can actually make it to stage 5.
Yeah, here's the pivot happening in real time. Did put in the Nyla as an additional frontline now with the Nico to allow the Spellslinger Star Guardians to be in. Did put out the Garen, so that Garen was a massive support frontline, is now all on that Rammus to hold the line, to make sure he's not gonna go into that Twisted Fate, and it's looking pretty good. Twisted still alive, is going to take down the Lucian and serve another loss to Little Bit Pro. Wet Jungler on an angle where he looks like he's stabilized for now, but Reishi is on 18 HP as well. He is running that LeBlanc that you can see in the background, and that should be a win here for him after he takes down that Rel, who has quite a lot of HP.
Still has 30 gold to either attempt to go level 8 if he's trying to greed it out and go 8 instead, or roll down 4 more LeBlanc copies and then try and go LeBlanc 3, but still obviously very far away, so maybe not too realistic right now.
Yeah, we're looking at our overlay on the right side. I think we need to check in with Norby, because he's on 6 gold, if I see that correctly. And last time we saw him pick up that threat level maximum. And here's the board that I was hoping to see. It's the ASOL carry. Just looking at that, it's so beautiful. Double Morgana for extra CC with a Jenna. We're on sunny weather, so that Jenna on the front line makes absolute sense to me. Would have preferred Rainy for that ASOL casting, but Sunny does give you a little bit more support to your front line.
Ooh, this is
and
big.
Find some upgrades.
Has the option to go 9, but I think more interested in trying to go for the 3-star. We're seeing it here for the Rammus, and we have the option for the ASOL as well eventually.
Yeah, did find that
Morgana
upgrade here.
Yes, the Morgana family has been completed.
Also still has an anvil he can use. Is not going to use it for now. Still waiting to see when he wants to pop that. Of course, with 4 rounds on fire and 46 HP, you're not too worried for this moment. But meeting up with Little Bit Pro. Little Bit Pro found a loss in the previous round. Can he turn it around here? Or is the raining fire going to take down the entire board? You can see it come in here. Frontline is taken down. The ASOL is still alive. That Misfortune ult is not going to do anything. And they're on to the Lucian. Will take him down, not even with an ult, but with an auto attack from an ASOL. That was something.
And Norby gonna wait to have actually an Urgot on his board, see if the Urgot farms a component, and then is going to have the option to use the anvil and then see what mixes best with that component. Doesn't see the upside of just slamming a single component now, and keeps that flexibility open for these next few rounds. White Jungler is also streaking. We're seeing on the right there, hits the Alistar 2. So thankfully his cash out has helped him out in this stage 4. We'll see if in stage 5 he's able to continue this. But already some players are jumping down into the lower parts of the HP totals. 5 for 2 beers, 10 HP for Reishi-kun.
Yeah, and as you can see, 2 Beers has been falling in the overall HP totals. He needs a win here or it's going to be all over. And unfortunately, he meets with the one other player that would so desperately need a win here. One of those two is going to get knocked out here. Keep your eyes on that LeBlanc. She has found the Kai'Sa. She has found the enemy backline, and all she needs to do now is take out that Misfortune. Misfortune still going strong, but the LeBlanc will find her target and eliminate Spritney Beers, as well as Wet Jungler going down here in Germany, finding the lower end of this lobby for now. I'm not too happy about that.
Now LeBlanc, especially against MF, it's going to be great because unless the LeBlanc is jumping into the MF right in front of her, she's jumping on the right side as you saw there, the cone from the MF is going to have a very hard time killing off the front line and then flexing all the way to the back line to the right side. So able to clean up that kill there in the end.
Absolutely. All hopes for Germany now on Reishi, but Little Bit Pro also looking to find a win here. Reishi could still get eliminated, but so will Little Bit Pro if they lose this round. It's all banking on making it to that next carousel. Little Bit Pro meeting up with KC Double here, and on the other side you are seeing Reishi fighting against Chuso. So both of the AP Kai'Sa boards are being fought here, and they could eliminate another player. Look at those Star Guardians go. We'll see who remains on top once these fights end.
on the left.
Ooh, it's not
Actually,
looking good. A little bit
on
pro.
the opposite side, but LeBlanc ends up killing anyway, and I think Reishi will be winning on the left side there. Will take a while, still a few units left alive, but none that can actually do too much damage to this LeBlanc with the Archangel scaling, the amount of burst damage that comes off of this, and the Edge of Night especially. It should be enough for LeBlanc, but it isn't, and in the end, Reishi gets eliminated. Chuso stays alive, healthy, and leading the pack still in this lobby.
Yeah, and that was so close. You were saying it. The LeBlanc has great single target damage, but if she gets CC'd in any way, she will not have a good time. And that's exactly what happened. They are just taken down in a moment of, being knocked out. Norby picking up the Zephyr here is something players often like to go for in the later stages of the game. In some cases, it can just allow you to find a Zephyr Slam in a crucial moment. We'll see if he's going to use it instantly or not. Chuso here has been leading this entire lobby for what seems like forever with the extra Star Guardians, and you're looking at the most vertical this comp can go, 8 Star Guardians in play.
Star Guardians is good, and going vertical in a trade that's good is usually a good idea. And we're going to see there 8 Star Guardian going to be kind of the Exodia comp setup for Chuso. A bit of an awkward positioning there, having both Chalices, having to split it up, and just letting Nico get all of that benefit in the middle, with Kaisa still having that corner positioning, which will help her stay out of danger in most cases. We're going to see now what this Samira can do, what Rubik's AD build that we don't see as often as AP in this patch is going to be able to do. Top 4 has already been guaranteed, and it looks like for now Rubik is also staying fairly strong. The Fiddle's trying his best but can't do quite enough.
It's actually so interesting to me that you that you say it's not being played as much. Looking at her comps from yesterday and day 1, we have seen so much Samira heavy Infiniteam comps, and I would kind of line that back to AP being so contested, right? We have the Spellslingers where people want to go for Twisted Fate, and so that's not something we see an awful lot. And with the Lucian also being so attractive to so many players, if you find that AD angle, I think the Infiniteam Samira is going to be the one you lock yourself into.
Yes, but that's really maybe the only AD angle that we see a lot of is what I was trying to go. Whereas AP, there's so many different variants in terms of Star Guardian, in terms of LeBlanc, in terms of, I guess Nar as well is considered AD,
Nar.
so that's the other option. But it seems like you're pigeonholed into really only this, especially if you're going to Infinity and going more of the tempo route, as we saw Rubik do.
We are looking at Rubik and double. Rubik on 19 HP. Unless he has a devastating loss here, he should be fine, but his board is looking strong. He has the ultimate Ezreal with the Infiniteam, and he is serving out damage. You can see him look pretty content with what's going on here for him. And Chuso and Norby also fighting it off here. One of them is going to take a little bit of a hit here. It's not going to be too bad. Norby finding a win against Chuso's 8 Star Guardian with 6 threats on the board. And you can see the Zephyr had already been slammed as well. And we're looking to find a Morgana 3, I think.
Yeah, HL3 is not really there just yet for Norby. Still only has 16 gold to work with, but I love that the HP holds are evening out. I think it's going to make for a very, very close lobby. The Star Guardian players are starting to lose now. It seems like they're falling a bit off of their high horse in terms of how strong they are relative to the rest of the lobby. And it makes sense. Rubik with Samira, you have a very high cap in the line he's playing, as well as this we're seeing here with we talked about at the very beginning, how threat level maximum really makes it so that these threat comps are that much stronger, especially if he's able to hit more 3-stars.
And looking at the board from Chuso, here's something that I've been waiting for. Once he picked up those Star Guardian tomes, I said it, and he hadn't found the Misfortune until now, but he has it now. He has the Star Guardian slammed. He took out the Annie, which was carrying that Star Guardian emblem. He took out the Alisar, has gone into a defender frontline now instead of the Oxforce, and itemized that Misfortune, and she's going to do so much damage now. Star Guardian Misfortune has to be one of my favorite unit item combinations in this patch, and you can see her go now. On the other side, we're seeing a little bit of a different take on that comp with a duelist Misfortune, but look at that MF cast. She's going to have so much fun with these bullet rains coming through. There's just so much casting to be done, and I think this comp can probably only be beaten by the threats, just looking at what we have in our lobby, but we'll see how it goes. Chuso definitely cruising through the lobby here.
Chuso would be so happy to eliminate Double 61 with the units coming out back into the pool. Double 61 taken down to -1 HP, eliminated in 4th place. overall, still a good start. Top 4 in your first game is going to give you that positive momentum going forward. But Chuso reigns supreme in that Star Guardian mirror match, despite Double 61 being the one of the 2 players to hit that 3-star rel. Both players playing hold the line, but Chuso deciding for a more, not so much rerolling option, instead trying to go for the vertical Star Guardian instead and putting in those higher cost units like Fiddle and Syndra.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the Morgana 3 has been found for Norby. Will it be enough? He is going to meet up with a copy, it seems like, as we are watching Chuso and Rubik fight it off here. And I'm not sure the 7 Infinity can do enough, but if that Ezreal eliminates the Misfortune in the backline, it might just do enough. Kai'Sa and Misfortune still alive for Chuso. I don't think this will be it. The bullet rain is going to come through, and it will not be nice. Rubik taken out here. Norby looks to find a win, so that's going to be a 3rd place for Rubik, and Norby and Chuso still in.
Chuso going Grim Reaper mode, taking down players one by one. Only Norby remains to stand up to the Star Guardian, the extremely vertical Star Guardian, has to be said. 8 Star Guardian put together, which is not something you can do very often. It was that prismatic augment that came in at the end, the double tome, that was able to help Chuso do so.
And I mean, I said it, I think with the double ASOL, you might have a chance to take down the enemy backline. That Misfortune 2 does not have the most HP. So if the casts are lucky, if everything aligns for Chuso, there might be a chance where it all works out for Norby and he turns it around, but we will see. The Zephyr is going to hit that rel. It's in the front line, and you can see the damage an ASOL does. Misfortune taken down there in that back line, just like I said it. It's just such a menace with these ASOL casts there, and even though the Kai'Sa is still alive, there is going to be another cast, and it is empowered by the Archangels, so I don't think anybody will survive this one in the enemy backline. It's only the rel now. She's going to find an end as well, and Norby finding a win before we go into the carousel.
Everything that could have gone wrong for Chuso in that fight did. The rel immediately shot up into the air by the Zephyr, the Rammus into the AoE from the ASOL, stunning and then killing the MF pretty much instantly. I was expecting the Nico to be a bit more into the center to try and deny some of the extra AoE damage from the ASOL and give up on the Chalice, but Chuso has to really look into his positioning and see how he can change it up for this next fight, because everything that could have gone wrong did.
Yeah, and I mean, Norby still has a little bit of gold to work with. We're looking at similar level and econ positions for both players. There is a Shroud in play for Chuso, so if he is able to slam that to take out one of the ASOLs, then maybe there's a chance where he makes it. He is positioning in a way where he can take it at least on one of them, but since they're so far away, one of them will get to cast, and they're both fully itemized, so let's see how this one goes.
I think I'm more worried about the Rammus. Well, the Rammus stays in the front line this time, not messing with the damage of the backliners, but does it even matter? MF taken down to under 10% of her HP. Any little bit amount of extra damage will kill her, but a second cast does come through. Some damage comes in on the Rammus as well, but he's still alive, and the MF is not. She's been taken down by the Meteors. The ASOLs are still left alive. Can Rel hold the line enough against the Meteors raining down on her back? And the answer is yes. Norby taken down to 3 HP. And Chuso somehow, despite losing the MF at the half point of that fight, is still able to win it.
Yeah, it was all on the back of that Kai'Sa. She somehow survived all of that rain, and that was extremely good. But now for Chuso, he did slam that Shroud. He does not have the option to, I mean, he could take out the the Echo, but I think he's just going to opt to let it stand like this. And if Norby has a moment of genius and takes one of the ASOLs away. Oh, look at that Shroud positioning slammed in the middle. The ASOLs are not going to be affected, but the Zephyr hits the Misfortune, and maybe, just maybe, that is going to be the end for Chuso. The Meteor Rain comes in, does not target the Misfortune, does not target the Kai'Sa for now, but a second one is coming. The Misfortune ult does not take down the ASOLs. They're still alive, one's still alive, the other one taken down, and the Kai'Sa and the Misfortune are on to the last one. The rain comes in. Will it be able to take down the board? It will not. And Chuso finds a win in game 1 of day 3 of our Golden Spatula Cup.
It makes, it has to be said, it's because I'm back on the caster desk that Spanish players are doing Well, once again, I'm not going to go into it, but yesterday I was not casting.
Sure.
All of a sudden, our Spanish players disappeared from the tournament. So Tuso, congrats to him on that win. A really close one as well. I think we saw there the MF going down 10% HP in the last fight. On this fight, Kaisa down to under 5% HP, and with Gunblade able to heal herself and her allies back up to really have those little details matter in a fight like this one. But overall, pretty happy with the game one, despite having so many players go into Infinity.
Yeah, I thought this was really interesting with all of them lining there and still somehow making it. Really curious to hear what our analyst desk has to say about that. We'll hear from them in just a few minutes. Before that, we have an interview ready with Tabby, so let's hear it from him, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
I'm Tevi, I'm from Spain. I'm 28 and I've been playing TFT since the first day it came to the PBA. I was able to play in the European of set 5. After that, I think we started having golden spatulas on set 6, and I played quite a few. I played, I think, like 5 or 6 golden spatulas, but it was hard for me last year because I had some personal problems that made me play worse, but since November I moved back to Galicia with my family and friends, and being able to focus again on myself and being more happy than I was before is helping me get back on track and try to get again on my peak level. The hardest player for me is myself, to be honest. There are some days that you just get into the computer and you are playing just because you have to play, but you are not focused, you have music, you are thinking on other things. I think that's the answer. When I perform well and when I do well, I believe 100% on myself, and I'm my strongest opponent. Well, I don't have much people following me since I don't stream. It's hard for people to follow someone that just plays the tournaments and doesn't do much more. But if there are some there, thank you very much for supporting me. I'm going to try to be back on my peak level, and I'm gonna try to do my best this weekend.
LeBlanc and Lucian have finally fallen, and I got to turn off my lights because there's sun in front of me. What a great game that was. It's a great day so far.
Don't try to fool our viewers, man. Go for it, sorry, Peter.
I mean, it's sunny, just depends where you are in the world. But I think in a lobby where, like, everyone potentially goes down the path of Lucian, there's only so much room on that path to be successful.
Yeah. Oh, and also I think it's important to note that the Jana weather is sunny, so I can really lean into it, and I'll make it look like there's even more sun. There we go. That's too much sun. To pay off for that. But I really want to pull out the 8 Star Guardian comp coming out there from Chuso. This is one of the compositions that was talked about a little bit at the beginning of the set and theorized during this mid-set to be very strong, but because it is so hard to pull off, you very rarely see it. We saw the strength of it with that Misfortune carry, just constant casting from her and a ton of damage. More ultimates than you'd get with any other quick draw composition.
Plus, it's also quite interesting because he gambled for it since it's like a tome, right? You go for the tome, and he got it twice. I mean, he was already stable at that point, so he could actually afford the gamble, and it proves that he's playing with confidence, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, I'm particularly fascinated because you look at Kaiser composition, you look back historically to what Kaiser has been, and you've been relying so heavily on hitting the 3-star Kaiser to really take off. But I think we saw there in the last game that it didn't go so well for Double trying to go down that route, and instead Kaiser 2 was just stable enough to keep you going for a very long time through the game.
I mean, especially with that Misfortune in the back, Kai'Sa no longer has the onus on her to be that solo carry, so just having that Gunblade, having some healing for the team, and the damage from Quick Draw is enough. She is not the only carry, so you can afford to just have that 2-star, like we saw in the front line. Panda mentioned it on cast. Just the Rel 2-star was stable enough with that very powerful backline and the addition of the Garen in the front line to keep that Star Guardian comp rolling.
I mean, specifically with this augment, because it's a 35% damage reduction, right? She doesn't need to be 3-star because that always applies, no matter how much HP she has, so that's probably part of it as well.
Well, Snooty, I wanted to bring up with you, because I know that you're very au fait with this. Underground didn't go so well for Wet Jungler in this game, ultimately ending up in the 7th. From where you're sitting, what happened there? And is this telling us anything about where Underground is right now?
Okay, so it's definitely a weird spot because they've been nerfing it throughout the whole set, and now when you cash out, you have to be very confident and fast doing your transition. He actually managed to pull it off, but I mean, just like one unlucky fight and you're gone. The problem with the Underground in comparison to other synergies that work like this is that you don't get as much gold usually. I mean, you get a huge power spike from items and you can itemize multiple carries, but sometimes it just doesn't get you there because you had a Garen 1-star in the front line, so it gets kind of complicated.
I think one of the interesting things, Peter, you touched on it a little bit earlier, but I do want to circle back to it, is how strictly contested a lot of these units were. We saw Double hold the line from Double and Chuso. We saw 3 times contested Lucian augments, 2 of them Enchanted Ammunition, 1 of them Hyperbolic Time Chamber, but it was just a very worrying start for me, but it ended up being most of those Lucian players were pivoting off in the early stages of the game, like Norby pivoting into that threat level maximum composition.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've had King Dan's demonstrate to us in day number 1 just how potent the threats could be. He was going heavily in towards Bel'Veth. In this case, the Aurelion Sol being a really good pickup, and further adding to the positional conundrums our players are having to work with, that if you're clumping up at all, the Aurelion Sol is going to tear you to pieces.
I'm really happy that this comp actually got to shine at some point in the set because threat level maximum has been a little bit off, and ASOL needed like 6 or 7 buffs to actually get there. But I mean, it's actually working at this point, so I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I honestly, going back to that Underground, I expected that to do a little bit better in the lobby. But we've got the standings here. So first game, we're seeing some familiar names, but there's not too much to pull from this. Remember, this is game 1 of 6. So even though some of our players on screen were having a rough start, it is not indicative of their day. Except when it comes to my prediction, in which I'm saying Canbizz in 9th place proves that I am so smart.
Well, I want to call out Gobitster as well, who managed to pull stuff up dramatically between days 1 and 2, now finishing out the first game with a win. We've got to bear in mind again, we've cut to the top 32 players. These are the toughest the lobbies will get all tournament.
Also, I wanted to mention the fact that there's a clear interview buff for Chuso because he got an interview and now he's got first, so I mean, just a straight relation here.
Norby as well, interview buff continuing across multiple days, but we have more games. They just keep on coming. We just keep on rolling. So I'm tossing it back to the casters. Makes Panda, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Speaking of that interview buff, I'm not clear on maybe the rules, because I did think we interviewed Reishi earlier and didn't really work out for him as much. So maybe we could reiterate on what he needs to do to actually achieve that buff, because I feel like it's deserved.
Well, we don't give it to everyone, Mix. We have to make sure we're not called out on it. So we're trying to keep things a little bit mixed up, trying to make it confusing so players don't actually think it's 100% of a buff every single time. But a country and some players that did get buffed are going to be the Turkish players. I think Turkey has been performing really well this GSC, and not just players like Ging, not just players like Valdi, but other players from that maybe A tier of Turkish talent is coming up and saying, hey, we want to perform at a high level as well. And we're going to see it here with Rat and Electro both in this winner's lobby. These are all players that have won their first game.
Yeah, we are here with Norby once again, and we are going to see some new faces. Karma God coming in here, playing under the name Karma God, is going by the name Broken, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see him, because we did get a little bit of a talk to him yesterday, so maybe there's an interview buff going on all across our players at this point.
We're going to see what this lobby has in store for us. We're going to see the difference maker, of course, with hero augments being offered at 2-1 last game and then possibly not having that come up in this game. Could open up a few more comps than we saw last game, where it was just very heavily skewed towards Infinity. We'll see what options are going to be this game. We didn't see too much Hacker last game. It was just that one LeBlanc player, Reishi, but no Gnar, for example, which is something that we've been seeing all weekend long. That could come back to haunt us and some of the players in this lobby in this game too.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there are worse things to be haunted by than a small, cuddly creature called Gnar, but I think some people might disagree with me on that. We are going to see what comes in just a little bit. Actually, we're seeing a lot of very early hero augments going into those 1-2 cost hero augments. I tend to prefer the higher costs, like the 3-4 cost hero augments are my personal favorites. How do you feel, Panda?
Yeah, I think unless you're a player that loves rerolling, which is what you tend to get from hero augments at 2-1, rerolling, or at least just having a very fixed position in terms of what lines you can actually play from that angle. It's going to depend on your playstyle. If you like playing for fast 8, you like playing for the 4 cost carries instead, obviously getting it 4-2 is going to be much more exciting for you. But as a reroll degenerate in some cases in set 8, I do like the early hero augments. Not going to be the case in this first game. What is going to be the case for Tucson at least is going to be the option to pick up Laser Core Heart. A comp we didn't see at all in game 1 either. We saw a lot of it in the last 2 days with Warwick obviously at the helm. But playing +1 Laser Core is always going to be a huge tempo buff in this stage 2.
Yeah, and it's going to be picked up by Chuso. He's seeing the signs and agreeing with them. Now, the only issue is he needs to now pick up the ashes in a store, and Broken actually going for the underground heart.
From what jungler to Broken 99, but still staying in Germany. The underground is going to be very, very good here from 2-1 with 4 underground. We'll see how much HP he can preserve while still keeping the loss streak. That's really the big little mini game for Broken 99 in this stage 2. Try and make it so that, like what jungler in the last game, he's able to hold out to around 50 HP going into Wolves. That would be obviously ideal. Not always so easily done though.
Yeah, honestly, I always feel like Underground Heart is pretty woksh, but then it doesn't always work out. So we'll see how that one goes for our dear Broken. But another thing that was picked up was the Hacker Crest. I believe it was, well, I don't know. It was at the bottom of the leaderboard. We'll see it in a second again. But the Hacker Crest was picked up as an augment by one of the players as well. And that already angles a very early Hacker either into the Gnar or into the LeBlanc. Is probably something we're going to see, especially with 2 players who are going into a little bit of a laser core direction. You want to stay away from that Hacker Warwick.
Will be Arat in the end, who will be playing Hacker for this game. Just extra amounts of Omnivamp for either carry that you end up picking. We'll see in the 3-2 roll down or in these natural shops throughout stage 2 what direction he's led into and what direction other players led into as well. If he wants to try and not contest maybe other Spellslinger or LeBlanc players and go for Gnar and the Gadgettine line instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And something we are seeing a lot in the early stages when players find Hacker, of course, Hacker not being unlocked as a trade here for Arat just now, but if you find that Hacker trade early on, you probably want to prefer to Rider your front line to actually have a much stronger early game than your back line, which is something people usually tend to not do, because right later on you want your Gnar, you want your LeBlanc to be the rider, and that is going to be your bonus. But early on, ridering the front line just a little bit stronger to get through those rounds.
Shojin onto the Lulu for now, just a Lulu 1, so still I think a loss you're going to be coming in for Arat, especially now, just going to have the pre-level 2, level 5 after this carousel, see if he gets one of those key 3-cost units, which is why you want to pre-level here instead, and get that natural shop a little bit more in your favor after this first carousel coming up. Looking at loss streaks, yeah, loss streaks is what I want to look at, because we have 2 underground players, although one is only underground 3 and just I think going to play for 1 or 2 cash outs maximum. But also we have a rich get richer player, which might affect how players end up trying to approach the win streaks and the loss streaks in this stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick note on what we're seeing right now. Texida on the other side of the board has picked up the Ancient Archives and pulled an Infinity emblem out of it, something that players love having. It's pretty much the more AD line than the Star Guardian emblem, so 2 emblems that are very preferred, I feel like, in this current patch. One, Star Guardian Misfortune, and then the other one is the Infinity with the Samira, with the Garen. You slam it on whatever, you'll have fun. That's pretty much how the Infinity emblem works, right?
Yeah, a few comms are definitely getting really benefited from the +1s. The 2 you mentioned, Laser Core, of course, with Juso picking up the +1 as well, as is his augment in at 2-1. And also, we're going to have the case for something like, if you really think about it, like Star Guardian is the one that I think benefits the most. We saw with Juso in the last game, because you have that huge vertical. But Infinity, the same reason for hitting that 5 cap much earlier, which gets you a huge power spike on the board with the extra unit being copied.
Yeah, did pick up the anvil, of course. Is he going to use it right away, or what is going to be the angle here? Could go for 5, but has held off on leveling for now to gain a little bit of extra gold. Not going to be the 5 Infinity.
And sells blitzes as well, just to make sure to hit his econ, this breakpoint at 2-5. Going to be facing off against another Infinity player for now, but just going to be the hacker player instead for Aratu. Is already 5, has a lot of components that are not slammed, so very happy to not really, decide what his line will be just yet. Keep his options open until Krugs possibly, and then with those extra components decide exactly what would be most optimal from his point.
Yeah, Ara does have some gadgetines on board, and with that hacker crest, you have to be looking at, can I find an R? Can I make these gadgetines come to life for now? We'll see if that's in the cards, but of course also holding some admins in case that LeBlanc comes around. So we'll be open to both of those options with the hacker crest for now. And Broken, playing under the name of Karma God, is on that loss streak with the Underground heart picked up, in case you didn't hear that at the beginning. I'm just checking in to see how we're doing. Does play a very, very open footing kind of strategy here. Level 4. 1 stars all across the board.
It goes to show how many players are playing for a loss streak. There's 3 players still sitting at 100 HP. I imagine at least one of these win streaks will, or maybe even, I guess just one of them will be ending at this 2-6 fight before Krugs. Maybe 2, depending on who they face and if they just got stronger. But I think there's a very clear distinction between players that are saying, hey, I want to try and win streak. I'm putting my all into this. And players are saying, I'm happy to lose streak. You can beat me up right now, but I'll come back stronger in stage 3.
I mean, I really hope he's going to make true on that promise, because unfortunately, I'm a little bit scarred from that last game where I saw someone go for Underground 4 and like the Heist 4, and it didn't really work out too well for them going top 7. So hopefully Broken is able to turn it around, but now it's going to be Krugs. Here is an option, of course, not going to take that, not interested for now. And Chuso seems to have found a LeBlanc, whereas Texida is also on the Underground and not picking up.
Texida had a Gnar on his board and a Gnar in the shop as well, so definitely I think going to be skewing towards playing hacker with a Gnar instead, as you mentioned, with a gadgetine opener. But Chuso, to no one's surprise, picks up Laser Core +1, one of the best tempo comps in the game, where you fall off later into the game. But stages 2 and 3, if played properly, especially with the extra drones coming in, you're going to be healthy, you're going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, and is going to pick up here. Not interested in that Gnar, of course, with the Laser Core. You very much want to find that Warwick, so that is what he's going to angle for. We can see the Edge of Night already being built on the LeBlanc for now to have that admin on board. A little bit of extra there, and will be very, very healthy, as well as Gobo. We haven't checked in with Gobo Stir, right?
We
There
have
we
not
go.
yet, but we will right
Battle
now. It's going to
Mage.
be Battle Mage to start things off. A Poppy with Sunfire, so the item already slammed to make sure he's trying to stay as strong as possible. But very little gold. He's rolled down heavily after this 3-1 level up to 6. Usually, players that are win streaking, they decide, hey, it's enough to just go to 6 one round earlier than most players, and that'll make me strong enough to continue the win streak. But in this case, a roll down does come through down to 10 gold for the French player.
Yeah, we did see Gobo yesterday. I think he was also in our highlights with the Think Fast that wasn't really working out too well. Happy to see him do much better here today on that quick draw angle. Like you said, does have the Kai'Sa, does have the Lucian. Once that Kai'Sa 2 is found, he's only one copy away. This board is going to be so stable. He's just going to have a very, very easy breezy time, specifically with players open forwarding, specifically with players holding back on levels. And he's just going to be so healthy, so happy. Should be a very good game for Gobo as we go into second augments. Also going to be gold augments coming through here, which means there is a 75% chance that we're going to get hero as third and a 25% chance that we're going to get another gold one as the third augment.
Which also means, Makes, Mortdog is probably watching, pushing buttons, and making sure you get what you want. You said you wanted a 4-2 hero augment. There's a high chance you will get it in this game. Completely different game compared to the game 1 where we saw the 2-1 hero augment. Going to be a lot more options for players to go into and hope to have those rerolls ready to go to hit the exact unit they want in 4-2, because we've seen it so many times in set 8 and set 8.5. Players are able to hit their ideal 4 cost, especially. They're able to get that +1 and able to 2-star that unit easier. Are going to have a much better time stabilizing in stage 4.
Yeah, and we are seeing the pickups here by players. A little bit of trade sector for Texida Electro picking up the Scoresheet emblem. Another rich get richer player. And Karmagot actually on the scoped weapons. It's not an augment I see an awful lot these days.
It might indicate that your favorite comp will be played, Makes. Maybe Jax will make a return. We saw it a lot in day 1, not so much in day 2. But there is still a chance that it is a viable comp under the right conditions, and scope weapons is one of those, alongside obviously making Bel'Veth much more appealing. We're seeing the threat comps coming in as well the last few games.
Yeah, we will need to pay attention on whether or not that pesky Jax is going to come back onto the board. For now, there is a little bit of a brawler frontline going on for Broken, has itemized the Bel'Veth to diminish the damage that has been going out, and you can see the HP totals. They're hurting a little bit. 57 in round 3. 3 is already quite a hit, and he needed to stabilize just a little bit. So hopefully we can go from here. Still running those undergrounds, of course, and is going to meet up with Electro, who's on a very good angle here. Double Infinity emblem and the Sure Shot emblem. Wow, that is going to be a very strong comp once it comes together.
The Bel'Veth is extremely good at single target damage, so killing units, making sure you're not taking that big of a hit if you do end up losing some of these fights. So at the very least, the triple item Bel'Veth will be doing a lot, especially with the extra benefit from scope weapons. We're seeing it there. Only 3 units lost there, down to 48. Dangerous position, yes, but I think you still have time to get another cash out before going into Wolves and eventually moving into either a threat comp or a Jax comp if you think it's uncontested and you find a lot of natural Jaxes in your shops.
Yeah, Arad picking up that Warwick, denying it to anybody else that was looking to find it here early on. The rest of the players are also picking up components. Notably, Texida, the only one that doesn't have any components left. Everything has been slammed. The rest are components that players have on bench currently as an option to build something. So we'll see what they do with it. Gobo picking up a rod here. Has to be happy about that. Could be a Rage Blade. Something I personally always love.
Ooh. 2 Infinity Forces. Why play Bel'Veth or Jax when you can play both and just put them both on the board with scope weapons? And definitely that's the way to go. Makes 100% the right play. He's going to cash out, though. I mean, it makes sense. Infinity Force, I think, finds a good spot in the meta right now and has, again, the versatility of being able to play a lot of different units with this just full-on stat dump on pretty much anything that wants to carry the game for you.
Okay, we are seeing a Nunu in play as well. There is a Jax being picked up, but not much time to make anything out of it. 2 Jaxes now on the bench, but nothing on board is going to be the Warwick for now. Let's see how he does out of the underground. Now playing without an augment, technically, as he goes up against Gobo. And Gobo, like I said, has slammed that Rage Blade and the Archangels onto the Kai'Sa. She's getting stronger by the second, and you can see her go off and she is probably also going to take down the Bel'Veth. That's exactly what's happening here, and that is really, really bad for Broken.
While he wants the loss here, he's still trying to play greedy, play for the gold. 40 HP is not too bad of a spot. Hoping to lose his next fight as well, get all that extra gold, and then eventually try and start getting that win streak going.
Tuxedo also cashing out here of the heist is probably going to roll down quite a little bit. Remember, we are on trade sector, and we did pick up an Infinity Emblem as well. It's not the only player who is on that Infinity Team, but has found a Garen for now, has found the Shen. Frontline Infinity Team spots is going to slam it onto the Garen, exactly what's happening here, and a pretty good backline as well. Would have liked to probably slam the Twisted 2 if he had it, but so much gold and so much HP to work with. I think if you're Tuxedo, you're not too worried.
That's the key thing. So much gold. Going to greet it out one more round. Again, also playing for Lost Trick here like Broken 99. And then go 8 and have a ton of rolls at level 8, 4-1, or at 4-2 maybe. Want to get extra greedy.
Yeah, and once more we're seeing that Kai'Sa in action, and that is what a Kai'Sa 2 can do for you, right? Of course, Battle Mage also helping a little bit here, but it is just such a good unit to have on 2-star. She's extremely stable, similar to Gnar, similar to LeBlanc. All 3 cost carries that you just want to have, and Tuxedo, very happy with the Shen 2 that's now coming through, is going to give you a much stronger front line as you move along, and the rest will be invested into levels. We are looking at the overall Gobo a little bit down in econ, similar to Arad and Broken. Everybody else is looking quite healthy here.
Down in econ, but very much up when it comes to HP. He is able to accomplish the mythical mission, the 10 win streak into Wolves, which pretty much, I think, in my opinion, guarantees you a top 4 with just the HP buffer and the fact that you're so strong that you haven't lost a single round in the first 2 stages of this game too.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. But you can see Tuxedo, for example, now going for level 8, whereas Gobo is still on level 7. Doesn't really have the gold to go all the way for now, so is going to use the other resource he has, HP. Whereas some other players are still on level 5, notably Norby, who's rolling down here, trying to find some upgrades, trying to get that Silas 3, and it is going to come in. That is the level 6, instantly being slammed, instantly being committed, trying to catch up with the rest of the lobby. There's a mascot emblem involved. I'm not really sure what that is about. Probably a very unlucky pull from the Ancient.
And there's a Samira with 3 items involved as well on the opposite board, which means that your entire board will get deleted this early in stage 4. A massive loss for Norby, for Lost Streak as well. So the feedback is not good in terms of how strong his board is right now and how much you have to commit to actually getting that Silas 3-star. It's level 6, 10 gold to work with for Lost Streak. It is not a good place to be at 29 HP makes.
No, it's not. You could see him be very, very unhappy about that. But it is going to be 4 hero augments coming through here on stage 4-2. Are you interested in what you're offered right now? He is on the Renegade angle. 2 Renegade augments coming through for him.
Reroll comes through for Norby.
He's not interested.
Mentioned it before how important it is to find your optimal unit, just because of the extra chance of 2-starring that unit if it's a 4 cost, we're looking for a carry, and just really strengthening your board, because this is the big difference maker in terms of the board strength for stage 4. If someone hits, or most players hit exactly what they want, and you don't, you're going to start bleeding a lot of HP in the next few fights.
Yeah, is going to pick up the Eclipse Prime here on that. Leona will play the 3 Renegades for now. Is probably going to look for the 5, but honestly, I'm not really sure if that's going to be enough. The Lucian trying to be safe there, but that also means he's going to take a long time to target that LeBlanc on the other side. So left and right carries are decimating the board. The 3-star on the Silas is helping quite a lot to delay that damage coming out of the LeBlanc, but the Edge of Night, what does it once more again, does take the target off of LeBlanc's back. Will not be enough. Norby finds a win here, and now I'm feeling like I'm having a flashback from the previous round. Broken is on 23 HP. We see Norby on 29, and the rest of the lobby is quite close together with 40 to 50 on places 3 to 6. And then at the very top, we have Chuso and Gobo just cruising. Gobo is unbothered, flourishing in his lane.
Moisturize. You're forgetting that one, Mix. It's the most important one.
I forgot it on purpose, but thank you. Empowered reserves, notably, not an augment we're seeing an awful lot. I'm always surprised when players go for that Syndra augment. It's going to give you extra AP for every unit you have on bench. So in the best case, it's going to be 45 AP on your entire board if you have a filled up bench, which Gobo is probably happy to do.
Star Guardian in a much better spot in set 8.5, and the stats for Empowered Reserves also in a much better spot compared to set 8, so definitely a viable pickup. In set 8, I remember it was just the case, especially in Recon, where it's just you were offered 4 and 5 cost augments when you didn't want any of them, and you just picked Syndra because that was the best option. But in this case, a much happier player ends up picking the augment and doing well with it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some extra components here is not going to be glitched out this time around. Maybe something players were hoping for, you know, an extra Ornn Anvil sometimes can turn stuff around, is not going to be in the cards for this lobby as we move along. Just noting it is sunny weather, so an extra HP shield for players that are willing to pick up that Janna. And if I saw correctly, Broken is on So Shiny with double Urgot, and one of them is carrying not 1, but 2 infinities.
Not quite the Infinity Gauntlet, but it's still a very powerful being in this TFT universe right now with the double Infinity Force onto this Urgot. And once again, threats making a showing on these boards with the Ace Soul coming up again. Almost an Ace Soul 2 here for Broken 99, but still, we'll see if this will be enough to stabilize. Did win the last round, has that little bit of extra positive feedback going in, but we'll see if this Bel'Veth can do enough with the scope weapons.
Yeah, we are meeting up against an Infinity board here from Electro. So Broken up against Electro. You can see that Fiddle come through, but Broken is just printing gold at that point. Will it be enough to also find the win is going to be the question. The Ezreal does its worst, and it is going to take down the enemy backline. Bel'Veth still alive. She's trying to fight this one out, and it's looking real good for Broken. You have to be happy about that. Having stabilized this board here with a Bel'Veth carry and that scope weapon for now.
Great options here to get a third item on Urgot if you're looking for it as well. Armatruck down to 19 HP. I'm curious what his board looks like as well, because he is playing with the They See Me Rolling Nunu augment, which I think is incredibly fun to see the Nunu just zooming around. So curious if we can check out that board later as well, if Armatruck is able to stabilize and stick in this game throughout stage 5.
Yeah, Armatruck has to be the one that's worried now. 3 losses in the tank, is on the Gnar angle, has found the Nunu augment. Of course, using the 5 gadgetine here to make the most out of it, but without an extra emblem, you have to run the Lulu, you have to run everything. So level 8, that board still has some units on there that could be stronger. You would have liked to have that Gnar 3, you would have liked to found a Nunu 2 at this point, but let's see what this Gnar can do. Nunu being stopped in his tracks. That's not fair. Let him go, you monster. He's rolling his ball, but it will not be enough. It is taken down, and it's all on that Gnar to find one more hit to the enemy backline there. The front line is still alive, but he might just be able to take it down once he gets the Ezreal. The cast is being interrupted last second, and the Gnar will find the win. Armatruck to being able to claw onto here.
And not too surprised considering this Gnar essentially has 5 items. The Knife's Edge giving the extra AD, the Jewel Lotus as well with the extra crit chance. Overall, the Nunu was just so funny to see at the very start of that fight. I don't know if you caught on, Mix, but the Garen was just chasing behind the Nunu for like 5 seconds, running across the entire board trying to kill it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that Nunu can do. Sometimes you just have everybody running up behind you when they see you rolling. But Norby now also down there, 6 gold, not much HP, 16 HP to work with. Both of these players need to be worried, need to find wins and wins and wins, especially looking at players like Gobo, like Chutzo, who are so healthy, pressuring the entire lobby here.
And Arat has 70 gold to work with. He is our Hacker LeBlanc player. I imagine going to be angling towards that LeBlanc 3 with all the gold that he has, and already only 3 LeBlancs left to hit that massive power spike. 2 now remaining, and with so much gold, there's almost a guarantee you will be hitting on this roll down if you're looking for it, if you're looking to roll down all the way down to 20 or 10 gold, and then trying to go level 8 to get a second power spike going in.
Yeah, and you're seeing a massive roll down here. Is of course looking for that LeBlanc 3, 2 copies away. We'll find a Warwick 2 in the meantime. Not necessarily what you were pressuring for, but it's nice to pick up anyway. Admin currently is on 15 ability power when an ally does, and gets 15 ability power for the rest of the combat. That's what Arad is running here for us. And look at that LeBlanc damage. She is being targeted by the enemy Samira though, and if she does not take her down, it might get troubled. They take each other down at the same time, and now it's fiddle on fiddle action, but Arad will lose this one.
And that comes down to rolling so heavily, not finding the LeBlanc 3, and then not having time to scout and actually reposition and making sure to play that copy? LeBlanc onto the left side of Samira. Only one away. You have to find it now. You have to have time to scout as well for your next opponent. But he doesn't find it. Also so close to the pike.
There she is! Selling off the pike has done the deed. The LeBlanc 3 has been found for Arad. That was so important. You needed it. You had to do this. So very, very well played from him. But here's Armor Truck. And Armor Truck is also in a position where the situation is dire. Meeting off against that LeBlanc 3.
LeBlanc versus Gnar. Will the Robo Rage be enough? The 5-item Gnar with the Knife's Edge and the Jeweled Lotus also helping out. Takes a while, but finally takes on the Jan in that back row. And now slowly working his way through that front line as Nunu just zooms in. Like, I'll help you out. I'll do some damage here as well. Apply the Morello. And it looks like the LeBlanc is just too strong. Too much single target damage. It will come down to essentially a 1v1 at the end with the tanks here dying out. But I think Gnar can't even reach the LeBlanc in time. And unfortunately, Arma Truck and Norby both taken out in this 5-2 fight.
Yeah, very unfortunate for these players. Broken, however, able to hang on. Here's an Urgot 2. He is playing so shiny. Do you pick it up or do you keep the double waves? You will pick it up. Does have the Giant Slayer, does have the double Infinity Force, and is looking for that Velvet 3, but she's still far away.
And we'll see all the eggs have put into this Urgot basket. Double Infinity Force, Giant Slayer finally finds the Urgot 2. So it's a massive power spec considering how much items you've actually put onto this unit, how much of the value on your board is dependent on this Urgot actually able to do damage, as well as the Undertow coming in for the CC.
Yeah, the Zephyr will help a little bit lift up that Fiddle there or Electro. Big cash out for Karma, but everything's getting CC'd there by the Fiddle once it comes down. However, Belbeth onto the Samira. She is going to take it down, and Broken finds one more win against Electro, taking him down to single digits. Arad still fighting for their life against Chuso here. Will find a win. Very, very important.
This is the case for Arad. Once he hits a LeBlanc 3 power spike, he's expected to win his next few fights until other players are able to continue greeting out and hit their own power spikes to try and maybe defeat this LeBlanc in stage 6 at some point.
Yeah, we are looking at the overall trade choices on the right. As the Envolts are being picked up, it is going to be Envolt plus item. Chuso going for that Bramble here. He is on the lasers, has picked up that laser heart at the very beginning of this round, and his admin currently is on HP gain for both of the traits.
This is a comp that sometimes falls off a bit. It's more of a tempo comp. At stage 2, 3, and 4 really is where it shines, but you're able to get that next power spike by getting the 6 laser core in thanks to the +1, and also now having a focus on Mordekaiser as a secondary carry alongside the Warwick.
Yeah, we are looking at a sure shot Morgana for the side of Electro. That was the player that very early on picked up 2 Infinity Emblems. And honestly, I was thinking we're going for the 7. Was not in the cards for Electro. And we're looking at Electro and Broken both fighting for their lives here side by side. Are they going to make it out alive? Only the Samira and the Belveth can answer that question. Looking very good for Broken. Samira also still alive for Electro. Both of these players should be making it through here and hang on for another round.
And for Broken as well, Karen tanking so much damage, still not dead by the end of that fight, allowing the time for the Belveth and the Urgot to do work in the backline.
Honestly, it's so impressive that Electro is able to win with this board. Has a Fiddle one, has a Garen one, notably, and an Urgot one here, as well as an Ezreal one. So lots of 5-cost 1-stars, and it is enough to hold on for now. Would very much like to upgrade that Ezreal, but did not find it, does not have the goal to roll further. If he can make it one more round, that PvE round might be able to give it back to him. But Broken and Electro still need to shake in their boots and see if they can make it out.
And Electro's still level 9, so has a chance to find more upgrades, find that Fiddle 2 as well, can get a lot stronger. But look in the left here, the Acel already taken down, Bel'Veth and Urgot still alive, healthy, the chest coming through thanks to that shiny. But now Urgot finally being targeted, taken down to half health, not killed just yet, and it should be a pretty easy cleanup on Arat's board here. The Garen again, very, very tanky in the front line for Broken.
Yeah, and once more, they both make it through. That now means Arat is also on single digits, and so is Gobo. 4 of these players are looking into the barrel for now. But first, we're going to go into BVE and see if there's anything they can pick up here. It's some gold to be gained, maybe some upgrades to be found. It's all about this round now.
And I have to apologize right away. I may have jinxed Gobo, who was at 100 HP going into Wolves. I said, there's no chance you bought for this game. And all of a sudden, he has found his way into that 5th place position. So close at the end here. From 3rd to 6th place, only 1 HP separates all of these players. And everything will come down to this next fight at 6-1. Extra player damage as well, which means that, you know, no matter how small the loss is, it will be the last one for 2 of these players.
I am actually so impressed the other way around with Broken managing to pilot this underground that looked so devastating for a long time into the top 4 for what it looks like right now. Upgrades are being found. Electro finding that Ezreal 2 that he was looking for so desperately. Chuso finding that Morta 2. Texida finding Ezreal 2. Fiddlesticks 2 being found for Chuso. Garen 2 now also for Electro. Upgrades all across the board. If you don't have one now, you're probably too late. There's an Anvil still in the cards for Broken. Is he going to pop it, or are we going to hold on to it? Here we go.
No,
This could have been the
remake the Urgot, please.
But it's not going to happen. The Randurance is going to come through, and someone will get eliminated here. Both of the single-digit players are fighting here side by side. Someone will get taken out. Take a look at the Bel'Veth on the bottom right. She just has so much damage, is being targeted by the bullet rain from the misfortune, but is able to take her down, not being hit. And Broken will find the win, as well as Arat, while Electro and Gobo are getting knocked out here.
Watching that fight on the left, all I can say is LeBlanc is indeed one of the units of all time in TFT. Just absolutely demolishes everything on the board, including that Samira at the end. Wins the 1v5 and able to keep Arat in this. Gets him to top 4 as well.
Super impressive. I'm still so impressed with Broken. I think that is so crazy good to be able to still be here, to still hold on, to find that scope weapon. Bel'Veth, make sure you utilize her as a carry. Crazy. But Texida now also being knocked down here against Arat, and one of these 2 will get eliminated.
The Zephyr hits the Morgana. LeBlanc already onto the Ezreal. The Ezreal is dead. Who's up next? It looks like TF is next on the platter, and TF also going to be taken down. But the Edge of Night helps the TF stay alive, switches the aggro from the LeBlanc. Now it's once again LeBlanc 1v5, 1v6. Can she do it? The next cast will come through. The Omnivan from the hacker is so massive, and unfortunately, it looks like she can't do it again. Oh my goodness, the Turkish player is on an absolute rampage. Can anyone stop? I was wondering, Mace, are you coming in?
No.
Am I waiting more?
No, it's good.
Suspense is building up.
Hit the mute button on accident. We got this. But we are going to go into one more fight. Arat and Broken. If they meet here, someone's going to go out. Chuso, if he loses, he still has a lot of HP to fall back on. Doesn't need to be too worried, but look at that damage from the 3-star LeBlanc. She just does so much here. Is getting supported by the Sunny Janna, and she's going to hop into that backline on the right side. Let's see how quickly she can take out the board. I think Arat Ara doesn't need to be too worried, but on the other side, there's a lot of upgrades on those 5 costs from Chuso, and Broken also fighting for his life, meeting with Chuso's copy to Belveth onto the LeBlanc on the left side. Can she take her down? It is going to be so close. The Edge of Night coming through, and Broken will find a loss here, and so will Ara, it seems like, and that is the double knockout for Chuso, who will win this lobby.
And that all came down to the burst damage you're able to get from the Mordekaiser. LeBlanc with 4 hacker, especially the Omniband you get, means that every time she's going to heal past the damage that she's being inflicted upon. But in the end, the burst damage from the Mordekaiser alongside the Warwick jumping onto her at the right time was just enough to kill her before she could once again 1v5 and try and win the game for Arat.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that Edge of Night yesterday as well. It's just such a crucial item in this current meta where you have these carries that just decimate your team one by one. If you're able to take your carry out just a few seconds, give it a breather, he's going to do the same to the enemy team. And that is exactly what went on. But we will hear from our analyst team to break this one down. We have an interview ready with Ukkkko, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
My name is Heikki Nikula. I'm from Finland. I am 32 years old and I work as a service manager in a building technology company called Overion. And I also play TFT and my in-game name is Ukkkko. Rising Legend is a good improvement in the competitive scene in Europe because like set 3, 4 and 5, we kind of have only these EU finals. So there was no tournaments in the mid-set, at least in my country. Maybe some France and some other countries have their own leagues, but it's good that we have this bigger circuit system now. Where also I think that helps people to play the tournaments better. The strongest ERC is maybe France overall, because I think they have the most overall amount of good players in Europe. So I'd say France. When I play ladder games, there's not like anyone I'm afraid of. But I think there is many really good players in Europe, and the top ladder games are very skilled, and it's kind of tough to win the games at the top of the ladder. So I want to shout out to my family and friends for the support.
Well, we got a Spanish pro on the desk and a Spanish pro winning the lobby and a Spanish production team. I'm not saying there's anything going on there, but I am going to present the information as it stands and then do one of these shrugs.
I mean, the evidence is compelling, Cinny Boo. What can you possibly say in Spain's defense?
I mean, we're just doing very great this year. Hopefully we get some more local support in Spain, and then we could probably start competing against the greater nations like Germany or France. So that'll be awesome. Yeah.
Just that good. You can quote him on that. Of course, that game was won by Chuso, and the thing we want to pull out is that laser core composition. 6 laser core enabled by that laser core heart. But Snooty, you were saying there were a couple other things that really made that composition shine.
Okay, so for starters, it's his admin choice. He got the first admin choice that was a 28 permanent HP for his whole team. So he started stacking that since very early in the game. And he got that same admin again, which makes it 50 HP because there's a 25% extra on that, right? So his whole team was just very beefy, and laser core applies to all of the units. And then I also think the items on Warwick were very good. And which ones were those, Peter?
Oh yes, as we were pointing out from before, we had a lot of defensive itemization coming in. I think people all the time have been more worried about the offensive component of Warwick, but instead, the Bloodthirst, the Edge of Night, Death Defiance, all ways of keeping Warwick around. But of course, you don't need to have as much damage on Warwick when the laser core drones are doing a ton of the work.
Across the rest of the lobby, we got to see your favorite, Snooty. We got to see a little bit of underground happening from 2 different players in Texida and Broken with varying results, but you had some information from the man, the myth, the legend, the Mort Dog himself.
Yeah, so specifically on the cash out for this Urgot and Double Triforce, when I was talking to Mort Dog, he mentioned that on the underground cash outs, he wanted a mix of that feeling that you always want to go for the next heist, so there was never a perfect reward. So in this case, maybe Double Triforce was actually very good for him, but sometimes it's like a double Black Cleaver and you can't do anything without it, so you're kind of forced into the next cash out. And I think that's a pretty cool approach to it.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the double Infinity Force Urgot, especially with it being a shiny Urgot as well, I mean, that's been the key to a lot of our players, including 2beards, we did, of course, see just a second ago. Having shiny in the mix means that your ability to, just go higher than many other compositions, particularly when Urgot is built as a carry, as he was in this case, is just sky high.
And I was really impressed by Broken's play of this game and the choices he made. He was playing a very accelerationist play style where he starts with these things where he says, okay, if I can just get a little bit further, I'm going to get a little bit more resources. Going from the underground cash out into that shiny augment saying, okay, now I can spend the gold because I have an economic engine that doesn't depend on me just banking all of my gold for the later stages of the game. The gold's going to come back, but my health isn't. So I'm going to keep pushing forward into the later stages, and it worked out really well for him.
I just wanted to mention on top of that the person that went for the boring cash out actually kind of got punished because he went for this normal gold cash out, right? And then he didn't get into the top 4, so got greeted out a little bit.
Yeah, and I kind of want to, I think we've got our standings coming up right now, but we're definitely seeing a very different day in number 3. So we're checking with some of our players. Of course, we see Marks at the bottom having a rough time of things so far. Still 4 games to go. As we look up, of course, today is not a day when we're cutting it to our top half. We are looking for a single winner, as well as people to place highly and get those golden spatula points.
You're going to be really happy with these results. A really strong start to the day. Snooty, you were saying, on day 2, you're kind of hoping to use up all your luck so that day 3, you get those high rolls, you get those great games. And it looks like Chuso accomplishing exactly that with those 2 first places in a row.
Before the day 3 started, he actually mentioned in a Discord practice group that he was going either for first or 32nd. So, I mean, he's kind of doing that at the moment, so I'm happy for him, yeah.
Really love to see it. Hopefully he's going to be able to keep that momentum going as we head into round 3. But first, heading to a break, swapping around the casters, swapping around the analyst desk, and an interview with Swellertiger. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Davide, my nickname is Swellertiger, I come from Italy. New format is better for people that don't play ladder, so people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify. I participate a lot of the Golden Spatula Cup and I play previous Super Brawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup and the second Spatula Cup I lose to it too. But set 7 I reach 4th place at 1 Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at Super Brawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone to watch the stream. Thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spatula Cup.
Welcome back everyone to the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. We are just 4 games away from crowning our last Golden Spatula champion of the Monsters Attack set. My name is Canbizz, here with Snooty Boo once again. Snooty, we're heading out onto the field this time, going right into the games. Of course, you've got your spot secured at the EMEA regional finals, but for these players we're seeing right now who are in sort of the middle lobbies, their futures are a lot less certain.
Yeah, and I'm just glad to see some of the classic names back here, like Dark Hydra or Les Coco. We actually used to compete on a different nickname, which was Le Colegas back when. Compete against the new talent like Reishi, right? So it's kind of a very interesting lobby in that sense. And yeah, I'm quite hyped to see the action. Like, for example, Jinga hasn't been doing that greatly this set, even though he's been one of the historically strongest European players, right?
No, absolutely. You know, there's certainly a lot of people who have very high hopes as we take a look at our points here. As we see our players, they're around, you know, the 8-7 point kind of mark here. So again, pretty much in the middle of the pack. We'll start to see as the day goes on, our players separate more into the players who are contesting for that first place and that guaranteed spot in the EMEA regional finals, and those who are just looking to get as high as possible and get as many points as possible. That's another way in.
For sure. Fun fact about one of these players, by the way, Dark Hydra, he's been mentioned in one of his practice groups to be like one of the most technical players. So he's always kind of demanding his practice partners to always be on point. I remember back in GSC 1 when Hayden actually won. After winning, they had a talk about his gameplay, and he just said, well, you just sucked and just got lucky, and that's why you won, but it wasn't good enough. So, I mean, if you practice with that guy, you're probably going to have to get better at some point, right?
Wow. All right. Some tough love. So coming into this game, as you said, you know, this is definitely a clash of new and old school players. You know, from what you've seen from the games that have taken place so far, you know, the two we've seen, you know, what kind of learnings have we got from day 3, maybe compared to days 1 and 2?
Well, we're seeing a lot more variety in the comps, right? There's obviously some hacker players, but it's not the only comp that we're seeing. So There's some threat that's going on. It's working really well. A lot of Surge Shot, a lot of Infinity Team, but definitely not only everybody battling for these two hacker players, right?
No, I mean, we mentioned it on the desk, of course, as well. The threats definitely seeming to be performing extremely well. We saw King Downs again winning out day one thanks to very heavy preference towards those threats. And then our previous lobby, though it didn't take first place, still did very well indeed.
I'm just hoping for Reishi to get a Poppy Carry Augment because he already had 4 of them. That would be quite awesome. Oh, the Jing is also already getting that Econ going on stage 1 because he had a gold opener. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. He can hit the 20 gold mark very soon. Sadly, he can't sell all of his board here to get two interest, but I mean, you just have to work with that.
No, it's a little bit sad, but well, I suppose with the context of the game we've got going on here, our players, they're roughly in the middle of the pack. What, if you're in this position, what kind of start would you like if you're looking to say get a first and have a really strong push up through the table?
Well, that really depends on your playstyle and how comfortable you're playing this win streak approach, right? Because some of these players put themselves in situations where they're actually quite far ahead, and then they get this gold advantage, but they've slammed the wrong items, and then at level 7 or 8, they're just not as comfortable. So Jingji is a win streak player usually, so I don't think he minds that. But for other players, it might be different. So in his case, I would definitely try to just push. But it's a bit more difficult because he had a gold opener, so he's in a disadvantage of items.
So our first augments will be golden rather than our hero augments we saw from before. So our players will be keeping their options a little bit open. What's your stance on getting potentially, popping this Toma traits very early and looking for direction?
Okay, so I've seen China do this a lot. I'm not really sure how you're supposed to approach it. China always pops it immediately because it gives you a variety of choices, and then you can actually define your game from that point on, right? In comparison to just like looking exactly for something, and when you don't get it, you're kind of disappointed. So now you got 6 tailored synergies, you get one of them, and maybe you're looking for a duelist. Probably not, because duelist sucks. But if you were actually looking for a duelist and don't get it, so you're disappointed. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, absolutely, it makes complete sense. And for Matt Black, we've also got something which is driving him in a particular direction. A very, very early LeBlanc, though she's not, of course, the monster that she will be later on. It does feel, speaking of LeBlanc and Nina, the hackers part of the equation here, it feels like LeBlanc has been staying pretty strong throughout the tournament, but Nina seems to have dropped off at least in popularity, perhaps, if in efficacy.
I think that's mainly because he doesn't stabilize as well at 2-star. So LeBlanc can do very well with the extra power of admin, like Ally on Death AP or just on kill AP or something like that. And Gnar really needs the 3-star to actually consistently top 4 or win out in the lobby. So that's probably what's been going on.
As we take a quick look across our augments for here, this lobby 3, you can see in fact 3 different people going for Toma traits very early on. So we'll keep an eye out to see how many of them have popped those. For Dark Hydra, taking the immediate power, though, of the Blitzcrank grab and some early duelists, so maybe we will be surprised by something.
Nah, he's not playing duelist. I would hope so. It's actually quite interesting that he went for the rocket grab because it's not one of the top tier Ornn items. I guess he was kind of forced into it because this augment has been nerfed so many times that sometimes you just have to pick this. It's very good for stage 2, but then everybody at this level obviously kind of play around it positioning wise, so you're not going to get that huge power spike off it. And actually, you can see him put it on the bench all the time in case they're scouting you, so it's just a surprise for your opponents, right?
Yeah, I do like it from Dark Hydra, trying to make the most of things. I mean, looking at the field overall in this game, we've got a very German, heavy lobby. 3 different German players being playing. You mentioned Yuso, of course, doing an incredible job as the only Spanish representative here in day number 3, currently at the top of the table. But there are a lot of German players who are doing very, very well.
Yeah, for sure. Germany is definitely popping off the set. They were not as good last time. But they're getting more and more players here, and they're also performing very well. So I'm happy for that. This Draven has triple item thanks to Salvagement. That's quite scary for this stage.
Yeah, and doing a really good job. Not a League of Draven, but I love seeing the Salvage bin there and so much flexibility you can bring in. Right now, though, I mean, with the current items we got there for Coco, I wouldn't be surprised you could potentially use those items for quite a while.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, Draven has fallen off as a transition unit because he was nerfed a few times. due to his very strong showing at the start of the set. But I mean, he's still very good for transition. If you hit him to an early 2-star, right, you can get him go for either threat route or the Scoresheet route at level 8. That's pretty awesome.
Alright, as our players pick up their first choices on this glitched out carousel, we will have the lesser champion duplicator coming in. And, Sunny, we've of course seen that having the ability to just grab a 1, 2, or 3 cost on your board immediately can really push the pace of the lobby.
You mean from carousel or the lesser Nico?
Oh, well, picking it from the carousel.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Sometimes you even go for a suboptimal item just to get the strength of the unit. It's very noticeable in this meta specifically because you want to go for those Kaisas, you want to go for the LeBlanc, even the Gnar. So you just spike off that 2-star, the 3-cost 2-star unit, and then you just sail on from there.
Van Herke has got a pretty decent board of laser core. It's no heart like we saw in our previous game to guarantee that you've got the really strong late game, but for now looking pretty decent with a clear mind board. So while we won't be seeing the reroll laser core, we will at least be seeing the pushing of levels and maybe even a pivot to something else.
Oh, this is definitely the dream scenario for him because the hard part when you pick a clear mind in comparison to lighter mind is that you actually need the 2-star units to get to level 7, level 8 quite stable, but he got all of them. He's even though he's losing a few rounds here, it doesn't matter because he's getting all his extra econ, so he's definitely happy about his spot.
One more round to go in stage 2, and Ging, the only undefeated player so far from Turkey, riding high at the top of the table. So pretty good about themselves, the German players, mostly sticking towards the top as well. Let's see, so Ging's secret to success was popping the tome immediately and finding the laser core emblem straight away.
So his item holder is going to be this Fiora for a Warwick in the future. He's already got the QSS prepared for him, and that's looking pretty good. I don't know if you just checked this admin, but I mean, he's a great setup for Laser Corp, right? I was actually expecting them not to perform this well in this tournament. Like Laser Corp synergy.
The Laser Corp, certainly in the last game, looked very impressive. Pappy Chill doing exactly the same thing as Ging, popping the tome immediately and finding a Gadgettine emblem. So we are starting to get a little bit of a picture of what this lobby will look like longer term.
Definitely some very nice tome results because sometimes you can just kind of get trolled by that and then your game looks pretty ugly. But good for them, for sure. Jing actually keeps his win streak, that's quite important. 20 gold, level 6 by the way, no economy augment, so that's impressive.
A really good start to carry on going forward. On the other end of the table, Matt Black will be going up to level 5. We can see that our players who've been taking the early losses, Matt Black in particular, a ton of money in the bank and a big loss streak. For Pappy Chill, must have just had a little bit of a stumble in the loss streak. Has still got a decent amount of money in the bank, but their streak is very small.
Yeah, he probably had the classic double lose streak duel, where one of them opened for the heart of the other one, and then you're just kind of sad overall. So we're going to see some aggressive roll downs here for the Gadgettine player, because he's got everything set up for the Gnar. He's just missing the piece itself. Maybe he actually gets the hero augment. He's got to be very careful about that, how he tailors the synergies, because that's going to make a huge difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've sort of touched on Gnar recently, but as you said, talk to me a little bit about what kind of difference it makes to have the Gadgettine emblem in here. Is it the kind of thing you wouldn't want to play Gadgettine without it?
You mean the Gnar augment, or?
Sorry, the Gadgettine emblem, and potentially an Gnar augment.
Oh, well, obviously the Gadgettine augment is just awesome because it gives you access to the 5 Gadgettine on level 7, which just spikes you very hard. And the fact that you actually have the synergy active makes it much more likely that you get the Gnar unit itself. So it's just an overall very cool situation for him. Maybe he even ints his board a little bit harder, like Reishi, who only put threats on the board, by the way, to get those threat augments in case the 3-2 augment is a hero one, right?
Okay, that's really fascinating, because yeah, Reishi does have, or looks like he's going to be making an approach into Gadgettine as well, and Pappy Chill will get first-hand experience of that happening. You did talk about some of the itemization being very strong from the off, and for Reishi-kun, that Gnar is already pretty terrifying.
Oh no, he's doing work even with no synergies active. Very lucky for him to actually face a loose streak player because he can keep an extra HP lead and without risking anything. And it's his prismatic augment, so that's a little bit sad for them.
Well, Snoody, talk to me here. If you're in the situation and you've got the prismatics coming in after your initial gold ones, how is this going to affect the lobby going forwards?
Okay, so the spike is coming mostly on stage 3, so people want to roll down all their gold here. And if you get a gold and prismatic augment, that means that the third augment is guaranteed to be a hero augment. So you can kind of focus on that because the last augment will be either 3, 4, or 5 cost. So you can actually look for those epic units and you want to itemize for them, or you want one of the best 3 cost units like LeBlanc or Gnar, so you can really spike harder than those guys. He has double Nico, so I think he's going to go for the threat approach. I can't recall what his augment was. Did you see that?
Oh no, honestly.
A lot of information, right?
Yeah, there's a ton to keep track of. But fortunately, we've got a great overlay to help make sense of things. So you can see Matt Black is actually going to be one of the few players who commits in further from that second choice, picks up the admin. Von Herker as well picks up the double timer traits. Apparently, Snooty, we just haven't had enough of them.
Actually, I would like to see what Matt Black is doing because he's got a double scaling admin and he actually got the admin emblem itself, so he's gonna spike really hard off that, but maybe he doesn't have the correct unit for it yet.
Yeah, scaling HP. You did talk about, of course, for Laser Core, how effective that can be. But I suppose, you know, we're in a situation where LeBlanc oftentimes is being left as the last unit standing, so she is having to absorb a lot more damage than she might otherwise expect for a spellcaster.
Oh, and there we got it. He's got the zone already. Both of them 2-star. Hit them at level 6 without using the lesser Nico. So he's scaling about 70-80 HP on both of these units. And he's got the Archangel Staff, which is just one of the best LeBlanc items. Also half of the Edge of Night, so his game is just looking smooth pretty much.
Of course, we talked about Edge of Night a little bit before, but incredible for making it just so difficult to ever really get rid of LeBlanc. Of course, this is all pre even finding Warwick to add to the composition to bring him in as a secondary threat.
Yeah, for sure. And also having that admin spat makes it like you have some kind of a fawn, right? Because you can save up one unit. If you actually hit the second admin spat, you're just going to go bonkers. And you can see LeBlanc doing work as one of the best units in the metagame, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's just ridiculous. She's not taking any aggro so far. But of course, the laser cores being, you know, forgetting this is a high stakes round, has a huge win streak. If they can't, they will lose their huge win streak if they cannot get through. And it's looking pretty tight. LeBlanc doesn't have the Edge of Night as of yet, and so Ging will keep on winning.
Yeah, that laser card mid-game is really hurting his opponents. Still 100 HP, maybe he can maintain that throughout stage 3. Then he can easily get up to that final board with Warwick and Mordekaiser.
Taking a quick look at our HPs and our inventories here, Pappy Chill, I'm out the back along with Dark Hydra and our truck, all around 60 HP, one Tucker barely above them. Our players towards the bottom of the table, preserving most of their items, whereas Ging and Coco up at the top, slamming everything they can get their hands on.
For sure. It makes a lot more sense in comps like Laser Card specifically, because you can use pretty much all kind of items. It doesn't really matter as long as your units survive long enough. Warwick can be used even as a tank sometimes.
Well, especially with the plus HP coming in, it's definitely going to be an absolute unit. As we check in with Dark Hydra, who has stuck with the duelists for a little bit longer than we would have expected. But, I mean, we live in a lobby that's in the shadow of Ging right now. So incredibly strong. I love the new recruit as well. You know, we're now Laser Core spread the drones across your entire team. More people on the field means more drones.
Yeah, for sure. And this is one of those things that we were talking about in the interview before. Statistically, New Recruit is one of the worst prismatic ottomans, but in this situation, of course, it makes a lot of sense because of what you just said. So this is one of the things that if you know the game well enough, you can go by feeling and recognize that it's a good spot to pick it, right?
Oh my gosh. So we've got some news here for our admin player from before. Is that Van Herker is also going to be going into the admin tree as well. So maybe LeBlanc 3 will be a little bit harder for both of these players to find than they would like.
This is when it gets really interesting because these admin players need to get creative and find other carries except for aside from LeBlanc, like maybe some Warwick carry or just other IP carries doing the secondary work. So it's going to be hard for them for sure.
And yes, that's been pointed out by our production team. And I think you're alluding to this as well, Van Herker is going for a very different admin setup from what we saw previously, going for attack, damage, and speed. So presumably, Van Herker is looking long-term to go into Warwick.
I guess so, yeah. It's a little bit more of a risky route because Warwick is an epic unit and you probably need him to 2-star to actually be stable. But he's got the double spat, so I mean, if he actually hits that, he's going to be doing quite fine.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the extra boost just waiting in the wings. Even playing 5 admin right now, Van Herker definitely waiting to surge forward. Again, in this lobby, we've got players who are really looking to better their fortunes if they're going to try and battle for the top 1 spot at the end of the day today. We're only 3 more games after this to determine who will be our champion here of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. From what you've seen so far, Snooty, who are you rating as a potential, top 1, top 2 player in this lobby?
Well, my personal bet was Chuso before him getting to day 3 as the only Spanish player, so I'm just happy about that, and maybe it actually gets real. I hope I don't caster curse him.
I mean, he's been doing incredibly well so far. I mean, in this lobby, are there any players who are kind of, you feel like have got the sort of route coming into stage 4, you think they could get the first or second in this lobby?
Oh, I mean, Jing is just a monster when he gets a win streak opener. I've played him so many times in this situation. He finds these very specific boards to get into a comfortable situation. And when he's there, he just doesn't lose the advantage ever. So I'm pretty sure he's locked in his top 1-2 position from what I've seen in the past.
Well, Ging will not be on a win streak coming into stage 4. Eventually had to give up the completely undefeated spot as Van Herker up to level 8, doing a little bit of a roll down to see if he can find, I believe, Warwick, the last remaining piece, and there it is, to come in to put Admin 6 online.
Oh, he finally managed. Wow, that's awesome. Jesus. If he gets either of the Warwick augments, that's going to be great. And this is what I mentioned, that the 4-2 augment is going to be hero augment every time. Now it just depends if he gets the Mordekaiser one, he gets the Warwick one, and how he can spike off that.
Just again, for clarity, the admin at play here is at 66% health. There'll be a big boost of attack damage and attack speed. So while the attack speed will definitely be relevant for LeBlanc, the attack damage will give a lot of responsibility across the Warwicks, as we do see our 2 admin friends going at face-to-face. Van Herker at admin 6 will prove the superior.
It's actually interesting because people don't usually go for that admin to proc at 66%. And he hit the Warwick one. I don't know if he wants the other one. This is... Oh, maybe he wants the scaling. Oh, he just wants to... He went for the Mordekaiser without even thinking about it. Interesting.
Okay, interesting. So going to be going a little bit deeper into the laser core as well to add on more of that magic damage. Van Herker definitely seems to have some pretty big plans for this game.
I mean, it does make sense because the highest spike is 6 admin, 6 laser corp. It just, it's kind of weird because he didn't guarantee the Warwick hit, even though he hit it in the roll down, so that was good enough for him. But I mean, I guess this is the better board late game, so it does make sense.
As we check across, you can see we've got Pappy Chill bringing out the Nunu, the Empowered Reserves, as mentioned before, for Armatrick. Obliterate for Ging as well, as of course you'd expect to see even more Laser Core coming in, so we know that Laser Core top comp is fully online. Across the field, everyone is powering up. Dark Hydra at the bottom, most in peril, as we check in once more with Pappy Chill and that extremely swift Nunu.
I really love this Nunu augment. The only good part about Hacker being meta is that you actually get to see Nunu gameplay again, because he was just kind of disappearing from the game this last few months. So him existing and his augment is just great overall.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff. I always love to see him just zooming around the place. As we check in with Reishi, who is currently on the 41 HP, taking a small loss there, though nothing major. Again, our bottom 4 all pretty close to cohering. There aren't any players right now who are plummeting out of the game.
He's actually got Ignore 1, and he had to Nico him at this point, and he wasn't really doing good great HP-wise. So he's sadly on the receiving end of the gadgeting players, right? I mean, he can actually hit Nunu 2, maybe from the carousel, and his other Nico, but it's not looking that great for him.
No, contesting with Pappy Chill is going to leave somebody behind. As you can see it out on the right-hand side of the screen, Armatrick going towards the Kaiser, and of course Ging. More or less where you'd expect, though, bringing a few more unexpected ones in. Dark Hydra, though, is again the player at the bottom of the table right now, showing that with Matt LeBlanc. Relying heavily on Samira. And Samira did come up in the conversation before, Snooty. I'm just trying to remember if you mentioned already, but what's your current stance on Samira?
So sure shots are definitely in a good point in this meta, but they're very hard to play because the final boards are very expensive and they require a lot of setup for them to work. But in the Dark Hydra situation, it'll probably work out because he's got the Daredevil augment, which makes all of the units hit much faster. So that's a very good thing for him. I think he already has some frontline units, so I think it's going to work for him overall this time, even though it was kind of hard to get to this point.
I mean, we've certainly, at this stage, as we see Mount Black picking up a Spatula, always interesting to see late on in proceedings. You know, we mentioned before our players towards the bottom had more items, or more components at least for items in inventories. Now those have started to evaporate a little bit. I'm actually starting to build up more towards our top end as Ging has taken another loss in the intervening time. So again, it's not undefeated anymore, but it's still on very, very high HP.
I mean, for sure, he's just going to go fast 9 from this point. He's chilling. He's got the tempo of the game. I'm kind of worried about players like Reishi because he had an intermediate board, or Puppy Chill, because all of these re-rollers, except for the Kai'Sa player, they're going to be stuck on 2-cost carries. Whoa, okay, never mind. He got a LeBlanc 3-star. Never mind me.
We did see a few visitors coming across to make sure exactly what's happened. So this is our friend, the other admin player, focused heavily on LeBlanc. You mentioned the Edge of Night coming in as a great defensive measure. I mean, how does this affect how LeBlanc plays?
Okay, so LeBlanc has great targeting, but she's the only one jumping backline because nowadays you position like all of your front lane in the last row, but that exposes her a lot of the times to the danger from his backline. So you need the Edge of the Night so that the units actually refocus other targets, for example Blitzcrank, and then she can safely kill every bounty one by one.
Oh my gosh, the damage is off the charts. To see Melback looking pretty pleased as how things are going right now. You can see there, 10,000 damage. Thank you very much to Observer Danny for showing us that. Because, I mean, if you talk about an eggs in one basket composition, you should be protecting that investment with the Edge of Night.
And he had double HP scaling one, right? Because if he actually hits the 6 admin route, he's going to have like about, I don't know, 120, 140 HP scaling on a carry and all of his units. So he's going to be unstoppable from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely nightmarish. Reishi, though, dropping down below 30. Seeing again, Ging being so dominant has really punished so much of the rest of the lobby. All from third place down with almost identical HP, as we see the perpetrator himself, Ging, with the laser core emblem on the Urgot. Just with such a ridiculous board, but maybe this will be the one that can give him a good drubbing.
I mean, not at the moment because he's got some 1-star units, but in the long run, he can maybe outscale him. It's actually quite a disappointing board for the amount of gold and win streak he was able to achieve in the early stages. So I guess he just didn't hit that well.
Well, could you talk to me a little bit about how this kind of admin setup matches up into the laser core? Because that last matchup didn't even look particularly close.
You mean for the laser core player or for the admin player, or?
Oh, for both ways.
Oh, so usually Laser Corp is very good at doing exactly what LeBlanc hates, is cleaning up all the other units except for LeBlanc herself. So then you get like 7 or 8 units around LeBlanc, and then all of them focus on her at the same time with all of these drones, and then you can kind of target her down. But that didn't happen because he has some 1-star units that just died off randomly to the LeBlanc shots.
And of course, she does thrive on those resets. So if we check in on the economy overall, we can see there's only a couple of players, Dark Hydra and Von Herker, Reishi to a lesser extent, who've got a decent amount of money in the bank. Armatruk and Matt Black both pushing up on win streaks as Ging starts to fall back a little bit. You did mention about the possibility of seeing Ging going up to level 9.
Doesn't look like that anymore.
No, but someone who is at level 9 is Von Herker.
Yeah, he really made good use of his Clear Mind augment. He got there very fast. He got a 6-8 admin ready. I think he's just looking for the 6 Laser Corp unit. Oh no, you can't without a spat. Okay, so this is his best board. But he's looking great, I mean, from this point on. This is a monstrous board.
I mean, absolutely terrifying stuff. Right now, we've even got the Yasuo there as a kind of a secondary carry, just making the Laser Core push up even further, up against Ging, who does seem to be in line for another pretty serious loss here. The board really being compacted in towards the center. The Warwick picks up all those drones at the end of the round. And much like the LeBlanc we saw before, the Edge of Night and the Warwick as well.
Yeah, it's just a great tool for the carries in this metagame. Actually interesting that they faced off against each other with the mirror comp, right? Oh, this LeBlanc is just demolishing everybody in the lobby. Oh, is that a Slogan North? Okay, go for it, yeah.
I was going to say, so with Reishi down on 1 HP, if you're in Reishi's position here, you haven't got the knowledge you're looking for, you haven't got money, you haven't even got a streak of any kind to work with, do you have any options left, or are you just consigned to 8th?
I mean, at this point, not anymore. There's actually a mistake, in my opinion, from his side that's not leaving one of the Gnar item spots open, because the gadgeting items are usually much better than regular items. They're not exactly rating quality, but they're like one step below that. So usually you try to leave some of these spots open. Maybe it was just kind of forced into it, but that could have helped to save some HP along the way.
All right, this could be the last ride for Reishi-kun. As we do see the Ging is going to be tearing through a lot. The Gnar barely lost any amount of time. We can see the resigned look from Reishi. Not the game with 3 you're hoping for. Again, bear in mind, we are kind of in the mid-lobby here, so taking an 8th in this kind of lobby can really destroy your chances of coming through and taking the entire cup.
You definitely have to go like for a triple top 1 or something like that. Something crazy, right?
But fortunately, well, at least for other players here, there's also a couple more eliminations that could be coming in the near future. I mean, obviously not for Pappy Chill and Dark Hydra, but for everybody else, we could be down to our top 5 very soon.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny that both of the gadgeting players went bottom, and this is what we were talking about. The stability of Gnar in comparison to LeBlanc is just much lower, so they're going to fall off so quickly. Of course, the LeBlanc player hit LeBlanc 3, so it's not an exactly fair comparison, but you can see it in this game, right?
And I do love the Fiddlesticks in there. Yes, Matt Black just very, very relaxed at this point in time. Has pretty much everything he needs to just tear through. Of course, the Fiddlesticks sharing those corrupted souls with LeBlanc. So hopefully we can get a report on how much AP she has by the end of round, because we've seen this before, Snooty. If you can find more than the regular ways to upgrade the LeBlanc's power, it doesn't seem like there is a ceiling.
No, for sure. And I think it's going to be like about 500 AP at the end of the round, which kind of means she one-shots everything, like a one-touch. Oh, there's another admin spat.
Oh, come on! It's absolutely the admin lobby. Vanhugger and Matlabak both going to be out there to get in there early and potentially look for the further upgrade. Vanhugger at level 9 will be the player to do just that.
He didn't go for the admin spat, by the way. That's quite interesting. Neither of them went for... Oh, no, the other one Darker went for it, of course, yeah. Makes sense. But I thought...
As well, from our traits on the right-hand side, Vanhugger and Matt Black do have not identical, but very similar setups here. Fiddlesticks, coming in as a real disruptive force. I mean, of course, I was always amazed in most recent, more recent patches to actually see Fiddlesticks getting buffed.
Oh, it's mainly because all of these legendary units are not doing that great anymore. Maybe only Mordekaiser and sometimes Fiddlesticks. They've kind of turned this into support units, and that's kind of sad. So I really like that they buff them every now and then.
The Dark Hydra, this one of the only players who's in a position of getting eliminated right here and now, will try and test their might against all of these laser cores. See, as of course the building dropped in your face is always going to be a tough nut to crack. The Warwick, I think the big problem child, but not quite strong enough. Dark Hydra holds on, but I still remain to be convinced if he can make it into top 5.
He's got a huge Spiral Spike going because of his Daredevil being pretty much fully stacked because he's 3 HP, right? So he's got max attack speed for his whole team. That's awesome.
I mean, we have seen players turn things around from the back, but as we see Vanhugger picking up the 2-star Mordekaiser, Armatruk picking up the 3-star Kaiser, things are getting stronger and stronger, and Dark Hydra can't afford to take a single loss.
By the way, look at these HP bars, thanks to the admin stack. Look at that Blitzcrank. It's 2-star Blitzcrank in stage 5, and he just looks like the ultimate tank.
Yeah, and as well, having the Warmog and the Redemption there as well. Just such a great aggro absorption for LeBlanc, as well as that Fiddlesticks up at the front. I mean, your heart sinks if you're Coco, who has been doing pretty well, when you see that LeBlanc land in your backline and say, well, guess at least one carry is gone. At least Belveth dances away enough from LeBlanc to avoid getting immediately killed as well.
I think he's got his hopes up tightened temporarily because LeBlanc focuses Garen, and it's going to take a while. Maybe Belveth can get to LeBlanc on time, but you still got the Edge of the Night, so that's a problem.
Well, there's the CC coming in. But as you said, Edge of Night, the HP pool, both are big. Blows up Garen, almost blows up Belveth as well. And you can see the frustration. Matt LeBlanc takes the L there, dropping down to 9 HP. Vanhugger on 14, Ging on 20, Coco on 21. Only Armatruk on nearly 40.
Jesus, I mean, it was really hard for Darkrai to come back from the spot where he was at. I'm actually surprised that Madblock is able to lose any round at all, because he's had the admins going on from the start of the game.
Yeah, we know that they've been stacking up to ridiculous levels. I think Madblock was absolutely in the same place. And one of the players, along with Ging, who's got some money left in the bank. I do want to kind of bring up Ging again, though, because of course Ging had that big win streak through, and I think you were saying, Ging's style is to get hold of a win streak and really make the most out of it, keep it going to the end. In this case, it feels like he's slipping down. He's got some money in the bank, but he is on a lose streak.
Yeah, he's in the middle of nowhere because he hit his board late at level 8, so it's going to be very hard to get to level 9. And if he actually gets there, he's going to have very, very little gold remaining. We can actually see that. He's got a 2-star legendaries project going on, but I don't think if he gets there, he doesn't get to level 9. So it's a tough spot for sure.
I suppose at least Ging does have probably the one extra life in the bank to go a little bit further. But yeah, still pretty far off of 9 to at least be able to get up there and roll to find those finalized parts. Madblock will, of course, be fighting for their life in this round up against the 3-star Kaiser board of Armatrook on the right-hand side of your screen.
Wow.
As fights for life on the left.
That Kaiser board is so amazing. He's got the anti-CC, he's got the Syndra augment that gives him extra AP, he's got the phony front line to get more tanks. That's just great.
It's absolutely, I mean, there's so much CC reliance in the late game as we see LeBlanc fall victim to the focus fire of the Kaiser. And apparently it didn't matter just quite how far you stack. Kaiser's infinite damage potential, especially with the Archangels, was just too much.
He just went 5th with that admin board with a LeBlanc 3. That really hurts. I mean, seeing his spot, I would have never thought him going bottom 4.
So, if you're in Matt's position there, was there anything that you could have done differently, or was it just this lobby?
Maybe you wanted to go for a different admin spat holder, so that can actually make a better use of the HP scaling. But it just seemed like he couldn't have won any of those fights.
Well, Ging needs to win this fight as Van Herker picks up the Edge Rail 2. Armatrook's Kaiser 3 continues to be an absolute nightmare again. As you point out, Snooty, immune to CC for the majority of the combat means that these quick draws on the backside can go crazy. Of course, it's also a Star Guardian misfortune, which we know is the secret source that will put Ging down.
Even at 1-star, she's doing so much work, and Coco managed to get a top 2 spot with that mech comp. Wow, that's impressive.
I'm really impressed as well. The threats just seem to be more and more of a factor going on. So we've got the Aurelian Soul very heavily itemized. We've got the Belveth heavily itemized. As you said, the mech frontline. This is pretty much just like looking into the previous lobby.
Once again, by the way, the threats are still standing out very strong in this game. It's been going on for the entirety of the day, and I don't think he can actually beat that Kaiser board, but maybe he can find a solution. Both of them are running Syndra with the Trojan. It's just one of the best units in late game to get extra presence on the board.
Well, we shall see. Maybe if we see some lucky lands on the Meteors from the Aurelian Soul. The only problem is the Hand of Justice on the Kaiser is healing away any incidental damage coming their way. So it's going to require a one-shot to put her down.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. She's just got so many units protecting her, and this fight was just way too one-sided.
We do have our other admin player, Van Herker, going out in 3rd, so it's pretty amazing, honestly. 3rd and 5th for a game where it felt like admin was the defining characteristic of the lobby.
But they found ways around it. They definitely used their advantage as well. It's France against France, by the way. Classic TFT repeats themselves.
I was going to say, France has been the region that has definitely been sort of slipping back a little bit from the spotlight from being like crazy dominant before, allowing Germany and of course Spain more into the space. Where do you feel like France is right now?
They're still the top region just because of the amount of top tier players that they have. Maybe if Germany is starting to catch up, but they're still one step ahead of the rest of us for sure.
All right, it's an all-France derby. We'll see if Coco has a way through this nightmarishly strong Kaiser board. I mean, the setup just feels absolutely fantastic. You see, of course, it's very upsetting when you have a Garen as your main, as a main tank to try and stun the entire opposing board, and they just completely ignore it.
He was just set up perfectly to win at this lobby. He's just unstoppable at this point.
There we go. Armor Truck takes first place, and the second place going to the fellow French player as well. So, again, the consequences of this lobby are we're finding the players which are going to be pushing up and challenging for the crown here at the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. Based on what you saw from those two there, Snitty, what do you think their chances are?
Well, I'm a bit more confident about Ukkkko because he went for a bit innovative route. I think the case of comp is just anybody here knows how to play it pretty much at the same level. So I'm really believing that Ukkkko can get back into the race.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly am fascinated to keep following these threats, coming through here, because it feels like it's definitely been flying at least somewhat under the radar, but still proving extremely effective. Gentle viewers, though, we are officially past the halfway mark in our final day of play. We'll be headed to break and hearing from our analyst desk with an interview with Magarky. In the meantime, we'll catch you in a few minutes' time.
So my name is Magarky. I'm a French TFT player. I'm playing for Team Aegis, and I've been playing TFT since set 2. I feel like this set it's a lot more flexible, a lot more complex, and as pro player I really enjoy playing it. Yeah, I prefer this format because it makes the regional tournaments have more importance, and it's nice to have each country or each region with different ways to qualify. Otherwise, if you miss out on the ladder, then it's see you in 6 months. It's how it used to be, but now it's better. There are numerous ways to qualify, so I like it. Best way to qualify is through the open qualifier, and to win this qualifier. And I feel like most players feel like the open qualifier is a lesser way to get into the Golden Spatula, but I think if you manage to win the qualifier, it means you're prepared for the real Golden Spatula just the week after. So I would say play in the open qualifier. So thank you for everyone who's been following me and like cheering for me in the chat. Et merci à tous les fans, notamment d'Aegis qui sont à fond derrière nous, ça fait plaisir.
I've been thinking about it. Like for Panda, it seems to work. He casts 2 games, Chuso gets double first, somehow Spain breezing through. For me, it seems to be somewhat of the opposite. Of course, there's a lot of German players in this tournament, so notably someone has to go bottom 4, but for me the prevalence is a little bit too high. So before we get too much into what was going on with Germany there, why don't you talk to me a little bit about that winning comp, Panda?
The winning comp was Star Guardians, and apart from Star Guardians being good, it's also the fact that it was completely uncontested. Everyone was scrambling for their admin units, the NARs and the 7th and 8th hand-holding there from Papi Chill and Reishi, but no one was on any of the Star Guardian units whatsoever. And not just that, you were also able to get Verdant Veil at 3-2, which doesn't really give the biggest impact at that moment, but once stage 4 rolls around, once the heavy CC comes in from the 4 and 5 cost, that's where it really does shine, especially when it's helping units like MF and Kai'Sa just completely not stop shredding, just constant DPS all throughout with the quick draw.
You guys are sitting here talking about how, it's either whether you cast, whether you don't cast, how your region's doing. It's funny, no matter what role I'm in, I haven't seen a single North American player win a game. So I don't know what's up with that. It's so strange. But I really wanted to highlight Matt Black and Matt Black and Vonderke going for Admin 6, which we've talked about how important Admin has been throughout the weekend, but we haven't seen the prismatic chase trait all that much. And they had differing results with it. Matt Black started crushing the lobby early with that LeBlanc 3, but just had scaling HP twice for the admin on combat start, and his LeBlanc just didn't have the AP to chew through those tankier units like Garen. Vonderke, on the other hand, got AD plus attack speed. So once he got that 6 laser core, his Warwick just absolutely decimated boards, and that was how he secured that 3rd. So really love seeing that chase trait work out for him.
Yeah, me too. Vonderke holding up Germany single-handedly in this lobby. At the bottom end of the lobby, there was a little bit of devastation going on. We've been talking about the Narcom. Whenever it's competed, it's just so much harder to get it online, to get anywhere with it. In an off-stream lobby in Game 2, we had 3 Kai'Sa 3. If you're running Gnar, that's not going to go your way if you're competing with someone. Just too many units that you're sharing with this comp and other comps. Speaking about the Shen, speaking about the LeBlanc, you're gonna have a bad time. Don't do this. Don't try this in your own rankings. Reishi and Papi Chill, unfortunately, going 7 and 8 with that competition there. And then for Dark Hydra, it felt like the direction came a little bit late. It was there, but it wasn't enough. Didn't really manage to hit the units he was looking for, unfortunately.
Also for Ukkkko, we haven't mentioned, but the threats continue to be so good. The dual carry setup between the Aesol and Bel'Veth. In this case, playing the Mecha and the Garen as a frontline, showcasing, I think, TFT to its highest level, just trying to pair a good frontline that can stall for time and a good backline that can do damage with the AoE damage coming in from Aesol and the single target from Bel'Veth. I think just a great pairing today, this game, but versus all the entire weekend, I think, has been really popping off.
Well, we saw how absolutely disgusting that Garen was into pretty much every composition except for Arma's, and that was thanks to the Verdant Veil you pointed out earlier. The CC from the Garen was just locking down entire boards, plus the Dragon Claw, ensuring that specifically Matt's board was doing absolutely nothing against his frontline. So just coasting to that second off some really good play, and like you said, that nutty frontline.
Yeah, absolutely. Verdant Veil coming in as kind of the MVP. But speaking of MVPs, we kind of have to check the standings here. Now, word of advice for all German fans is going to be a little bit hard. However, Marks should be already qualified to the finals by making it to day 3, so we're not too worried about this one. Very sad to see Raiko down here, but our top 32 players of the Golden Spatula Cup are still battling it out. We're at the halfway point. They could still turn everything upside down. And here is a little treat for me and everybody else. Broken currently leading the lobby, followed by Canbizz, which I know must you make very happy, Matt, and then Chusu in 3rd place. So we're all kind of happy this time around, right?
Today, the analyst desk is just beaming ear to ear. This is great.
Great to see players like Canbizz at the very top. He's been so consistent this set throughout all the GSCs, made it to day 3 in every single tournament, and is still up here fighting to, again, he could have just put his foot off of the gas pedal, say, hey, I'm already qualified for regional finals. I can take it chill. I can just try and play for experience. But no, he's still here dominating the competition.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I've been really impressed by the consistency Canbizz has had throughout this set. You know, I kind of put him in under the wire. I was like, oh, dark horse, yeah, less likely to win. But dude's been absolutely popping off. He hasn't been this consistent since set 3, and I'm really excited to see where it takes him, because it's looking like it might take him to the finals, or just potential.
It's very
I'm not French, I can say it. I won't curse him.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but
that's how it works. It's fine.
As our lobby is getting ready, I think in general we're seeing a trend of players that competed a long time ago, that played TFT a long time ago, like Dark Hydra, coming back into the game, and players that usually are more of ladder warriors, like Broken, like Reishi, come into play in the Golden Spatula Cup. So we must be doing something right, because we're gaining the attraction of all of those players. So I'm very happy to have them here, and I'm very happy to have a chat here as well. Now, guys, I've been thinking about something. So during game 1 and game 2, we had a lot of, how I call it, Le Blanc. Now, chat does not like when I say that. Chat thinks it's Le Blanc, but I am here to propose a new option. I think we should be calling her Le Plink.
Le Plink, I like it. I like the cat synergy. You're double dipping into the Twitch emotes, plus trying to work against the hate LeBlanc gets naturally. I like it, Minx. Good strategy.
I think I'd also like to propose a 4th alternative, just so we have some variety. We could go with the frogging classic Le Blink. And I think, you know, that way we cover all of our bases. We have plenty of options. So 4 pronunciations across 5 casters. Maybe Snooty can come up with a 5th pronunciation, and we'll just be ready to go.
Yeah, and speaking of, I do think our casters are ready. Here are Snooty Boo and Counterfeit for you, with hopefully more Le Plink.
Snooty, honestly, what a bunch of Le Planks. We're coming into the last half of the lobby 4. This is where we're going to start seeing everything come together. But I suppose, what's your way of saying LeBlanc? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if Le Bonkers has been used yet, but I really like that one. Le Bonkers.
I think that's appropriate based on what we've seen so far. But, alright, so coming into this next lobby, you know, of course, you've been in this position before. You know, again, our player with the highest Golden Spatula points of anybody right now, at least. You know, if you're in this position for these kind of players, you know, around the very, very tippy top of what we're looking at here, you know, in lobby 4, we're really very focused on towards who's going to be winning, who's going to be getting the most points. How do you expect these players to be feeling?
Well, they're obviously quite tense unless you're like Canbizz, because you've already qualified for the finals. Then you've got nothing to lose and you can pretty much risk it all, right? Ukkkko, which is pretty much a classic from all time long in TFT, he's got a lot to prove because he's been very consistent in past sets, like holding 3 accounts at top 1 and 2 and 3 ranking back then. So I think he really wants to prove that he can actually have this tournament performance, and he's got his spot to show right now. And other people like Swellertiger also dominated the ladder. So these guys have got 3 games, a great shot at it, but they've got to make the best out of it.
Of course, with the way the tournament works, the better you do, the harder your opponents will be. So here in the lobby 1, these are all of our best performing players right now, including, as you said, players with nothing to lose and just here to prove their superior might. Because of course, you know, going into the regional finals, it's going to be a lot of the same players playing again. So even if you don't need to, you know, dominating here in the Golden Spatula Cup number 3, a great way to show exactly what everyone's in for.
Of course, and the meta's not going to change that much because it's still in the same semi-set and it's still in the pretty much, 2 patches away, so it's definitely good to get this practice in. That's very nice from Canbizz to have an advantage in that sense. And by the way, I'm actually really hyped that he gets a chance to prove that he's very great at the game, because he's always kind of a bit of the shadow of 61, his training partner, also his cousin. So, I mean, he's shown throughout the sets that he's more than great at this game, but he needs that final tournament win.
I know Wita in particular are a big pusher of Canbizz as, you know, the next big thing to step outside of, you know, just being double 61's cousin. I think, you know, getting the win at the international stage is definitely the first step towards this, but it's always fascinating, you know, looking at all these players here, like, you know, Juso as well, and seeing where they are as we get our first tournaments in.
I want him to pick the underground, but I think he's not a biggest fan. He doesn't really like the synergy. He's never really liked this set. He's already got a laser curve start, and the Hassler which is just a great tempo augment, and the hacker spat for an admin player. So there we go. We know what he's doing.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, you've got your direction from the beginning of the game. So based on the itemization we're seeing right now, I'm assuming that Ukkkko is going to be moving more towards the LeBlanc side of things than the Warwick side of things, at least in the short term. But let's take a quick look across at our augments coming in, because we do get a quick draw and a sure shot crests and hearts coming in across the place. So we've got a couple of directions locked in already.
For sure, and also this very aggressive start from Broken. He's got the what's this item called again? The orange one?
Oh, the gold collector.
Oh yeah, the gold collector. So he really needs to win your card this stage to make up for the lower quality item. But if he gets like around 10 or 15 gold, he can be happy with it. He's already farming 2 gold this round, maybe 3. Maybe he can get the third one up this.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the gold collector then, because we're seeing it working pretty well right now for Broken, aka Calmagod. Why is it that people are less in favor of it than the other options?
So the thing is that you really have to get a good win streak off it. Otherwise, it's just not going to be worth it, because the stats of the item itself, in comparison to maybe like a broken hourglass, which gives you lots of stats of all these like AP, armor, and magic resist. This has very low stats quality, and if you don't win streak off it, or maybe get a level 6 on stage 2 or an early level 7 on stage 3, you're just going to fall off and have one less augment.
So for our players, taking us back out to the big picture then for a second, as we will take stock of where everybody is right now. Electro with a quick draw and defender setup. If you're in this position in the tournament, I guess putting aside the Golden Spatula, already qualified players at the time being, for everybody else in this lobby, you're already at table 1. You are in position to potentially take the crown here. How does this affect your play if you don't have a secured spot?
You definitely need to go for the top 1 to top 2 because it's going to get very tight. And if you actually go down from lobby 1, it's kind of hard to get back there. So you don't want to lose focus, right? And just give up on these points.
All right, we'll check in with Canbizz, of course. The master of having a ton of potential, but needing to make good on it. Certainly this event will be a good training ground for Canbizz's performances come. It's up to 3 sure shot already. A pretty solid start and a win streak to get us started off here. We'll go up against that gold collector board from before.
Yeah, I really love the fact that he has 1 interest gold and also silver 2 and a decent front line, so he's in an awesome spot right now. The Surge Shot emblem allows it for him to get to 5 Surge Shot, which is about 25% scaling if I'm not wrong, and that's just demolishing in the late game. So if he gets like some kind of defender or mech front line, he'll be good to go.
Canbizz not the only one who's winning though. Swellertiger keeping that win streak going, of course representing Italy in today's event. I know, Sonny, if you've got, what's your stance on the Italian players? Because we haven't necessarily actually directly talked about them a ton.
So they're disappearing this set. I don't know exactly for what reason. They've been very strong in the past sets. Swellertiger is the only one that's really like trying very hard along with Raiko. But the others have kind of disappeared, like Ukkkko, which was one of the classics. I don't know if they've just lost interest or what happened exactly, but they used to be one of the top regions for sure. And now they've only got like 2 or 3 players.
Let's check in with Chinese Superpop, or aka Norby, of course, representing Hungary, one of those regions where we're really hoping to get to see the chance to take the Golden Spatula Cup for the very first time. Again, 7 different countries in today's event who've never managed to take a Golden Spatula Cup, in much less an EMEA regional title. I'm really hoping, that we get to see some of these smaller countries, ideally with the help of the larger countries, come to much larger prominence.
Oh yeah, for sure. And by the way, he's just so confident in his admin buff that he straight away slams his admin spat, so it must be a great admin buff. We'll see about that in a second. A Lux carry, just to get a smooth transition into other carries, and he's not going to have a hard win streak, but he's definitely going to kill a lot of units along the way.
We've had a few different admin checks come in, actually, and yes, Norby's one that's still to be confirmed because so many different players have gone for it. So Broken picking up the attack speed, Ukkkko with a maximum health. So maybe we'll be seeing Ukkkko fighting back from the bottom of the table with a long-term strategy. But for Swellertiger, who said one of the people holding on,
What do you think?
Oh, actually. No,
what do you think about these new carousels, by the way? The glitch carousel, the ones that you have all these kind of different outcomes. Like, for example, here you have the extra item or just like a 3-cost unit with double item. Do you like it for the game?
I think it's definitely interesting. I think that we're in the stage where it's much more, I think, influential than it could be in terms of, getting a couple of items is great, but we've seen some of our lobbies, really change their character by having these radiant items and Ornn items being brought into the late game. I do wonder if that kind of thing will persist longer term, or if we're just kind of in the most extreme version of the glitch out carousels, which will maybe pull back in the future to be more predictable.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'm just happy overall that they finally took the risk of changing something about carousel, because it's one of the main mechanics and they had to do something about it because it was pretty much the same from set 1 until this point, right? By the way, Swellertiger barely loses his win streak against that Ashe.
Oh, yeah.
That was painful.
And that means that nobody will leave stage 2 with a win streak, and we can see that reflected in the gold totals here. Only Gobister, who has presumably just broken their loss streak, has actually a decent amount of money in the bank. Ukkkko just below them, but everybody else around 20 gold.
Yep, pretty stable economy overall. They're looking good. Ukkkko is the one that really needs to spike to come back from this spot in stage 3-2. He can either roll on a 3-1 to stabilize, or maybe a 3-2. He's not even picking the item from the... How do you call it in English? Sorry, the forge, is it? Or
oh yes, the anvil.
The anvil, yes. Okay, great. But I think he can make it to actually beat creeps, so he's looking good.
Yes, it's a little bit worrying when that's going to be the case, but yes.
Sounds like a joke, but it happens way more than you actually like it to happen.
Oh no, I mean, we've already learned from Paderball in previous tournaments that losing to creeps is the only surefire way to guarantee a win.
Wasn't it double 61 like in GST 2 or 1 that every day he made it to the next day he was actually losing to creeps like consistently?
Oh, I think you might be right. I think I might be confusing Paderball with double 61, so my apologies there. To check in with Electro, who has gone for an interesting choice here. So we've got ourselves a defender emblem. They're looking like we're putting together a pretty strong defender front line to go with these quick draws.
This is one of the classic comps for a quick draw for sure. It's just a little bit weird to me because it does make sense since it's a front-to-back composition, right? You got to get all these tanks and extra time for the quick draw. But in a heavy AP meta, these defenders are not really that useful because the extra armor doesn't really amount for that much. So it's weird, but I guess it makes sense.
I suppose at least in the short term it will be effective. But yes, I do wonder if maybe we'll be seeing this kind of being turned into maybe a Defender 2 later on, just saving the need to play another unit. But looking over the whole field, we can see that Chinese Superbot and Ukkkko both down in 60s, as we will get our hero augment second, but it's going to be on the cheaper side.
Well, he hits the Kaiser augment. He could have also gone for the Shen carry one, which was awesome because he had a lot of defenders, but he didn't have an RFC or any of the Shen items, so I kind of understand him passing up on that. But multi-shot, obviously, Kaiser one of the best units. You could go for this, no problem.
It's definitely thinking pretty hard about it, but does conclude this will be the right way to go. Lucian, of course, as Lucian I suspect will be doing longer term item carrying pretty darn well. Canbizz and the sure shots looking for something more, and decides to go for the recursion matrix. We did see this be a very popular augment from before as a generic defensive option.
It's especially strong in Surshot comps because Surshot lack all this extra tankiness, right? And then if you have 5 Surshot, you usually lose against hacker players. But since they cast that often, if you have this recursion from Shen, you can actually survive to the burst, and that's pretty good.
Well, it's going to come in useful straight away. As we do see, of course, we've got a little bit of invincibility timing for the Sivir because of playing Shen yourself. And yeah, it's working pretty darn well there. Right now, Norby, aka Chinese Superbots, that LeBlanc is not strong enough to stay alive and get those multiple sure shots down.
You only had Edge of the Night, so it was lacking some damage. Very smooth transition from Canbizz here to just have the classic Infinity Team Sure Shot, which gives him 2 Sivers, right? He can just pop up from that. Even though most of his board is 1-starred, he's doing very well.
I mean, just putting the raw bodies on the board. I like the, while the items of Thieves' Gloves aren't amazing, just itemizing that backline carry, which gets duplicated again. And the front line is pretty darn strong. I mean, we've already seen that what we're seeing from the hackers right now is not good enough to take down Canbizz's board. We'll be competing with Electro up at the top of the table, but right now facing off against another AD heavy comp.
He's got the Jax support augment, right? Which when he dies off, he gives a lot of stats to his team. I think it's attack speed and armor. So he wants that Jax to die off as soon as possible, so Ashe can actually pop off and kill the entire team. Tanky and very beefy frontline from the brawlers, and he's just chilling with his Ashe. Is that going to be a Warwick, or you think he's going to pivot into some sure shot kind of version?
Well, I think with Canbizz getting there first and the brawlers already being in place, I'd certainly like to see Broken going down the the Warwick side of things. I think coming into this whole event, we really were much like Threats, kind of undervaluing how strong the brawlers can be.
Yeah, for sure. Since there's not that many Jax carry comps, people just forget that they're also frontline units and they don't use them anymore.
So as we come to our carousel here in the middle of stage number 3, I do notice we've got an awful lot of the same item components in Gobest's, Lobby, and Ukko's inventories right now. Tears aplenty.
We definitely have to keep an eye on Ukko because he's about to die. 29 HP. He has to get his board going. I don't know if he's going for that level 7. He's going for level 7 all in. A lot of gold to spend. Not even a LeBlanc pair. Rolling down, looking for their hacker units. Maybe an Echo pair. Okay, wow, Echo dude, that's awesome.
All right.
Is it enough though?
Gosh. Yeah, we're being contested here. It seems to really thrown a span in the wrench. Again, Ukko this is Barry, and of course, your Dark Horse player. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose Ukko?
So I've been facing him ever since I played TFT. He always crushes me on ladder. I remember that time, as I told you, that he had 3 accounts in top 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously in the European server. So that's just completely crazy to me. I remember he used to be very good at improvising a lot of different comps and new approaches to the meta comps. So I really like that about him. He used to play LeBlanc before it was cool. So I really respect him for that. But he's got a LeBlanc 1 in this case. So he's not getting rewarded for it, I guess.
Let's we'll note about what Norby is playing. It's the on death or on ally death, you gain admins gain ability power for the rest of the combat, doubling up on that effect. So that's a lot of AP coming down the pipe, but it will take a little while to come online. Okay, still stuck on that LeBlanc 1, and I mean, if the LeBlanc 2 does come, it's going to have to come through the shops naturally, because presumably there's only so far you can go with a LeBlanc 1 in putting together a win streak.
On the bright side of the situation, he's got 7 pikes. Pike is also a very great carry unit, so if he gets like a Thief's Glove on it or something, he can perma-CC all of the opponent's team and win off that.
Well, that's a very fair point. Certainly, Pike's stun ability is off the charts for a 2-cost. Able to scoot across the team and just hand out absolutely ludicrous stuns and buy a ton of time for the scaling of LeBlanc. She may only be 1 star, but that Archangels means she's getting a lot more punch in the tank if those rounds go long.
I mean, you can already see him go no items. He's casted twice. The other Pike casted as well. That Ashe was stunned like for 4 or 5 seconds this fight. That's just completely gross.
It has enough left to finish off the round as well. So no Edge of Night for that LeBlanc, so it's still a little bit of a risk. But we talked about it at the top of the show, of course, as well. Later on we'll see people's positioning to really try and curtail LeBlanc's power, but right now people aren't prioritizing it as highly as they might otherwise be.
By the way, he hit 0 LeBlanc units. This one is from his hero augment. So he had 0 LeBlancs in his shop. That's just sad. That must feel horrible.
I mean, what do you do in a situation like this? Do you just have to resign your fate, or are you just playing for, say, top 6?
I mean, you're definitely not looking at a top 1. You try to find alternatives like in this Pike 3 unit, but it's not looking that great because you don't even have the LeBlanc pair. So he needs to hit like a max at stage 4 or 5, win a few of these rounds. Oh, he had it. He has it. Pike 3. Awesome. Wow. And the Thieves' Gloves. Okay. Well, I'll sell him my PayPal for after the game. I think that's... he owes me that at least.
No, that's
for
brilliant.
admin.
All right. Well, I mean, this is pretty big because the admin so far for Ukko has been gaining max HP on dropping down to 66% health, which isn't fantastic for LeBlanc's, ability to punch out everybody else. But we've got a rest of the lobby to worry about as well. Gobister bringing out the quick draw. Of course, the quick draw heart from before means they're accelerating their backline power considerably. The front lines are evaporating quickly.
Oh, I really love that he's using this Ezreal carry. He got it pretty soon as well. He's got an Edge of the Night to take against the hackers. This is actually a pretty cool comp he's got going. Nice mix.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of the Rising Spellforce Ezreal being played. I presumably, it's only going to be playable with the hero augment, but how do you feel like it matches up against the other quick shots? Oh, actually, hold that thought, because we've got some more augments coming in.
So the makeshift armor is pretty great in this situation because he seems to be lacking frontline. For a silver augment, it's the highest quality because it matches very nicely against other silver augments. And I don't think you want to go for a 5 Infinity route. Defender is not that great, since you mentioned it's an AP meta. So he goes for that exactly. He gets what he needs, which is the extra frontline. And I think he can be very happy for... Whoa, okay, Ukkkko's back in the game. Do you think he managed to come back at 15 HP?
Oh boy, it's only going to take one person who's got a board that's good against this. That's, everything goes down in flames. I mean, 5 hacker is pretty good, but I do wonder, I would imagine in an ideal world you'd have some other units that would do enough damage for that Omnivamp to be significant.
Yeah, I mean, it's only useful on 2 units. He had AP scaling on Death, right? So that's great. And specifically for these two, I don't know what you want to go for here on Carousel, because you want to complete that Edge of the Night and LeBlanc, but you have 0 components for that item. So maybe you want to go for that Admin Spat, Chalice of Power to get an extra strength, or something like that.
Oh no, so sorry, that was actually the other admin player.
Okay.
For Ukkkko, this is maximum HP at 66% health, and that's
that sucks.
Twice. So I guess you've got a very tanky team, but you're going to have to pick up your AP from your items.
Okay, so first of all, the problem is that the admin that procs at 66% is pretty low tier, and we've seen from the last game that even with the LeBlanc 3, the double HP scaling just wasn't good enough, so I think that's going to be a problem for him, but he's got Pike 3, so I think he can make up for it.
Well, of course, the reason why that's been such a tough journey for Ukkkko is Norby here, who's been going into the same line as well, now up to Admin 6. I mean, we were a little disappointed by where Admin finished in the previous game, but are you still a believer, Snitty?
I am always a believer. If you hit 6 admin on 4-3 with good admins, I think you should be good to go. But I mean, 18 and 15 HP is just rough. It's funny that everybody talks about these meta comps, right, and they're going to dominate the meta. But everybody else found some very interesting approaches to the game, and they're just doing much better. So maybe you need to be a little bit more creative in TFT at the moment.
Well, just to touch back on what we were talking about previously, because this is the On Ally Death AP, so this LeBlanc is very strong. We've actually started seeing Broken doing the anti-LeBlanc or anti-hacker positioning we were talking about at the beginning of the show already.
Yeah, I mean, if you know there's 2 hacker players, they're both about to get eliminated, you want to get your best shot at eliminating them as soon as possible so you can get a higher placement. Ukkkko losing, by the way, 5 HP. Ooh. This is completely a terrifying situation for him. Doesn't have the Edge of the Night nor components, so I think he's pretty dead right now.
Doesn't seem like there's any good news coming. Norby is also in, because Norby and Ukkkko both in a terrible situation right now. Bear in mind, this is Lobby 1, but again, like we said before, we're not cutting half our players today. We are looking for a top 1 player to take the title of Golden Spatula Cup number 3 champion and get the guaranteed spot in the EMEA regional finals. For a lot of our other players, they're trying to finish as highly as possible and use their accumulated Golden Spatula points to be able to get through to the regional finals. That way, like, of course, you have Snitty.
I'm actually quite surprised they didn't slam a Zephyrus here, because he's in a low resource situation, and maybe he could have killed a few more units thanks to that, because he knew he wasn't going to complete an item anyway, and that maybe could have made up for it. But I don't think it would have been enough. I'm just kind of surprised. He actually hits Shen 2, which is important because he got a very disruptive ability. He just goes for the Sunfire. Okay, ignore everything I said.
All right. Well, it looks like, again, the anti-hacker positioning is in place of Swellertiger as well. Though, of course, there's no LeBlanc this time around to walk out and one-shot... no Leona to one-shot that LeBlanc. But I have to imagine they're relatively soon going to turn around. Nope, I'll eat my words. LeBlanc is getting the chance to scale up. But no, the backline turns around. No Edge of Night means no more chances. The Pike, heroically at 3-star, holds on. But Ukkkko will exit in 8th.
I'm pretty sure Chad is really happy because he forced LeBlanc and he went top 8, sadly for Ukkkko. And these Oxford units are just so annoying for LeBlanc because you have to kill him off twice, waste a lot of ultimates, Chuso, on the other hand, Laser Corps again. He's going for that tempo approach. He knows this comp very well. He's used it in the past. Excels, even though it's silver, pretty useful. And he's just going fast 9 again, I guess, for this point. Which is actually complicated with Hustler because you can't make English gold. But maybe he gets there.
Yes, well, I mean, the Hustlers worked pretty darn well so far, getting up here to a very strong board. I suppose this is, even though we are left with LeBlanc in the mix, as we can see here, at least with the Laser Core, maybe you're a little bit less afraid of the LeBlanc not having so much of a traditional backline.
Yeah, for sure. And the extra HP from Umbrella also helps as well. I don't know if Warwick's actually capable of winning the final 1v1. I still think he has the Edge of the Night. Very good. But LeBlanc also has it. Jesus, this unit is just too good.
A little bit of frustration, but I think that's going to be mitigated by the big pile of HP. I mean, everybody else, of course, apart from Johnny Superpop, seeing pretty well, around 40 HP or so. Electro, our only player, up at the tippy top with nearly 70 HP in the tank. Again, this is Lobby 1, so the players who are getting first places here at Lobby 1 are definitely making the case for being the best player in the entire competition.
For sure. Very interesting choice for Chuso here to go for the 4 admin. His first admin was attack speed for the admins, and he could just take out Garen and Aesol, but maybe he values the utility a bit more than just a little bit more damage.
We know that the Warwick is certainly fully itemized so far, so yeah, maybe looking for a secondary way to get more punch in the tank. Right now we don't have, say, the Mordekaiser to be able to bring things fully online, but everything else is looking pretty good.
And here we have the Ezreal player. He actually stabilized quite hard off that, what's it called? Makeshift armor, right? And which was exactly what he was missing. He's got a secondary carry Kaisa. He's got perfect items Ezreal with his carry augment. So he's chilling, I'd say. Also, great position against Hacker because he got the Morgana facing with the LeBlanc straight away.
We've seen that be a hugely influential factor across today as we check in with Canbizz and the sure shots. You noted that we can go very deep into the sure shot, and we've actually got Ezreal online for Canbizz already, so it's going to be pumping out an absolute metric ton of AD.
This is the point where usually Ezreal falls off because he just kills units one by one. And by the way, there's a very important bug for Ezreal right now. If you activate his parallel with the other Ezreal, the 5 cost, he doesn't scale off his augment with parallel active. He just shoots normal shots, doesn't get the extra AP or attack speed.
Oh, I had no idea, but I'm sure our players are very, very aware of that. As much as Norby is aware, down at the bottom of the table right now, has the reminder of what could be coming in the future from Ukkkko, the other admin player rocking the very similar route, but the admin heart slipping in, as you said, the 6 admin, so incredibly strong, but this does feel like a pretty big ladder to climb.
I mean, yeah, his starting point is not that great. He's got his win streak going at least, and the admin was double AP scaling, right? So I think he can manage to get out of this situation for sure, because he's got the items and he's got the setup in a much better way, even though he didn't have Pike 3. Wow.
I mean, this setup is just going to be so ridiculous for the late rounds. Again, it's the ally getting AP for LeBlanc on ally death, but no! Absolutely gets destroyed and goes down to a single life.
This is just the perfect comp to counter LeBlanc or hackers overall, because you waste so many ultis on these Oxford units, and Twisted Fate can just shred through the entire team. Maybe if it's LeBlanc 3, okay, he's going for it, rolling down, 2 more missing.
What is it gonna be?
Oh, 2 in the same shot. Okay, that's just great.
That was amazing. All right, you see, Dobby maintaining a very stoic expression after that. No big fist pumping moment there. Instead, just gonna focus because, of course, there's so little room for error. We can see that most of the other players are pushing up levels. Of course, Nobby re-rolling rather than pushing for XP, but that LeBlanc came so much earlier than I thought it was going to.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just surprised that these guys are not stabilizing as hard with LeBlanc. I thought it was going to be the strongest comp, like, unbeatable overall, but wow, that Shen ult on Samir was disgusting, but he still managed to kill both of the carries, and I guess from here on it's smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, even though Shen wasn't able to do anything at all to stop the LeBlanc, this does feel like the kind of matchup that LeBlanc players are hoping for again and again, as Canbizz takes a pretty substantial boot to the face, goes down to sub 30 HP. Juso is joining Norby though in the single digits HP. I think we could be to our top 5 very, very soon.
Yeah, it's definitely closing in for sure. What the winning comp is Star Guardian with Kai'Sa carry, I guess, right? With defenders or on the right side.
Oh yes, it was the quick draw defender setup. In fact, literally just the traits you can see there.
Yeah, the classic one. Okay, yeah. Some nice completing items here. Maybe a Seeks for Electro. Okay, it got stolen away. Giant Slayer. He's probably got an MF somewhere there where that could use the item.
I mean, that would certainly be a huge boost. We check in with Juso, who's been slipping down the table again. The only Spanish representative in day number 3, keeping a lot of hopes and dreams alive. I asked you about the Italian community before. Yeah, I would ask you to, for anyone who's coming into this one new and hasn't necessarily heard you talk about this before, can you tell us a little bit about what the Spanish community is like?
The top tier players are really nice. We get along pretty well, and I think the different playstyles that we have really help us improve a lot. Because like Chuso is a very flex player, Dalasom is a kind of player along with Gyosko that are very good at forcing comps. But ever since we got together in this Discord group and we started practicing way more often, that was really useful for all of us. And I guess in comparison to just playing alone, of course. Analyzing all these VODs from China, from Japan, I don't know, even from Latam, because we're just like one of the worst countries in Europe, just because of our representation. So it feels good to have support each other at least.
I realised that was probably a spectacularly bad time to bring up the subject of the Juso goes out in the 7th, but fortunately...
I mean, if you hate Spain, you can just say it. You just don't have to set up this moment. It's fine.
Oh my gosh. Well, I can certainly help build that reputation. It's because I'm so bitter about the United Kingdom not being able to get into any day 3s at all that I'm like, I'm going to try and find a way to get my shots in. But for Nobby, as we check back in with him again, the beneficiary of Juso going out there means that he's at least got top 6 and maybe even more.
Yeah, once again, strongly a bit more than I expected. Level 9 for this broken comp. Again, the super tanky Garen with some support units and some extra carries. But I guess if LeBlanc is alive, it's pretty much good for him to go. LeBlanc is way far away from the danger, and then she's got it under control, I guess.
It's always a sad thing when you see your Uber tank left alive at the end of the round. It just really just proves that that's the job they needed to do and they weren't able to. Broken is going to take a very heavy hit here and goes out on 0 HP.
That hurts. That really hurts because you got to this awesome spot at level 9 and then you get hackered and you just feel sad about the game. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
If he hits Sona 3 with his admin, I think he's pretty much set to win the lobby. Maybe he still got a hard time against Swellertiger with his Oxford Spellslinger and Super TF. I'm very curious, by the way, why is he positioning that Shen one step above? Because usually you want everything in the back row so the units move out a little bit. But he's intentionally putting him there.
Do you think maybe it has anything to do with the Shen ult timing to try and make sure that LeBlanc doesn't get killed? That's my only guess.
That could be, for them to proc the Edge of the Night a little bit later. That makes sense for sure. He's going for the Shojin. I don't know if I'm Pyke or on Sona. He's rolling down for 2 more Sona units. At least we got a Warwick too. We can be happy.
It's something, I suppose, but it feels like we're so focused on LeBlanc here, and we're going to be getting even more ults out of those Sonas as quick as possible. I suppose this does create a little bit more space for LeBlanc to play in. If you've got those extra stuns coming through, those extra heals coming through as well, that's just a little bit more breathing room to get LeBlanc fully online.
Oh no, for sure. Sona is the best Spellslinger to go along with LeBlanc because she's a support unit, and all of the other units are pretty much just damage oriented. So here we got LeBlanc trying to erase those quick draws very quickly, and also the Edge of the Night just brought the perfect timing. Wow.
I mean, it wasn't even a little bit close here. The backline carries, of course, absolutely annihilated. Electro, Canbizz. I mean, we've basically got our 3 players now on a roughly 1 life each. Electro picking up another 2-star Kai'Sa. Swellertiger and Canbizz in pole position right now. We are in lobby 4. Well, in lobby 1. We're in round 4 of the competition. Only 2 more to go. And we're starting to really find our players who are in position to challenge for the crown and for those top points.
Very cool to see Canbizz actually be at the top one of the lobby with that short approach, very clear from the start on. And this Ezreal is struggling. I don't know if he can actually manage to pull it off from this point on, because it gets to a point where the best quick draw carry is a misfortune, and it's just on another level. So we'll see that right now. Wow, but he's actually just melted the Garen.
Yeah, there's a ton more damage than I was expecting. Now Misfortune steps into the mark. So the two different quick draw carries, and of course we've also got Kaiser itemized as well. That's an absolute ton of damage. Electro will take the hit directly to the face. I'm sure the Turkish player was hoping for a better finish than that, but we'll have to settle for 5th.
Can we check out the Canbizz maybe in this final round, because I want to see what final board he has. But I'm actually impressed that Ezreal made it this far. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really impressed as well. Okay, so anti-hacker positioning, sure shot 4. So didn't decide to go completely all in on the sure shot damage. We can see the Ashe left on the bench for that one. Decided to go a little bit more defensive.
I really like this positioning. He's actually got double Ezreal on the board, right? Because he just didn't hit anything else. And he's swapping positioning. Oh, damn. He jumped right into the LeBlanc. That hurts. Why did he not clump? Wasn't that the idea?
I mean, that's what we've seen previously. Maybe, I mean, I suppose the difference maker before was having that Leona to actually delete the LeBlanc, but in this case, LeBlanc on the right-hand side of your screen is getting to go off absolutely ham, destroying tanks, destroying backliners. Nobody is safe from her wrath. Canbizz will be one of the top 4 players right now, but will not get to top 1 this lobby.
That hurt. I don't know if that was intended or not, but that last minute swap, that was really painful to watch. Chinese Superbot, by the way, coming back with that LeBlanc. 3 HP is all you need when you're playing the LeBlancers. And final items for these players. Is that a Oxford? No, not for Swellertiger, okay.
Oh, yeah, well, I did see the Oxford's creeping in towards the end, but also just picking up an extra belt. Just a note about the points for in this lobby. So again, this is the top lobby right now, but the points the players have aren't as close as we've seen in other lobbies. There are particular players like Swellertiger, who's left in the mix here, who's currently on 17 points to the 21 points of Broken and Canbizz. So for Sweller, this will be a deeply meaningful result that will put him into the conversation again, potentially not be, you know, both of them could end up in the conversation for a competition winner because of this lobby.
I would really be happy to see Swellertiger actually make it to the European Championship again, because I've played against him so much and he's been tryharding for all these sets to get the direct ladder qualification. Sometimes he makes it, sometimes he doesn't, and it's just great to see him go at it again. Just doesn't care.
Yeah, just absolutely doesn't care. You see Gomez sitting back. The Ezreal gets rid of her, but it's still not enough. Gomez is gone. The Ezreal took Gomez as far as he could. Swellertiger takes the L against LeBlanc, but has one more chance to get one more point.
He just lost against the clone. That's devastating. So if you just lose against the clone, how do you approach this team fight knowing that you're in a disadvantage?
It's going to be real rough. I mean, honestly, I would have to leave the question to you as to, you know, if you're in this situation and there's going to... Wait.
There's a Sona 3 in shop, but he can't buy it.
There's one more round left. That's guaranteed. Both players are in kill zone.
I mean, you kind of have to make it so all of the Oxford units takes the damage first, but I don't know if you can do that because of hacker positioning and how their IQ works. He tried to go for it. Oh, he didn't hacker LeBlanc. Did he forget?
All right, something a little bit different for the final round of game number 4. Both of these players very happy with how this last game has worked out. This will push both of them back up into the conversation for champion here today. LeBlanc goes off like a firecracker. The Twisted Fate fires through, blows him up. The two Sonas knocked into the sky, and you can see there just kicking back. Nobby can't believe it. Swellertiger takes the win for Italy.
Wow, impressive. So I guess all you needed to happen is that LeBlanc bugged out for a hacker. Because there's actually a bug in the last second for the hacker not to move along with the unit.
Oh, wow. Honestly, I really hope that kind of situation doesn't end up being decisive in our last games of the day. But as we said, general viewers, that was Lobby 1 we were seeing playing. So again, our players who are in the best position to challenge the crown. Again, you know, Nobby and Swellertiger, a hugely meaningful game. I think Canbizz dropping down a little bit as well, you know, after finishing out perhaps lower than we would have expected. does open up the field a little bit. But friends, we have got Analyst Desk. We have got 2 more games today. And in the break, while we wait for the desk to arrive, we have got an interview with Darkest as well. So stick with us. We've got 2 more fantastic games to come.
Hi, I am Darks1903. I am a competitive TFT player from Turkey. I am 24. But with this new format, with the TRCs, people can see the players they are watching in streams, they are supporting. I think it's a really good approach to the competitive TFT scene. I think Enzosx, I want to say Enzosx is great. He can play a lot of different angles that I could never see. Last set he was great. He made 2 words. Yeah, I like his play. This patch, I think Ukkkko's role AP carries are really great with their carry augments. Sona, Zoe, and LeBlanc, if you can 3-star them, they can easily win the lobbies. I want to thank Turkish community. We are not that many people, we are a small community, but most of the people love each other. We talk about the game with theorycraft. I think Turkey can achieve more. Also, I want to thank my viewers, my fans. They have always been there since set 7. Yeah, thanks.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind again.
That was a really, really crazy round, and to all of our surprise, LeBlanc was involved. Now, there was something that we did wanted to mention about that specific LeBlanc comp, Matt, and that was the augment that was actually picked up by Norby there.
Yeah, Hextech Retribution was really good with his particular admin. You've got this cool interaction where his admin, he double picked the AP on death, so he was getting, I believe, 30 AP every time a unit died, plus the 5% bonus every time a unit died from Hextech Retribution. So he was getting this massive scaling amount. He ended up with 525% AP whenever the LeBlanc was alone on the board, plus that like 30-40% damage boost. So whenever she was left on the board, she was hitting like a truck and getting all of that hacker omnivamp, so just doing ridiculous amounts of damage.
As an augment, it just synergizes perfectly with how the fights play out when you're playing LeBlanc. It's the 1v9, everything is dead. Perfect. That's exactly what the augment is saying with the Camille support augment. So perfect pickup there. One more augment to mention that we don't see very often is a Rising Spell Force from the Ezreal with, I think, the perfect combination alongside the makeshift armor, because when you have Rising Spell Force, you're playing an itemized Ezreal, but you also would like to itemize units like Kai'Sa, like MF that are also incredibly good in this quick draw comp. And by playing makeshift armor as your third augment pickup, you're allowing to give some value to the tank without having to actually spend components and items to make them actually viable tanks coming to stage 4 and stage 5. So great to see that as well. One more mention with LeBlanc is the fact that Ukkkko ended up dying very early on, got that 8th place, was just truly unfortunate. We saw it there, one LeBlanc copy off of the augment, not even a single one from the natural shop. And that opened up the lane for Norby to really be able to get his full comp online much earlier.
Yeah, and Norby even supported by the trade sector as well, also coming in as support. But something that I thought was really cool was the comp from Swellertiger. Now, notably, we aren't seeing many Spellslinger Oxforce on broadcast, but I can assure you it's being played quite a lot. Maybe not as much as Kai'Sa, but I would say it's up there together with the LeBlanc, with the Gnar. We are seeing quite a few comps like it. And once again, I just have to mention it, that Twisted Fate, no statics, but did have the Guard Breaker, did have the Hex Tech, and of course the most important one, the Edge of Night, to actually shed that aggro from an enemy LeBlanc, making sure you don't get targeted all the way down. So crucial to make it happen. And then the extra support from the Nico with the Thieves Gloves was going to help as well, of course.
Yeah, Edge of Night has been really, we talked about it yesterday, but I do want to hit on it again. Edge of Night has really been the defining item of these competitive games during this Spatula Cup, because you need to shed that aggro from those units like LeBlanc, because otherwise you're just going to lose your entire board. And that lets Sweller actually defend himself against that board throughout the game, and indeed in the very last fight of the game. So props to him for that heads-up itemization.
We saw it in the highlights as well. The very unfortunate fight that Broken had. He had the Belveth as the main carry. It got immediately killed off by LeBlanc, and then he ended up losing out to exactly 0 HP when he had like a 19 or 20 HP cushion. Very unexpected to see him die in the spot that he did. I thought he had a way to get into the top 4, but unfortunate fight RNG really, and just the matchup there as well against LeBlanc was just too much to handle.
Yeah, Norby even in chat saying, no one saw that, right? No, we didn't. No one saw that. You're safe with us. But here are our standings coming through after game 4. And Raiko, unfortunately, still at the bottom of the leaderboard. Mark's clawing up one spot in comparison to the previous one. Solo Gesang, actually, to my surprise, is also at the lower end, and so is Double 61. 2 players that have been at the competitive top of the scene forever.
Double in trouble for sure, especially he had only 20 GSC points coming into this day 3. He needs to have a really good placement, not just making top 3 or day 3 rather, but actually placing highly. And it looks like it's gonna be quite hard for the last 2 games. His cousin Canbizz, opposite end of the spectrum, very cleanly #1 in the standings right now at 26.
But Sweller, I mean, hot on his heels, just 1 point behind, and coming back to true form. It's really interesting to see these 2 players, because they were such a defining force in the early EMEA scene. Going back to Galaxies, both of these players are names that I recognize. Sweller just spammed mech along with Luque. The Italian mech mafia, long before we had the Blender mafia, long before Scrap mafia. So it's really cool to see them both back to their prime form after their long presence and tenure in the scene.
Yeah, speaking of champions that need to show up, Lelouch also in those top 10. I think if we did the math correctly, he needs like a top 5 finish or something to qualify over points. So we're going to keep our eyes open for that in the next 2 games. But before we head over there, we do have an interview lined up to get you in mood for game number 5. And it's going to be with all of our favorite Travis Cat, Meow Meow.
I'm Travis. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Poland. I'm also known as Travis Cat. If I speak, I'm in big trouble, I think. Not a fan of the mid set. I think removing mid sets in set 10 is a big hit if they add champions during the set, like they used to in set 1. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that, because I think it wasn't announced. But if that happens, I think it's great. Otherwise, 4 months, same champions, it may be a little bit of a problem. My goal would probably be to get lucky and go like top 5 in the Spatula and get to the EMEA. That would be really nice. I think I deserve it after the low rolls in the first set, since I think I was one of the best players on GST1. Okay, so the best strategy to climb on ladder, I think, is finding one comp that you can trust, like not forcing it, but playing different comps and playing one comp like 10 out of 20 games or 9, something like that. Like you need to have a comp where you have a bad spot, you can pivot into it and you know it well. So I'll shout out our Discord, of course, Lelouch, Simply Watchtech, and all the other people. I'll also give a huge shout out to my org, Zero Tenacity. They're cool guys. Love them all. And I think that's about it.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the
And we're back here, and of course, we prepared a lobby that would just about make everybody happy. My name is Mix, and I'm here with Impetuous Panda and the one and only Snooty. And I think, Snooty, it's the first time we actually get to cast together. Isn't that great? I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome.
Now, Snooty, I know you do, of course, have a Spanish bias, but can I entertain you for a little bit of a German bias as well?
I mean, I was born in Germany, but I don't think you can achieve that. You can try.
Don't do it, Snooty. Don't do
man.
it. Don't go to the dark side. Stay with me. Stick with Chuso trying to be the leader and the winner of this lobby as well. We're going to get the double caster blessing. Very rarely done, especially considering I'm usually very much alone rooting for the Spanish players on this broadcast team. But now, very excited to have you along, Snooty. I'm going to admit it right now, the streamer I watch the most and learn the most from in TFT. So this is definitely the dankest timeline, in my opinion.
Did you really just say dankest?
We're back in 2015, Mix. I'm bringing it back.
He was just setting it up. Actually,
Yeah.
it's a fun
What's
fact
next?
about the bias. I could have chosen to play in the German circuit over the Spanish one, but I just like my Spanish people that I chose to stick with them.
Yeah, the German circuit has some really interesting rules on who qualifies to play, but let's not get into that. Here we are looking over your guys' favorite Chuso. Now, talk to me a little bit about what we've seen from Chuso so far.
We've seen quite a few different comps played throughout this day. We saw the first 2 wins obviously coming in on games 1 and 2 with Laser Core, especially that game 2 just was perfect. The tempo from the early Laser Core that it gives you, then being able to add in the Mordekaiser to have that same success. Overall, we've seen, I think, quite a few different things played, if I recall correctly from Chuso today, at least.
I mean, when I was talking to him about the metagame, he was mentioning he's got Underground at 1-4. That's just awesome.
Oh.
He mentioned the fact that he didn't mind playing suboptimal comps and not going for LeBlanc Ignar every game because he considers that there's different viable lines, and that if he goes just for a third or fourth place, that's also good for him. He's been dominating so far today because maybe has some stronger spots to play it from, but I'm really happy that he went into this flex kind of playstyle, which really suits him.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I was looking at him waiting to pick her up, but now has the underground prepped and ready to go, as players all across the map are still looking a little bit for direction. The augments are going to come in, and it's going to be golden augments. Now, that Ox-Force crest is something players generally tend to gravitate to, but I've also seen a couple of the sure shot crests come through in second wind, also quite attractive to players depending on position. Is going to be the Ox-Force for Chuso though.
Yeah, Ox-Force incredibly strong. We've seen it become a big problem at the very start of 8.5, especially with nerfs coming in now, maybe bringing it a bit more in line. But Sure Shot Crest, as you mentioned, was also an option. We saw it from a few players in the last 2 games, actually. It was picked up going into that Samira flex.
Would
be fun to see.
Awesome. No.
Sorry, I was just trying to chant it into existence, but I guess it wasn't supposed to be, as we are looking across the augments, across the board. Ukkkko on the metabolic, and we are seeing Lelouch on his Star Guardian emblem.
Seems like a very slow-paced game on stage 2 because we've got 2 underground players, a lot of economy augments, and just gonna take it easily. Very easy to win streak. You don't need to slam suboptimal items. Just gonna sail on from here.
20 gold here for Arat as well at 2-1 is going to be huge for his economy thanks to Rich Get Richer. We'll see how far both these Rich Get Richer players go. Talking about Lelouch though, Star Guardian, if he's uncontested, we've seen how successful this comp can be. Essentially a guaranteed top 4 if you're able to get all of your units online when you should be, with the Kaisa 2 at stage 3 and the MF2 at stage 4.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I really want to see that Star Guardian comp come back, but Broken also on the Ancient Archives has picked up the Infinity emblem. And while this one is a little bit more flexible, right, for the Star Guardian, we kind of know where we're going to. This one could be frontline or backline. It could be Garen, could be Samira, or even a Fiddlesticks. We've seen it before. But for now, it is going to stick onto that Gangplank.
Definitely one of the stronger early game units. He gets a double Gangplank, just a lot of damage dealing to kill off some potential units and save HP. So I really like that. And I really like that Infinity team opens all these spots, as you said, Sure Shot, TF carry, whatever you want.
Maybe a huge spike as well. The moment he goes level 5, he can put in the 5 Infinity team. So already on stage 2, that's going to be incredibly strong. It's why this +1 is so sought after, similarly to Laser Core. It allows you to really hit the next level in terms of stability, especially in stage 2.
So something that's interesting to me is that there's like 4 players in this lobby that are trying to lost streak, 2 underground players, and then we're having the Rich Get Richer players who are also trying to look for a lost streak, and it's kind of working, but that has to be something you keep in mind. So the econ might not work in your favor the way you were planning for it to do, as we are seeing Canbizz seems to be on a little bit of a gadgetine moment.
And Lelouch also on underground here. Oh no, this lobby is going to be really interesting. Disparity, especially between the win streakers in stage 2 and the lose streakers, will be massive already.
It's also very hard to maintain a lose streak in these kind of situations because people are going to try really hard. They're going to open for it, especially when you're going for the underground route. You can't really sell all your board, right? You have to play at least those 3 units and position them specifically, like locking up Vi so she can move out. And that's going to be some very interesting duels at the end of the round.
I was going to say, I'm wondering if Vi will find her way in that corner jail that we've seen so many times, especially in the very last fight in stage 2, where you really want to make sure if you have, especially maybe in this case, even 2 underground players in your rotation, you have to start either selling off units that have, a weaker board, or like you said, trying to trap your melee units to make sure they can't enter the fight, can't tank damage until the very end.
Yeah, and like we just saw for Lelouch, 2 wins, now 1 loss. Same for Karma God. So Broken had 2 wins, now 1 loss, has lost a little bit of HP. So these players are interrupted in what could be a great streak and great econ income, but it's not working out. However, something that I'm sure must make you happy, Chuso and Swellertiger on 100 HP, streaking soon, looking pretty healthy up there. I'm wondering what we're on. Norby, looking at that heist, probably not going to take it.
The Giga Chat move. Go next.
There we are. So it's a phony front line for Sweller, which of course is really, really good to have against all of those underground players. Just going to throw more beef in, make sure you have a little bit extra time. And then the Oxforce Duelist Spellslinger, 3 traits and 2/5 with 2 items slammed on that Kale, looking very healthy.
And Sweller running it back. He played Oxforce last game. He got a first. He said, yeah, if this works, why will I change anything? Going to go right back into Oxforce again. Has already built the Rageblade with the Jewel Gauntlet, so a pretty clear indication that TF is going to be the final carry for this comp.
I'm really happy this kind of playstyle is actually useful this set, because the Ginsu Slam into AP Flex really makes me happy. It's one of the coolest items for stage 2 and stage 3. If you don't have a champion like TF, you just can't put it anywhere. It's not really the greatest item itself, but it really suits him greatly because it caps attack speed really fastly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's definitely something we're looking for. But we are getting word that there's something else going on. Broken, apparently, on 5 Infiniteams already. Karma God here in the 2nd place. He has that emblem and he has found the units, has found the Shen, and the Severe Deathblade already slammed as well.
Yeah, I had all the units already at the very first fight in stage 2. He just didn't have the level to put them all in. But now that he is level 5, he can get the 5 Infinity Team online. And just the extra portals here, the extra units, similar to Woodland Charm in stage 2, is just so powerful, because if you look at the percentages of units on the board, so the units you're getting, it's just that much more value than it would be later in stages 3 or 4.
It's also especially strong because they're both front line, as you said, and that makes it a little bit harder for the late game because you don't get the double carry. But doing stage 2 and stage 3, you just pop up very hard.
Yeah, and you can just see the damage coming in. But Ara, not too worried, has just made 50 gold with his Rich Get Richer augment on 2/6. That's something you're probably very happy about. Lelouch, on the other end, is winning now again. So just making sure there's no streak going on for him.
Are we passing up on this?
Has to really decide if he wants to stick to Underground a little bit longer or just wants to use it for tempo for stage 2 if he thinks he's going to be winning in stage 3. But it is awkward to take out the Kale 2, for example, as well. So I think it does make sense just to stick to it. But no, going to cash out in the end.
It's kind of weird because it's one of the best cash outs for the lower tier, because you don't get a remove or any of those things that have some gold value themselves, but 9 gold is just too good to keep up, right?
Yeah, I think so too. And with everybody else on that underground angle, you're kind of looking for an, okay, I guess this is where I go out, right? You're just trying to see what makes sense in that lobby. And for Chuto, it definitely was a little bit of extra income. And we are looking. Okay, Canbizz, I see you. 68 gold here, level 5 on 3-1 is going to up that to 77. Now rolling down just a little bit. Wowee.
Of course, Rich Get Richer has the 2-sided bonus where you get the initial gold, yes, but then also the part that some players forget about is the fact that you do go up to 70 gold for your interest. You're able to get that much more. It is a dangerous augment in some cases where players go too deep into trying to stay above 70. And obviously we know using gold is a way to stabilize and preserve HP in stage 3 especially. So we'll see how Canbizz wants to walk this fine line, as well as Rats as well, who has Rich Get Richer.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never died with 70 gold.
Snooty, yeah. I've seen too many games you played this set, so please take it back.
Prove it.
Caster on caster action on the desk. This will not be allowed as we watch Broken once more dish out a big hit of damage to another player. The augments are going to come in once this fight is over, and up till now everything is open. Could be just anything after those golden augments. So let's see if maybe we get some hero augments on 3-2. Those are my favorite. I would very much like to see them. Some 3-cost hero augments coming through. Is it going to come through? Nope. It's going to be a second set of golden augments for our players.
Star Guardian plus pony front line is very good for him because he's lacking that front line. So he has to be really happy about that. And we've got some extra crit for Chinese Superbot. That's also very good. We had a great cash out, strong leaking comps.
Shield Lotus was one of the augments picked up last game from Swellertiger to get that first place. And overall, just I think a very good generic augment that works so well with so many different comps.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are looking at them on the right side, but I'm seeing something that is making me incredibly happy. And I think you guys can already guess what it is. Arad on the threat level maximum here, a second augment together with the Rich Get Richer. I just love to see that combination. I think it's so good.
Wow, he just already rolled down after just looking for any threat, I guess, to stabilize as soon as possible. That really shocks me because usually you want to go for the huge roll down thanks to his extra gold. He just said, I want to stay stable at this stage, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it pairs perfectly with Rich Get Richer. It's going to be obviously very expensive to assemble a comp that has that 2-star Aesol, 2-star Belveth later into the game. You need gold to get there, which is usually the dangerous part. We talked about it in day one when I was casting with Wida as well. Picking this augment in stage 3, you have a few fights until stage 4 where you are very vulnerable because you don't have too many threats on the board just yet.
Yeah, and we can see that play out right now. 58 HP for Arad. We are on 3-3. That's not very far into the game just yet. And you can see Norby is still on those undergrounds. Everybody else seems to have kind of opted out. Lelouch still a little bit in there.
Chuso had the option to go deeper into Ox Force, having picked up the Ox Force heart as just the initial augment at 2-1. No Swellertiger is going in that direction. No Swellertiger is streaking at 100 HP, so maybe not looking to contest him. Instead, going to go into Star Guardian before we saw it popping off all throughout the day. I think it's definitely a comp that you can go into as long as you're not contested on it. And we do know Lelouch has the emblem, Star Guardian emblem as well.
But you can go a different approach, right? You don't need to play Kesakari. You can also go for like an eco approach, or maybe even a Syndra pulling out all of the bench and winning that way.
It was the actual situation in game 1. We saw Chuso going for the level 8, level 9 Star Guardian with Syndra, with MF2, and then we had another player going for Kai'Sa reroll instead.
I think both are super valid options. We've even seen some Sona supports together with the Syndra. Like Sona 3 has shown up quite a bit in compositions throughout this weekend. But looking at the overall level state here, Arad going into level 7 early, making sure he has that chance to find the 4-cost threats that are so crucial for his game plan after losing so much gold. Very, very important.
Looking now at the players that need to stabilize at 3-5 or at Wolves. That's going to be Canbizz and Norby especially. We'll see if any of them wants to go level 7 now at 3-5 and roll down to find stability. Could be Norby, yeah, if he finds a heist as well, a cash out.
There we go.
The case. Is it good enough, though?
It's always weird to see if it's good enough, right? I don't know if this happens to you guys as well, but I never know if it's enough or not for a cash out because it gets so confusing when you have like 2 components and an anvil. It's just really hard to identify.
So I think the biggest point for Norby here is if you're looking at lobby totals, he's on 57 HP, round 3-5, with 5 underground on board. So currently he's very healthy given that he has been loss streaking for 7 rounds. He had very good losses, not losing too much HP there.
Canbizz here in a situation we've seen before, hopefully, trying to not get the Ukkkko cosplay going on. LeBlanc 1, level 7, no other LeBlancs on the bench. If he doesn't find the LeBlanc 2, he might be in trouble.
It's looking scary for sure, yeah.
I mean, he is going to win this one, right? We're not too worried about this one. And, oh, he doesn't have the metabolic. That's the other side. I was like, wait, why are we so worried? But nope.
They're both French mix, but they can't share augments just yet. Thankfully for everyone else in EMEA.
I thought that was the French superpower, sadly.
Okay, Lelouch, does he take the rocket propelled
fist?
Now, this one is very interesting, right? Because it's essentially an augment, and it adds to like the positioning difficulty. So if you can pressure the lobby with it, you might just be inclined to take it, and Lelouch does.
Hide it, quick, hide it. Put it on the bench. At least one fight will surprise someone unless these players are all super scouts and they're scouting every single moment, because you get it for augments, but for underground cash outs, you're maybe not as attentive to other players cashing out and having these Radiant Aura items.
Plus, it's also one of the higher value ones, right, for tier 2, because it's a lower percentage to get one of these Aura items. Even if it's not top tier, you're unlikely to get something better.
Yeah, and look at that Lucian putting in the work, currently the holder of that Star Guardian emblem, just so much to have those 2 Star Guardians ready, but he does have the Misfortune already on board, so is able to shift it over once a Kai'Sa comes in to just get it all ready and done with. And Norby also taking up the cash out here.
Well, this looks much better. He's also got double echo in shop. He's got a great setup for this Misfortune comp or Kai'Sa double carry. This is looking really good for him.
Lots of gold to work with as well. Going to be able to... I don't know if going 8 is a possibility from here. It might be a little bit too risky. You do have a huge cash out with all these different items. That could be enough. And you are 8th place in the HP standings, yes, but 36 isn't the end of the world. We've seen players here at 15 HP and still able to survive to the top 4.
So just to reiterate what he got, because he picked it up very quickly, we did get 4 components, a Gargoyles, an Oran Anvil, and a completed item anvil. So he does have both of the anvils on board, is rolling now to find direction, pretty much to find the units he's looking for. There is a Syndra in shop, is not going to be picking that one up, it seems like, but does find an Echo too. If he wants it, he can pick it up. Does have an ASOL on board as well, and an Aatrox in shop, but does seem to take a little bit longer here to really do something. Is now going to slam some items onto that ASOL while the fight is already going on.
Well, this was a really complicated transition. I mean, maybe he could have tried to go for another round. I get it because they're 36 HP, but he has to swap his entire board. He even skipped some Kaisas. He just went for the epic unit straight away and got punished for it. Well, not this round, luckily. He could have got punished for it.
And this is where being able to sync your cash out with 4-2 is incredibly important with Underground, because you're able to get that extra time from the augment round instead and allow you to do these very huge transitions. Because usually with Underground, not that the cash out is bad or not, but it's usually you don't have enough time to transition, and it's one more round of taking the really big hit until you're able to actually stabilize.
So looking at what he has on board right now, I think his angle is for Ace. He does have a Mordekaiser, he does have a Samira, and he's holding a Draven, and currently rolling to maybe find an MF over Emblem, but is going to pick up the Daredevil to make the Samira too. Still hasn't found the Misfortune though. That's why his board is looking a little bit weird, because right now he cannot put the aces in. It's not working out. Does pick up the Syndra for now, but somebody else is already holding on to all of those Misfortunes, so that Draven, the Mordekaiser, cannot go into play right now, as we are seeing the augments coming in on the right side. We know Lelouch is also on that Misfortune as well.
Looks a bit like a built different board here, just threats and one singular ace activated on the left.
It's kind of surprising to me that he even skipped the past the Echo 2, because I mean, maybe it wasn't the greatest unit. It still gave him Aegis 2, a little bit of stability, but I think he just went for the carries, ignoring everything else, which is kind of weird to me.
It's one of those situations where you kind of get a little bit too comfortable saying, I'm just going to hit this and then everything will be fine, and then you don't hit it, and then it's not really maximizing your odds of actually staying strong in these next few fights.
I'm afraid I can relate, but
I definitely can.
Something I do want to point out, if we can quickly hop on over to Arad. He was on the Rich Cat Richard, then on the threat level, put in gold extremely early to try and find those threats, and now he has found something that is incredibly valuable to a threat board. That is the extinction event, and that is going to be so good for your ASOL.
You start one-shotting those, but go for it, go for it.
If you can find the ASOL 2 is the biggest thing to upgrade this board. And still very far from Rammus 3, not itemized either, so not even going to have the highest prio for this Rammus as we used to have in set 8.
Yeah, meeting up with Broken on the other side. Broken on the Infinity was the one that had found it extremely early, now supported by the extra exiles. And of course, my sword is your shield, so there's a lot of shields on the enemy team. Exile and Giran supported, but is it going to be enough? The Sivir is still trying to take down some of these threats, but can she actually do it? Yes, she can. The enemy ASOL said, nope, me first. And that's exactly what's happening here. Arad taking the hit.
This feels like most of these players rushed into spending their gold too early, because some of them are consistently putting pressure with very well-built boards, but the rest of them are just like looking for exactly one unit to be strong, and they're a bit off, and it seems like they didn't spend their gold optimally.
Especially with a low tempo lobby where you had so many players lose streaking so little HP going down the drain in stages 2 and 3, where you weren't taking these massive losses. Instead, you were kind of 2 underground players facing each other and 1 player winning with 1 unit left alive. I agree. Soon, I think there's a chance for some of these players to greed more and then have a much better position going into stage 5.
Yeah, absolutely. We are picking off some normal carousel units here, nothing being glitched out. Maybe some players were hoping for it. It's not going to be in the cart, but Chuzo going level 8 here, pressuring the rest of the lobby. Broken is going to follow suit, and it seems like Norby maybe by this time has found the 4 ace. I just saw a Draven 2 being made. Maybe, just maybe, Norby has found an out of the desperate situation he was in.
Some key upgrades coming in as well. The Alistar 2, the Fiora 2, just a little bit of extra HP to buy more time for this TF, for this Neeko as well. Facing off against the LeBlanc, perfect positioning. The clump occurs on the left side from Chuso, and we'll see if it'll be enough, because right away, Twisted Fate is going to be targeted by the LeBlanc, going to be killed off once his first burst comes through. The Neeko, if she can buy more time, looks like a few more casts will come through, but LeBlanc already onto the Neeko as well. And most of the board for Chuso has already been evaporated. Once again, it's going to be the LeBlanc. 1v5, 1v4, the Archangel's continuing to stack, allowing for the Omnivamp to become even better. And this is what happens. Every time LeBlanc will burst, she'll heal back up to full, and if there isn't burst damage from the opponent, you actually aren't able to kill off the LeBlanc fully.
There was we've seen this before. It's a Nyla, and she just mean. She just stuns her. Just doesn't, you cannot do anything, and you get taken down. But for Chuso, your primary focus has to be that Neeko with Easy being green, supported by that Shojin. So the Twisted Fate is really, at this point, more of an accessory.
I mean, for sure, your main carry is Neeko, that's no doubt. And it's actually interesting because most of the time, these Spellslinger comps don't really shine thanks to their frontline units. But in this case, he's pretty much stable thanks to them. So it's a very different approach. Usually you just go for all these carry items and just hope for the best, right?
Took some time, but Norby has arrived at the comp he was dreaming of all this time on his roll down. 4 aces online, full items on MF, full items on Samira. The Garen is also putting work in the front line, stalling, buying enough time for the executes to come in from the aces. And this should be a win right here as well. The last bit of damage comes through. Only Neeko left alive, and Chuso takes another big hit on this next round.
Yeah, absolutely. But the 4 ace has been found for Norby, so that's exactly what you were looking for. Now the player that needs to be worried is really Arad. I'm not sure how it's looking with the threats right now, but this is what I was afraid of. No ASOL 2 being found, and that is really not a great situation.
No goal, level 7, no project for 3 stars except for Rammus. Well, actually, he's one off of Morgana, one off of Rammus. Do you think if he hits all of these, he can come back?
It's more the ASOL as well, though you want to have 2 ASOLs because it doesn't indicate strongest on this augment especially, so you'd have to find 2 more ASOLs to have that happen. And at 18 HP, it's tough. Like you mentioned, no gold to roll with whatsoever makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, let's see. There's an anvil coming through. Maybe that's going to help and at least give a little bit of a stronger front line, I suppose. Does find the Aatrox 2 here. Cannot buy it without sacrificing something else as holding units. You can see he's 1 copy away from the Rammus 3 and the Morgana 3. Morgana is going to come through. The Rammus was sacrificed away, and he needs to put something else in if he combines this.
You can just play another Rammus, that's not the problem. I think it's just a little bit too short. Maybe he puts looks for a Sleep Scarf on the Morgana. He didn't find it, sadly.
The full itemization comes on onto the Aatrox, trying to again buy as much time as possible with both the Rammus CC and the Aatrox tanking, draining HP, trying to stay alive for these ASOLs to do their work with the meteors coming down. With the extinction event, especially the extra AP, the extra AoE on the meteors will be enough though with ASOL 1s. It might not. Morgana's still alive in the backline there for Coco. A 3v1 now in the end. The last bit of ASOL AoE can come in, but I think the damage is just not quite there. Arat's still alive though, 6 HP.
Coco with his very interesting brawler approach. We were talking about this, not exactly a brawler carry itself, but just finding these big data comps where your main carry is just coming from some other kind of champion.
I am so worried for Arad. 6 HP, does not have the ASOL 2, does not have any money in the bank. I don't really know what you do here. You just hope and pray, I guess. Thoughts and prayers to make it through that next round, Panda. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Facing off against either of the two Oxforce players as well, in Swellertiger and Chuso, or it's going to be Canbizz. It will be Canbizz in the end. France versus Turkey in this fight. LeBlanc just headbutts Acel, casts her ability as well, kills him off immediately. And the Morgana, 2-star, 3-star for LeBlanc. It does not matter. She'll be killed off right away as well. And in the end, the Acels are both dead. It's just the Aatrox that's alive. And Aatrox, we talked about it so many times. The tank, when he's left alive all by himself and there's no damage dealers left, it's usually a very, very bad sign. And that will be the case for Arats as well. The Rammus, the last bit of CC will come through, but the double Archangels will guarantee the damage. The Eret taken down in 8th place.
So sad to see him there from this spot. He was so close to being at a god comp, but he didn't make it in time.
I was hoping to see this one succeed, but you know, I never get what I want. So here we are looking over Canbizz's shoulder, does find the Sona 3 that was arguably targeted here, but the LeBlanc 3 also being found. This one is going to be a menace to everybody else, and we know that people like Swellertiger and Lelouch both need to really look out for themselves. And if that LeBlanc 3 comes in, you can see the reposition of the phony frontline on the side of Lelouch, trying to make sure that if he meets this LeBlanc, at least there's a little bit of shielding between him and the carries of his board.
A big clump in the middle of the board and the right there could be dangerous against this Acel, especially the MF cast coming through, slowly deleting the front line, but maybe not quickly enough. And already we're seeing there, everything is melted. It's just down to MF. Can she actually do it all by herself? The TF damage comes through, but maybe a little bit too late. The execute doesn't actually land, but it does with the auto attack. TF taken down, Lelouch survives, and it's so important for the Polish player because he's sitting currently 7th in the standings, needs to have a good placement in this day 3 to make it to regional finals. He's our current EMEA champion trying to defend the title, so a lot of impactful narratives occurring on where Lelouch places in this game.
MF just me feel like it's such an unfair unit, man. She kills 7 units at the same time. It doesn't even matter to her.
I mean, a bullet rain is a bullet rain. That's just, you gotta just not stand in it. You know, don't get in her way.
Gotta respect it.
Double Zephyr on the carousel. It'll be a little bit dicey. Players have to scout even more so now in these next few rounds.
There was a comment made on the NA watch party yesterday night that said, this set, Morthok made it only to teach players how to position. So I think we're seeing that in effect. There's so much going on as of right now, and items like Shroud, like Zephyr, making it even harder.
Maybe Morthok next set can add a mechanic that allows or forces players to read tooltips as well. Then we have two of the biggest problems in pro play solved: positioning and tooltips.
I wonder why he went for the Morellos here when he already has Sunfires. Maybe he just wanted the extra gold on the unit he picked.
This is a really important fight for Lelouch. If he loses here, I think he is out. 10 HP are not a lot, but the lobby in general is extremely close. Look at how protected this Misfortune is standing behind the wall of Kaisa and Jenna. The Warwick will charge again, but will get taken down by the Ace, and Lelouch is in still with his 10 HP, holding on. Chuso, now you guys need a shake. 8 HP.
I'm not even worried. He's coming back easily.
Positioning change now as well, making sure to, again, it's going to be the Zephyr that actually Chuso is the one that has one of them on this TF, so has a chance to knock up one of the key units on his opponent's side of the board as soon as the fight starts off. And we saw quite a few backline carries doing a lot outside of the LeBlanc that's jumping into your backline.
I'm wondering why this comp is not doing as great this time as the former team fights, because Swellertiger has been really having a great success with this comp, but Chuso just hasn't gotten to the same point.
Oh, Chuso is fighting off against Broken, and Broken just has the extra units from Infinity coming through and so much shielding. I'm not sure if the Nico can get through here. There is a lot of jumping around supported by that Shojin, but one of the Garens is onto her. It's going to stun her, and that will hurt. Is she going to get taken down? No Hex Tech on this one to get some healing out. It is all on that Twisted Fate, and he will not stand in the way here. Chuso getting eliminated 7th, and Swellertiger taken down to 1 HP.
Villain, I gave the
Lelouch still very much alive. Canbizz as well is streaking with the LeBlanc board. Just a little bit too much for players to handle, I think, at this point in the game. I think he's uncontested on it.
It's a very sad day for the threats players. Even Arad went 8th with the threat comp. Swellertiger is struggling with his other ASO carry. Maybe he's missing that mana generation item, and that's what's his problem. But he went for this Ox first line. He didn't find TF2, so he had to go for an ASO approach, which is obviously much worse with these items.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, if there was a Janna with maybe some rainy weather, you at least had some extra mana support from that, but it's not going to be in the cards. However, here's an anvil. Maybe that is going to help. Now that Shojin looking really tasty, but your ASOL already has 3 items.
Really missing that remover.
For sure.
Here's just what Broken's board looks like as well. Still leading the pack. Obviously, our Infinity Team player from very early on in stage 2 was able to keep that tempo all throughout the game, and it's still, I imagine, has already reached that 7 Infinity Team and has already been able to assemble the comp that I think a lot of players dread on this current patch.
Swellertiger meeting up with the Ukkkko on one side. On the other side, we are seeing Lelouch against Canbizz, and Canbizz has that LeBlanc 3 in the enemy backline. Now the question is, can the Kai'Sa and the Misfortune turn around quickly enough before the LeBlanc is onto their heels? And it doesn't look like it. Misfortune being eliminated by that LeBlanc on the left side. On the right side, there is still a chance. There is a meteor shower coming through from that ASOL any second now. The Warwick is onto him, and it's not enough. Just so close. Swellertiger also getting eliminated here, taking 6th and 5th place.
Canbizz seemed to find the perfect balance with the admins, by the way, within him, because you were mentioning in the past that double HP was too much, and he got HP plus AP, so that's looking really good for him.
Exactly. It's always, I think in TFT, in some cases it's correct to lean very heavily into one stat, but usually you do end up losing some value if you go too deep, and that's the case sometimes with the admin with the full HP stack without enough damage. The HP becomes kind of pointless. You're just stalling for time when there's no payoff coming in. But in this case, Canbizz is really piloting to perfection, I think.
Honestly, I'm so impressed with Norby's run, managing to find those 4 aces to hold on for so long, but I think it might just be put to a stop here. One more time, that LeBlanc 3 went into the enemy backline, took out the Samira. There is a Misfortune still alive, but how long will she stand there? The ult coming in, but she's just not doing anything to this LeBlanc. She has the Edge of Night. She can go out of attack range, and she will take down Norby. However, it is a top 4 for him.
Lasagna procs, LeBlanc just waiting, like, I'm gonna kill you, don't worry about it. And the moment the damage comes through, it just gets evaporated. Both of I think the 2 biggest bursty killers in this current meta, LeBlanc and MF, and the 1v1 in the end, but LeBlanc does end up winning it. Norby's out, and it's down to Broken 99 makes your biased pick for this lobby to defend against the French, because both Ukkkko and Canbizz are looking really strong in this game 5.
Seems like they caught up this metagame, huh?
Let's go Jerome. By the way, Jerome is Broken 99. I can use his first name because we are tight like that. I know top players, but it's not a big deal to me. Lol.
Okay, fair.
Student, you had to jump in with the same copy pasta, but telling us Chuso's first name. You missed. We didn't practice this in the.
Sadly, I don't really know his first name because we don't talk about each other like with real names. It's actually weird, but
maybe.
Yeah.
I think that's what we were missing.
That's the difference.
To get the blessing on Chuso for this game 5.
Yeah, that's probably it.
LeBlanc needs no blessings whatsoever, though. Once again, wins the fight against Warwick, just taking her pick on what carries to annihilate on the opponent's side of the board. Going to stage 6 carousel now. Anything really that you think players are looking for outside of things like Zephyrs and Shrouds, Snooty?
Well, maybe there's a Renegade Spat or something that he's missing. Edge of the Night is obviously awesome since there's a very strong LeBlanc player. That's what Broken goes for. Because probably that's his weak spot regarding his carry protection, right? He's got a Sure Shot Infinity Team approach, and maybe he's got a spot left on his rail, or maybe he's got a spot left on a Samir or something like that.
Just to remind everybody of the admin that Canbizz is running, I think I saw a question about it. So Canbizz does have 40 ability power at the start of the combat and also gains permanently 30 maximum health once that is active. So very, very nice admins here in support of the entire comp is going to make that LeBlanc even tankier, as if she needed it. You can see it on the left side as well, and is now going to face off against Ukkkko and might just take Ukkkko down.
LeBlanc starting from the back, but already moving on to the front. The backline no longer exists for Coco's board. LeBlanc, the Archangels, two of them actually in this case, both stacking. So as this fight goes on, LeBlanc will become scarier and scarier. But the fight won't go on for very long because LeBlanc just has that much damage. Ukkkko taken down, the France on France action ends up going Canbizz's way, and Broken still has a chance to try and fight for the first place, but it's going to be so difficult.
Now it's where the positioning war really starts, because you need to position those Infinity portals. You need to know where your carries are going, where you want to practice Edge of the Night, because you have 3 carries, Ezreal, Samira, and this Azul, but you need to get them living a few seconds extra.
Okay, look at the comparison between these two boards. We have Broken already on level 9, just invested his entire gold to make that happen, is repositioning to try and get away from this. LeBlanc is even going to keep, oh, for a second I thought he was even going to keep one of these Infinity portals open. I was like, that's bold, but not going to be in the cards for now, as the LeBlanc doesn't even come in. She doesn't get hackered over. She's just going to stand there. We'll see how that one goes. It's just, no, not going to happen. Broken getting the full force of a LeBlanc 3 in his face, and that's going to be a big loss. Will survive for one more round, but I don't think you can turn this one around.
I mean, it just doesn't matter if you hacker her or not. She's just like melting every unit. One ulti, one dead character.
Especially difficult for Broken, who already has a positioning puzzle having to play against in set 8.5, which is a difficult thing, but with Exiles especially, you're almost down an augment because of the way you have to work around making sure that your key units are not immediately fired down by LeBlanc if she does hack her into your backline. So just overall very tough matchup with how the augments have played out, especially.
Wait a second. Giga Brain move. If he's not hackering, we can maybe separate. Do you think you'll see that in time?
I think he's hackering.
This time you think he will?
I think last round was the non-hacker to now set up for the hacker in this fight.
Okay, so he's baiting him in a mind game.
High-level mind game, Snooty.
Got it.
All right. Let's see. Maybe there's an upgrade to be found from this anvil that is going to turn the fate of everything around. Players are rolling. Canbizz now also going level 9, trying to look for some last upgrades left and right here. They are both rolling everything they have. There is an Urgot 2 that could get into play for Canbizz, and it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen, is going to slot that in, serve even more CC, as if he would have needed it. Both of the anvils remain unopened for now. The positioning game is in full motion. You can see Broken not taking care of any of these exiles for the most part. The Azul is cornered in, trying to protect him from that LeBlanc.
Once again, LeBlanc not hackered, but also not Zephyred. So a win-win, I think, in Canbizz's book. Still doing so much damage. The Urgot comes in as the anti-clump. If you clump for LeBlanc, that means you're also clumping for the undertow that could come in, and the extra CC, as Makes mentioned. The Azul alive, but not for long, and that's going to be it. LeBlanc too strong. Canbizz too strong. Remains number 1 in the standings and takes down Broken 99 in this last fight, or Game 5.
Wow, we Canbizz representing France, representing the blue wall, and once more taking a win home for the country that for months and months we called the strongest in Europe. Last Golden Spatula Cup, they didn't really show up as much. This time they're back and they're here to throw some fists.
I'm actually really happy for him on a personal level, because we've had so many ladder races, both of us, and he's really been nice to me all these times. So it's really nice to see him be close to winning a tournament for once.
Yeah, decent result in Game 6 might actually land Canbizz in that spot. I think similarly to Dasik winning Super Brawl last set, it just feels good having these players that have been so consistent for so long, finally rewarded, finally having that day where they get maybe a little bit more blessings from Mortdog and they're able to actually put together a win, which is always so hard to do in TFT. Top 10, if you're consistent, that's fine, but actually winning requires skill, but also some luck.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna get there, but we do have a break ready for you guys, and after that we're gonna hear from our analyst desk, so don't go anywhere. Here's an interview with Enzosx to keep you busy in the meantime.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, you know, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in tournament. But for example, the tournament of France is private. All player can't participate, you know. So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But yeah, I think maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, from the penultimate game of the Ultimate Golden Spatula Cup. In just one more game, we are going to find out who is making it to the Rising Legends Finals in just under a month. Counterfeit, what a banger of a game, first of all, but you and I have spent about 30 minutes face deep in spreadsheets, so let's first break down the game. LeBlanc MVP, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same to David in the break, Panda. It seems like we've had so many opportunities for our players to really, fully engage with the LeBlanc problem and try and come up with a solution. We did think that the positioning would be enough to get across the line, but as we saw here, with this particular setup, particularly with the admins reaching the roof, I mean, this was an incredible game for Canbizz. Again, in Lobby 1, against the best players in the competition, pulling out a dominant win.
Yeah, and I've got to highlight a couple other players on this board who were already at the top of the leaderboards coming into it. Ukkkko, Norby, and Sweller going to be relatively happy after this one. Sweller, yes, it's the 6th place, but is likely to make it into that final top 8 lobby. I can't guarantee it, but I can say Canbizz, Broken, Ukkkko, and Norby will make it there. And I will have so much egg on my face if I did that math wrong, because I took 20 minutes to do it. But really good performance from Broken, which we have seen all weekend.
Absolutely, and as I say, this is when all that kind of calculation starts to happen. As we take a quick look across that previous lobby, we're all thinking about what's going to be necessary for our players to make it through to the EMEA regional finals going forwards. We've got the players, or a couple of players, who are safe already, Canbizz in particular being one of them. But, we've also got players who are going to need to finish in the top 4 overall to make it in.
Yeah, Sweller and Broken are the two that I'm going to flag right away because they're two of our best performing players throughout this competition, so already have the highest chance to make it into that top 4, but they will need a strong performance in this final game in order to have that chance. We're going to say this is a break point, this is a rough estimate, I cannot be clearer about this. 58 Golden Spatula Cup points is what it is going to take to get to those finals in under a month. So those players, that's what they're aiming for. And depending on who ends up in that last lobby, there's a couple of people whose only chance to make it to the finals is winning the entire cup.
And it will put them on some very good company indeed. I mean, we've still got Lelouch and Coco, in the mix here in the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. From our Dragonlands Global Championship representatives from before, to be in the same tournament, to be playing on that kind of level, to be trying to prove yourselves against the players who've played against the very best in the world. It's quite a challenge for our players, particularly the ones who haven't established themselves yet.
Yeah, and we're seeing a good mix of faces coming out of these last games of the tournament. We're seeing some older players who are coming back, rising back to prominence, like Canbizz, like Swellertiger, like you said, consistent performers, Lelouch, Ukkkko, and some newer faces in Norby, who we highlighted on day number 1 as one of those newer players to this top echelon of competitive play, and who continues to be massively performing, currently around that 4th, 5th place on the leaderboard.
And of course, for things to go well for Norby here is very, very important. As you said, they were one of the players who needed to come into day 3 and perform very, very strongly. But this is such a rarefied atmosphere. As we take a look at our standings for one last time before we head into our final lobbies, we are seeing a lot of familiar names and particularly German players.
The entire country of Germany on this back half, unfortunately for Makes, I'm sure. That is going to be a sad moment for her. I can see her dying inside on the caster cam, so.
Oh boy, that's all but one German player in the bottom half. The only German player, I'm sorry, my apologies. Broken and Dark Hydra, there's even more German players than I realized. Still in the conversation here, but Canbizz is rising above it all. 34 points, managing to create space over even Broken.
Yeah, and I want to highlight there's a player who made it in over the last 2 games. Dark Hydra was sitting at the back half of those leaderboards, and off a 2nd place followed by a 1st place, is now in that top 8 lobby, now in contention to win it all and make it to the Golden Spatula Cup, the Rising Legends Finals. He just needs a top 4 on the leaderboards. Top 4 or better. He needs somewhere in that region, so they have a lot of players actually vying for this spot who over the last 2 games have really stepped it up. So I'm really excited to see where that's going to go, what players can really bring it as we toss it over to the casters for the final game of our last Golden Spatula Cup of set 8. Guys, take it away.
And for a split second, I thought I was going to be muted for this segment, but thankfully I hit that unmute button just in time. Thank you so much for that analyst desk, guys. And if you're just now tuning in, you came, a little bit late, but at the right time, because we are entering our final game of the day. And this game will be the one that determines everything. The lobby is still so close that it could be still anybody's, no, not just anybody's, but most of everybody's chance to take home the win. We are looking at our top 8 here. Canbizz, Broken, Ukkkko, Swellertiger, Norby, Lelouch, Dark Hydra, and Betrayal in our primary lobby that we're now going to look at. Unfortunately for you, Patches, Panda, and Snooty, I do not have a Spanish player in this one. Do you want to pick someone else?
I will not, because then they'll blame you for caster cursing them in the most important game of the set. So I will decide to instead be completely neutral, as most casters should be, I've heard. And instead just try and root for players like the ones that need to really get a top 3 or more in this game. There's a lot at stake here for players like Coco and Lelouch, veteran names that were not able to make any day 3s yet this set, essentially meaning they have to get 60 points straight up from this tournament, which means a 3rd place or higher in the tournament itself.
I'm just gonna pick the underground player and not the LeBlanc player. That's pretty much where I'm at.
Okay, that is very based and respectable, Snooty. I think that's a good choice. All right, we are on board with Canbizz. He did win the previous round, most known for being the cousin of Double 61.
No longer, Makes. No longer.
EMEA champion, ex-world champion, but he is here to prove that he is much more than that, and he has been showing off for this entire weekend.
He has been fighting and is currently fighting to find a new title for himself. Hopefully, GSC winner Canbizz instead of Double 61's cousin Canbizz. And he's on his way, currently sitting 3 points ahead of everyone else in this game 6. So has a very good cushion there as well. Essentially meaning that if he finishes second or third, he's still able to get the first place in the tournament.
What would be the very minimum that he needed to secure his first spot in this tournament? Like a top 5, I guess, right? Or top 4?
We don't do math.
I'm not doing math.
We just do vague statements and let the admins do the actual guarantees.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's better.
See, the thing is, there is so much that goes into it with where everybody else places. There is another lobby right underneath that, and whoever gets first there might threaten this one. And then it also depends where they place, right? So we can never really entirely know until we did the math, and because we're focused on what exactly is going on in this game, doing math is prohibited on broadcast.
Oh, I love that he's doing going for the econ route here.
Rising spell for surely, Snooty, right?
I mean, he wants to lose the tournament.
Don't look at the stats. just go for it.
Just feel it.
Just feel it. So it is going to be 2-1-1 augments. Reroll 1 coming through for Canbizz. Reroll 2. Looking at that laser corpse, we have seen some Ash reroll. Comms is not going to be the one for Canbizz. He does have one more in the tank if he wants to roll one more time, but it is going to be the hyperbolic time chamber being picked up. Does find that Lucian 2 here.
Gonna play for the fast state. Had a chance for 2 other Infinite Team augments at the very beginning. Maybe doesn't want to get locked into re-rolling for Lucian when there's other players that could be doing the same, and essentially taking out all the player agency he had and just dying or bot forwarding just because of that.
I think he was just kind of in a spot where he wanted to go for the strong 2-cost augments, and this was like his third choice. So he just has to take it, whatever was actually decent enough to survive.
Notably, Broken did find your cut as an augment and is now on a Pike 2, which can be a menace in these early stages. It's just such a massive unit. If you can get a 2-cost 2-star for now, and Lelouch is going to feel the pressure of that. Of course, he did want to lose. He's on that underground angle, so taking a loss is not something he's unfamiliar with during this time here. Generally a player that likes to play with HP as a massive resource. From what we've known him, he's super comfortable even when he drops into very low HP totals.
Yeah, we saw earlier today, I think it was game 4, he was playing with Star Guardian Emblem and the Underground Start as well for most of stage 2 and 3.
I really like that he went for the vibe one. It's one of the best for staying flexible. He can go either the threat route or the short route. It doesn't really limit him to any specific comp.
Looking at the augments, we are seeing time and a half being picked up by Dark Hydra. I do think that one locks you a little bit more, and you're probably going down that Infiniteam route. And we are looking at Swellertiger here on the other side as well.
The double Blitzcrank is just so funny to see.
If you hear laughter in the background, I cannot contain myself when I see 2 blitzes on the board. Especially when they hook in opposite directions, that just is absolutely too much for me to handle. But 2 rocket grabs from 2 different players, both Sweller and Betrayal. Betrayal, fitting name especially for the augment he's picked up.
He smiles and then grabs you over across the board. That also means the positioning puzzle for this lobby just got a little bit harder right from the get-go. We're looking at the time and a half on the left side. If you're not familiar, you are going to get gold for every 45 attack damage your strongest Sivir has, so it is going to give him a little bit of an econ angle here.
It's worth to note that the sureshot scaling doesn't apply to this augment. It's only the base AD that she has at the start of the round. Because when it was released at the start of the set, she would scale infinitely and you could generate like 10, 12 gold. I've done that and it was pretty awesome.
So bring it back is what you're saying. Surely no one will hate you for it.
Bring it back, specifically in this game.
I mean, LeBlanc exists. Why can't we have some fun? I mean, that's just fair, isn't it?
Okay. Bring Time Knife back as well. Is that what you're saying? Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Betrayal on those Blitzcrank, and he already has 2 stars. These are pretty chonky there in that front line, supported by Asona with a Statics in the back line. I think Dark Hydra is going to find a loss here against our Turkish player Betrayal.
And does end up selling the edge roller to make 30 at 2-3, already a very good econ start for Dark Hydra. Going to be even more so with the Silver Augment pickup as well. But Swellertiger also near the bottom end there, I think had a great gold start as well, and could be again trying to get that 50 gold as soon as possible, maybe even at Krugs.
That's just a dream star pretty much. I really love those econ openers. And I've seen on Dark Hydra's face that he's kind of worried how he's going to position in late game, because he's seen so many Blitzcrank hook players. You have to put so many baits in the backline so your carry actually doesn't get hooked. It's going to be really complicated.
Yeah, I agree. We're probably most likely also going to see someone get a LeBlanc on board, so that will affect the rest of the lobby. We didn't see many Gadgetines in the past couple of rounds, but for a second there was one. I saw Gnar pop up for a split second, and now he's gone again. Somebody does seem to be on a Gadgetine angle as well, so you cannot really clump, because then Gnar is going to get you. You cannot really put anything in the backline, because then the Blitzcrank and the LeBlanc are going to get you, and if you put it in the front line, well, ouch. Broken. It's broken. He's on that Gnar that we just saw.
We'll see this fight now from Swellertiger. Wants to lose because of the loss streak, but also winning here would mean he can make 30 gold and maybe can turn things around with a much stronger board now once he has the Vayne set up as well with the duelist coming in and the 3 laser cores. It's going to be a close one, it looks like, here from Canbizz and Swellertiger. Canbizz currently the HP leader, 100 HP, but for not very long, this fight will be going in favor of Swellertiger. The Sunfire helping so much in reducing that HP passively.
It's so weird to try to win streak in this situation, because you got a gold opener, which means you only got a 2 component start. And thanks to that Vayne 2-star, you can maybe make up for it, but it's really hard to win streak without any items in play.
You're trying to go in one direction, the game is giving you the opposite direction. You're like, wait, what do I do? Do I actually try and follow what the game's trying to tell me that I should be win streaking now with the units that I'm hitting? It's always a little bit difficult to make that decision.
Yeah, Lelouch still on the undergrounds, does not take that first heist, even though it was 9 gold. That's usually something that is interesting, but he says, nah, I'm fine. 75 HP. I'm not new to this rodeo. I can take a little longer.
It would really be great they actually got this huge 5 or 6 underground cash out. It's kind of hard if you only had 3 at the start, but it'd still be awesome.
All right, just giving you some information. I'm not doing math, I promise. I'm just passing the word along. Everybody except for Canbizz and Norby in this lobby is looking for a high placement here, because they're coming in with basically 0 golden spatula cup points. So they need a very high placement to make it through, even just based on golden spatula cup points. Of course, the safer play would be that golden ticket. So all of these players have something to prove for. Of course, they want to be the golden spatula cup winner, and there is money to be won as well. But just to keep you updated on that front, we are looking over Betrayal's shoulder, who has found that incredibly strong front line right from the get-go and has managed to win streak on the back of that.
Our only 100 HP player now going into stage 3. And as you mentioned, Makes, playing 2 blitzes when they're 1 stars is funny, and it's great, but playing 2 blitzes when they're 2 stars is also actually very, very good frontline and buys enough time for the shift to do some damage and from the Sona to clean up. Really not too much backline, but it goes to show how important frontline is, especially in stage 2.
Yeah, when all the damage is physical and characters are only doing auto attack damage, you can definitely notice it the most. Would you go for the power level route here to just like a power level 6 and maybe even roll down a little bit, or try to chill because you've already got enough board strength?
It really depends what the idea is for Betrayal to go into. Is he going to LeBlanc with the admin, with the blitzes? It depends on what his route is and where he sees other players contesting him possibly as well.
Yeah, looking at the overall on the right side. Of course, Betrayal, we talked about him, very happy, very healthy, close to that 50 gold. Dark Hydra also close to that 50, and so is Canbizz. All of these players have the econ ready. We are looking at Norby. Norby on a little bit of a renegade angle, just missing the renegades. So it does have a Camille, does have the Silas, does have the Petricite chains, but no Lucian to be found.
Actually, interesting that he's been skipping most of these anima units. He's started grabbing up now again, but he skipped past like an Asus and also a Jinx. Maybe he just wants to play Silos with some other units.
A tough spot considering usually with Kingslayer you want to go into Lucian reroll essentially and play for the 1-cost 3-stars, but hasn't found much of those, but has found more of the higher tier units like MF and a pair of Kaisas as well. So again, in a spot where he has to decide which route he wants to go into, considering the game is not really giving him too much just yet.
But honestly, I'm not too mad at it. Finding that misfortune, like you said, on 3-1 allows her to really benefit from the anima squad, and she can just chill from there on out. It is going to be golden augments coming through here. Thrill of the Hunt, probably very interesting too. Norby could decide some games here. Not sure on the Double Trouble and the Knife's Edge is going to be a reroll eventually. Do you pick up the Ancient Archives? You do not. You go for a little bit of extra healing. I was thinking maybe he wants, a Star Guardian emblem, trying to get that. Not going to happen, but what's going to happen is that Silas 3 coming through, and then we go level 6. There's a Lucian coming through, 3 quick draw now in play with a beefy frontline. Norby just turned his situation around. Somebody else that is still looking to do just that is Broken, who's looking for a Nar2.
Tome could be huge. We haven't seen Gnar really pop off in a while. The last time we saw it, it went 7th and 8th with 2 players holding hands. I think it was game 3 or game 4. So hopefully that changes in this game. Gnar has such a great spot in the meta in day 1. And in day 3 hasn't really shined just yet.
Also a very nice setup for this Tome of Trades with the 8 Tailors synergies. So he gets at least 2 of those synergies shown. And Threat doesn't count as a synergy, so you can't get that. Maybe some Prankster Tomes or maybe some Gadgetine. That would be awesome.
Yeah, hopefully the Gadgetine, because Prankster you probably don't want to run with that Gnar, but we'll see how that one goes once he uses it. We're going to see it hopefully in just a second as the rest of the lobby is turning it a little bit around. Betrayal now finding some losses. Here's a heist from Lelouch. Is he going to take it? He says no. I still have 56 gold, 56 HP to go, and Broken finding that Nar2 that he so desperately needed.
Looking at the HP totals, it seems that the Blitz brothers are doing very well for themselves, both Betrayal and Swellertiger, first and second in the standings, showcasing how good Rocket Grab is in general throughout Stage 2.
Ah, what a pain. He did not get a Gadgetine emblem, did end up going with the Riftwalker, though.
I think he's just going to pivot into the Jhin board. It's a little harder because these players are going to pressure you a lot along the way. But if you actually get there, it's going to be a very nice cap comp.
The BT also won't necessarily be ideal if he does end up doing that. We haven't seen Jhin in a while. I think not at all today on the stream games at the very least. Definitely has been in a secondary or tertiary spot in the meta, at least from what players have decided for this tournament.
He did play Riftwalkers yesterday as well, but it didn't go too well for him. Ended up bottom 4ing. So maybe this one it's going to be different. Surely it will as we move into the carousel. It's going to be a normal, pleasant, nice carousel this time around.
Doesn't it feel kind of disappointing when you get normal carousels nowadays? It's like you're hyped up for this carousel event and then it's just one item and you're like, okay, I've seen this enough.
Player to look out for, I think, now is going to be Lelouch, 47 HP, a player that we know has to put up a very good result in this game to actually try and make it to EMEA Finals next month. And that means he has to start turning this thing around really quick. He was starting off with Underground, not sure where he is in his cash outs or if he'll decide to cash out soon to try and stabilize and stay healthy in Stage 4.
Yeah, Broken still looking for what exactly is going on here. We're seeing a little bit of a pickup on that Viego, so it could be angling to go into those Ox forces, potentially with the Annie on front, but doesn't seem to really have a good direction now. Similar to Lelouch, he's looking for a good result here, and he already lost quite a bit of HP. Difference to Lelouch being he doesn't have an Underground that's actually going to pay him off for that.
Such a weird spot to play. Maybe you want to go for Pike 3, maybe you want to stay on Gnar, even though you don't have the best Tome outcome. Maybe you want to pivot into that Jhin. So many options open. I don't know how he's going to get out of this one.
You were talking about it, Snooty, a few games ago where the Chinese players, especially when they get Tome obviously at 2-1, they pop it immediately to avoid these spots where you really expect something to come in. It doesn't, and that just really throws a wrench in your plan for the rest of the game and makes you just a tiny bit dizzy.
I mean, it's much better at 2-1 specifically because you haven't really committed to anything at all. But here he had a Gnar 2-star, right? So he was already aiming for that, and then it's a little bit disappointing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a Blitzcrank with a Warmox, and it's going to take down your Gnar 2. Does not going to be bothered by it. Now, I'm starting to worry about Lelouch. I'm not sure how far we are on those heists, but 40 HP, we're close to Wolves. He did tank a little bit more than needed, is still running the underground, should be looking at heist 4 soon, if I'm not mistaken. I think we did see, no, heist 3, I think, should be it, right?
Might be heist 3 right now. If he wants to risk it, he can go for heist 4. That's going to be a little bit too much in my opinion, but maybe he can pull it off.
Only 2 loss streak now as well, so won't be getting that much gold, but is already quite rich, already level 7, sitting at 40 gold now at 3.6. Can potentially go 8 after Wolves with a cash out here as well. Decides to go for it, and then would have more time as well during the Wolves to actually have more time for the transition especially. We saw how dangerous it can be in the last game.
Yeah, and the other side is Ukkkko. Ukkkko on the admin crest has found the LeBlanc, is currently running a Belveth carry. The LeBlanc is just there for moral support, but I can see a copy on the bench, and I think I know where this one is going. I've seen it before. It was pretty rough to watch, so we're going to see if that's going to happen again. But Lelouch, now 27 HP. He needs to turn this one around. Here's the heist. It does give you 2 Ornn items. There's a Randuin's, and there's a Zonia's, and a little bit of gold. And that's what you have to work with now.
This was actually pretty awesome for the cash out because you got 2 Ornn items. Both of them are useful in a different way. So you got one for tank and one for carry. I think this was like one of his best outcomes.
Yeah, I agree. Especially Zhonya's in this meta, I think is fantastic with how much threats there are to your backline.
Let's see if he can pull it off to put an MF carry on the board or whatever he's playing for. Maybe a TF. He just skipped that, so that's not going to be it.
Yeah, he is looking to maybe pick up the Jhin, similar to what Broken is doing, so they might be getting in each other's way. Looking at the overall, all players on a level 7 for 1. We're looking at the gold. Canbizz and Swellertiger, very happy campers, both over 60 gold here in round 4-1, looking very good. Lelouch on the other end has gone to level 7. A lot of items on the bench, is now itemizing that Asol, trying to make something out of it. Has Riftwalker in play. Randuin's being slammed on the Vex in the backline, and hopefully that is going to be enough to throw something up against Norby.
Big shout out to his transition. He was really clear about his direction. Didn't want that Warwick 2. Didn't even want to spend the time or the gold on it. So he knew exactly what he wanted to play and didn't waste any time on other stuff.
Oh, can he do it? The Vex is still alive, but that Sylas has so much HP. I think it's going to be another loss for Lelouch here. Could have turned it around. Was pretty close, to be honest. Last augment is going to be gold augments as well.
No rerolls either for Lelouch, so really has to decide off one of these 3 options. Shell is just the generic option that you can take pretty much at any point in time. Sunfire board as well if he hasn't already built a Sunfire cape, but he does have an Asol on his board, so that's some anti-synergy going there unless he wants to replace the Asol altogether. Will be the Shell. Does it have some extra synergy from the cash out with the extra Ornn items, essentially giving more stats if you split them like you do with Randuin, so not terrible, but still have to do a bit more to stabilize that comp.
Oh, this
on
is
the other
great
side,
hit.
Yeah, he does have a quick draw hard, as option is going to not do that, though. Will go for the makeshift.
I mean, it does make a lot of sense because he's probably got more than enough damage at this point, enough gold to hit all of his board at level 8, and then whatever he's lacking is frontline, right? So I can see that.
Playing off against Norby, both of the quick draw players. The MF now has the Jewel Gauntlet and the Shojin online as well. Both frontline just melting, but the Kingslayer too strong, the Sylas too tanky, and a really big loss for Canbizz. Not good feedback in terms of how strong his comp is right now at the start of stage 4.
I'm just looking at the fight that's still going on. Lelouch, 21 HP. He needs to turn this one around, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I can see LeBlanc standing where his team should be, and that means she already took care of it. 11 HP to go. Can he even do it at this point? Can he turn this one around? He doesn't have gold to go level 8. He only can work with whatever the game is giving him. Right now, that's not a lot. One copy away from that Jhin, one copy away from that Pike. We are selling off the bench, trying to find those units. There's at least an Alice or two being hit, and hopes of making something here, of getting a beefier front line, but will it be enough? I'm not so sure on that.
The Dragonland Set 7 champion, the current Polish Ultraliga champion, trying to fight for his life. Any loss here now at this point in time with 2 units or more left over will result in a loss. The Gnar is not on the right side at the very least. The Aesol, the Jhin, for now protected, but Gnar will slowly start inching his way towards the left, taking down units one by one with that Robo Rage, the BT helping out as well, allowing the shields to come in and keep that Gnar nice and healthy. Ascension is now kicking in as well. Looks like it's not quite enough though. Enough damage from Aesol and Jhin, and Lelouch will stay alive for at least one more fight.
It's actually kind of sad to see these comps not being that stable in this set, because all of these 4-cost makes don't seem as good because of the whole hacker and 3-cost dominance.
Yeah, for sure.
On the carousel, we had a player at 6 Infinity Team a bit earlier in the game, wondering if they have hit 7 yet, or if they need it here, and that was actually Dark Hydra, so maybe it's a huge pull off of this carousel.
Could be. We're going to have a look on what Dark Hydra is actually doing. Just a quick note, we have Norby and Swellertiger leading the lobby with 70-something HP, and then at the very bottom, it's looking pretty close. A lot of players are on the 30s, and Dark Hydra just below it. Lelouch is the one that's far away from the rest of the pack, fallen off. Here is Swellertiger with 5 laser cores. Does have a Vayne in play, something we don't see an awful lot of.
Is he going for the fast 9? That's impressive. Oh, laser core.
Looks like it to me. 50 gold, pretty strong now. You have a lot of HP to worry about. I think it would be a massive misplay not to go fast 9 at this point in time.
And you were right. Here's the 7 Infinity Team. Azriel in play, does have a Fiddle front line. If you're a Dark Hydra fan, this is probably making you happy just looking at our co-caster Matt, who would probably really smile wide and big, is nodding in approval of this comp.
Nothing to do with him being German, right?
No, of course not. No bias here. Does have a little bit of trouble meeting with his fellow German player, though. The Gnar is walking about, was looking to find that Twisted Fate, is not being taken down just now. One more hit, but the Garen is in his face, and this will be the Twisted Fate taking down the Gnar. Either way, this is not a terrible loss for either of them, and Lelouch managing to find yet another win. Now Ukkkko actually moving closer to that bottom end of the leaderboard. 18 HP left.
That no item LeBlanc almost brought some bad news to that TF, but in the end, TF was able to win out with the Rageblade stacks. Ukkkko in danger as well. Another player that is historically, if you ask any top player across the history of MEA, one of the top 10 players in terms of consistent results, is also in a spot where he has to make it into a top 3 or higher in the standings to qualify to the Rising Legends finals.
Another one of these mech comps with a little bit of backline. It seems to be doing fairly decent, but he's missing that Garen 2 Unity. He even took out mech because it wasn't good enough at this point.
Someone might get knocked out here. It is Ukkkko against Lelouch, the both players that have the lowest HP right now. Looking at that Ezreal coming in, it cannot take anything down. Now Aesol's Meteor Shower is raining down for one side, the other side will take it now. But Ukkkko, facing the full wrath of Lelouch's comp, will get knocked down to single digits, and Lelouch somehow managing to claw through one game after another.
And the Bramble on the Vi did so much to stall out the damage from Samira. Samira was stuck on the Vi for so long, and that allowed the damage to finally come through on Lelouch's side with the Jhin and the Aesol.
I really like that utilization of the Bramble on any kind of frontliner, because usually you don't give those items to a two cost, right? You're always waiting for this Garen or this Shen or something like that. And even in this situation, he made a great use out of it.
All right, we are into a little bit of a breather section, looking across the board. Norby, level 8. Dark Hydra, level 8. Swellertiger and Canbizz, also level 8. Then we're looking at players like Ukkkko, who are so far from level 8, they will not make that. They're going to play one unit down. I think Lelouch looking pretty similar. I don't think he's that close to level 8 just yet. So a little bit of a difference in the overall standings of the lobby. Garen 2 being found for Ukkkko. Could that be enough to turn this one around?
The real player to watch out for might be Swellertiger, sitting now at 70 gold on a 2-loss streak, which makes sense. He is saving up that gold for a massive power spike to win out entirely, and has a chance to cap out that laser core board with even more units like Mordekaiser that can just do so much for your board in stage 5 and stage 6.
All right, Ukkkko needs to fight for his life here. He is meeting up against Canbizz. So France against France. Canbizz might take down his fellow countryman. We will see how this one goes. The Asol in the backline is untouched by the enemy Misfortune. Will be able to get a cast off, but does not do enough damage to finish off the backline. Here it comes. He is able to take her down, and Ukkkko holding on one more time. Canbizz now also knocked down to single digits. France is losing out in this lobby, it seems like, but everybody else is so close. It is Norby and Swellertiger who are pressuring this lobby. Sweller now going for that level 9, putting in the pressure to the rest of them.
Canbizz not in danger of losing his spot in the Rise of Legends finals, but is in danger of losing the win today. He was in a very good spot with +3 points on second place, but now sitting at 9 HP, 7th place, could be in danger of getting knocked out alongside Ukkkko. Both French players could be in big trouble in this next fight.
Very great, good arguments for the Misfortune, of course, with this action mark, pressuring after each kill.
Yeah, we are looking at Canbizz. Canbizz needs this Misfortune to put in the work. It's supported by the rest of the team. The Leona holding that LeBlanc hostage, taking her down. Great positioning coming out of Canbizz, taking out a win against Betrayal. But Ukkkko has found a loss. Broken also getting knocked down here. 8th and 7th place have been found.
That was a huge difference maker to Leona, not just killing the LeBlanc, but tanking the damage that the MF would have taken instead on the left side of the screen there as we saw that fight start up. So very, very good positioning from Canbizz, able to stay alive in this fight, but still so much to do when there's a big gap. You're seeing it here. Lelouch, Canbizz, and Dark Hydra all at 11 HP or lower, but then third place is at 39 HP, and that's the spot we were talking about. Third place and up is where you have to finish in this lobby, ideally.
Yeah, we're looking over Dark Hydra's shoulder here. 3 HP. Canbizz also still fighting for his life with 9. Lelouch might get knocked down with 11. You can see the rest of the lobby has come to watch what is going on this board here. The Ezreal ult will come in, but everybody is getting CC'd by that Urgot. In the enemy backline, there's a Zona 3, and she is putting in the work. But with the LeBlanc being taken down by that Twisted Fate, it might just be enough. The Zona, however, stays alive and she is charged up. She will be able to take down that Garen. Dark Hydra going 6th here, followed by Canbizz, who's in 5th place.
It'd just be his winning moment of the tournament, which is good enough for him. And Lelouch surviving at 3 HP, which is all you needed to actually stay in the race.
And this is so big for Lelouch as well, who was not among the top 5 coming into this game. He was actually 6th in the standings, so needs maybe even better than a 3rd. Maybe has to try and make a miracle run into a 1st or 2nd place, but it's going to be so difficult. Norby at 78 HP, win streaking as well, so you have the feedback that he is still remaining strong as we move into stage 6.
And he's not the only one that's remaining strong. Swellertiger just hit Mordekaiser too, and we know he's on level 9. Something Lelouch probably is not going to reach in this lobby. It's impressive that he made it to level 8 in the first place. It's playing a comp that we are not getting a lot of view on with those Rift Walkers, but has found upgrades for most of his units. It is the Jhin and the Asol in the backline that are putting in the work as he goes up against Betrayal and his Zona 3.
Oh, the double hook was grab.
Comes in, TF and Asol decide to be frontliners for this fight, and that could be a big, big problem. We're seeing both already chunked down to half HP, but not dead just yet. The damage is coming through from the Asol. The Zonias will be massive as well to keep that Asol alive despite the hooks. And somehow, Jhin and Asol are still left alive in the front, in the middle of the board, and Lelouch is able to win that fight.
It was actually very useful for him to get hooked because he needed to protect his carries, and they were far away from LeBlanc, so it actually played in his favor.
Especially with Zhonya's on the ASOL. I think that's the one that you can definitely give up.
Yeah, look at Swellertiger. What a happy camper. Just has those 6 laser corps, has the grip from the Blitzcrank still in. It's a Blitzcrank 1 nonetheless. Just sitting there in that front line supported by the Enzosx with the Warwick and the Mordekaiser. Would probably like a little bit more damage-oriented items on that Mordekaiser, but will be enough. He goes up against Lelouch. Lelouch still fighting for his life to make it to the finals here. He needs a finish that's as high as possible to guarantee his placement here. Will it be enough? The Jhin and the ASOL are still alive, but there is a Warwick awfully close and onto the face of that ASOL. The damage is coming through, but it's not really doing much as the Jhin goes down, and so will that ASOL probably.
We are left stunned with what has occurred, as has apparently reality, because we're not able to see exactly what is going on in these next few fights. Hopefully we can get some info soon, coming to the climax of this Game 6.
So I'm just watching the Twitch stream. Lelouch has found a fourth place, and Betrayal, Sweller, and Norby are still in as we are working on getting our feedback here for us casters. We are in a PvE round, so we needn't worry too much, but it is going to be Norby, Sweller, or Betrayal making that first place as we go back.
I think Sweller can definitely close out this game if he hits some legendary units like a 2-star Ogre or the 2-star Fiddlesticks. He's in a great spot with his 6 laser corp, which applies to the whole team. So he just needs a little bit of extra power, maybe a few items on that Mordekaiser, and he's looking good to go.
And Norby, a player that already has his spot in Rise of Legends Finals, but both Sweller and Betrayal needed to find a good spot here in this Game 6 to make it. Happy to see Turkey and Italy, both countries that I think especially for Italy, did not have the best footing in GSC 1 and 2. All the big names were not really there. The names that did qualify did not do so hot, like Shining Star in some of those tournaments. But suddenly, back to the old guard of Italian TFT making a statement and showcasing that they do have still some fight left in them. They're going to try and do well next month as well.
Yeah, hopefully so as we move in. I think Betrayal has enough HP to, even if he should lose this one, still sustain. But looking at the overall tempo of the lobby, Sweller is just putting so much pressure out to the rest of them with his units, with his board, with his level advantage, and now knocking Betrayal down into the single digits.
I have to give it to him. In this final lobby, to actually manage to get to a level 9 board full of 2-star legendaries is something very impressive.
Equally so for Norby, has been so consistent throughout this weekend in GSC2 as well. He finished 10th, and I think it was yesterday he finished 2nd, if I'm not mistaken, in the standings. Just had an overall very good weekend of TFT, and once again, the cherry on top, finds himself in the top 3 in this final game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at Norby, who is going to fight Swellertiger. Both of these are still happy and healthy. I'm wondering who Betrayal is on, as he is fighting one of the ghost copies and might just find an end here.
Even the ghost copy itself from Swellertiger is so scary. I mean, he's almost losing to it, and most of the synergies was probably not working, so that says a lot.
The Kingslayer now falling off just a tiny bit coming into stage 6. It is a 1-cost reroll. You get that huge spike in stage 3 and stage 4. You have to continue capping your board out to try and find or that strength, and that's going to be the case here for Betrayal as well, who with LeBlanc has to be very careful about where he wants to throw this LeBlanc, or what corner positioning could decide these fights, and he's only on 4 HP, so one bad decision, and that's the end of the game for him.
Yeah, would probably like to upgrade that LeBlanc to a LeBlanc 3. Is not going to be in the cards for now. Does pick up the Urgot Cells of the rest of the copies with 8 gold in the tank. You're not making big steps, and you are 1 level behind Swellertiger, who you're fortunately not going to meet, but it is going to be Norby on the other side with that chunky Silas in the front line. The Blitzcrank hook comes through, takes out the Misfortune right from the start. She's ulting in a direction where that Sona is untouched. untouched. It is only the Kai'Sa in the backline that is now posing a problem. And well, that Fiddlesticks, once it gets procced, but the Blitzcrank is so healthy in that front line there. The Syndra giving in some support, throwing in some extra units, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. The Kai'Sa still untouched. Now onto the Sona, gets taken out by Sona. Enemy Syndra putting in one more Morgana as the Fiddlesticks comes in, but gets knocked out instantly. The Sona damage is too high.
And that seemed a very funny fight. The blitz hook comes in on the MF. You think it's a good thing, but then LeBlanc or MF turns around, deletes LeBlanc instantly, and it's up to Sona to actually win that fight in the end. The Fiddle in the backline just could not do enough damage, got immediately killed the moment he procced.
Would have been really sad for him to lose after that. Swellertiger gets this Titan's Resolve, which is really great on most of the legendary units. You can put it on Mordekaiser, you can put it on Urgot, whatever you want, and that's looking really good for him. Is he going for a 3-star legendary to end the tournament? Maybe Orga?
I mean, you kind of have to, right?
So cool. Come on, let's go. We did see a Nunu yesterday that went to 3-star. Unfortunately, not in the broadcast lobby, but Raiko found a Nunu 3, one of the off-stream lobbies.
Still very far from that Urgot 3, 4 copies to go, only 10 gold to work with. I think it might not be feasible, but there is still some HP to work with. At least in Swellertiger's case, we're going to see how this fight pans out. The LeBlanc on the backline going to kill the Ashe right away, but the rest of the main carries are on the left side for Swellertiger, so they might be far enough to allow LeBlanc to slowly pick off units one by one. It's what she loves to do, and we're seeing it happen here again. The Undertow does not hit LeBlanc, so both Sona and LeBlanc through DPS untouched in terms of how much damage output they can put in. Can the LeBlanc do it with the Edge of Night? Takes away the aggro for a bit, but then the skylines come raining down from above, and she is deleted. Betrayal as well, ends up third in this game 6.
I've got some good news for you guys. If he wins, but just barely, he gets a shot at Ogre 3. So I really want that to happen.
Let's see how this one goes. Norby has caught on to what is going on here on the other side of the board. He's watching. He has picked up 2 copies of that Urgot saying, not in my boot, because it's happening. I'm not letting that happen. So we'll see how it goes. The double CC from the Urgots might do a lot for Sweller here.
Going to have the bases covered on both the Misfortune and on the left side of the board on the Fiddle. The Fiddle gets jumped in. This is the reason why Fiddle was on the left or on the back line the entire time in the corner carry, trying to get blitz hooked. Does succeed in the end. Misfortune cast comes in, deletes everything. Only the Urgot left alive, but all of a sudden Fiddle comes in, and that should be it. Snooty. Not gonna be able.
It's not
okay,
enough.
The dream is still alive. I mean, okay, you just lost a team fight. Just sell those Urgots. I mean, let us dream. You have to beat it 3 more times.
Norby is not letting it happen.
Snooty, please don't coax our players into losing. Yes? That's not going to be something people like, but we are in the PvE round. Is there anything that Norby could hit here that would get him out of this pickle?
Maybe an FF 3-star, but he doesn't have money for that. Syndra with a lot of 2-star legendaries on the bench, I guess, could also work out. I can't think of anything else right now at the moment.
The third item on Fiddle might do something, but I don't think quite enough to swing this fight.
Yeah, it's looking rough. Okay, we're switching plans. We're going for Mordekaiser 3-star.
Quick, before Norby notices.
Norby's like, why do I find a third Urgot in this shop? What's going on?
I mean, maybe you want to play that Urgot, but I guess you just kind of want to bank on the Syndra pulling it in.
Yeah, the upside of being a rat is that you have an Urgot 2 to play on your board. That's pretty good news, actually.
All right, this could be the round that ends it all. Norby remaining on just 4 HP here. He is looking at that Misfortune and maybe the Fiddlesticks to do something. Fiddlesticks getting grip. That means the Misfortune has free range to cast onto the enemy backline. Both of these Urgots are still alive. She's getting CC'd. The Warwick is in her face, and Swellertiger takes a win in Game 6 of her Golden Spatula Cup 3. We are going to determine who makes it to the EMEA finals in just a little bit, but that last win remains to Swellertiger, and nobody will be able to take that one away from him.
we are going to determine, but not exactly us. Thankfully, we're not doing any math. We're going to let our analysts get confused by all the different possibilities and variables involved in our admin team as well. But hopefully everything is going to be in order as we get our standings in a few minutes. Overall, I think it was a really, really fun game to watch in the end there, especially with the spice of the chance of Urgot 3. But I'm really happy for Swellertiger. I think he's a player that's had a very good set 6, had very good ladder performances all throughout. Not so much at the end of set 7 and the start of set 8, but is now bouncing back. And I think with that first place, maybe find himself in a spot to make it to Rising Legends finals next month.
I'd really love to see him compete with me. Yeah, go for it, Lace.
Snooty not so happy.
We do, of course, know one player that's safe for the EMEA finals, and it's you, Snooty. We're going to see you in the finals next month. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's been our pleasure to have you on desk, and that has been us. That has been it from us that way around. We're going to go into a break, and then we'll hear from our analyst desk on everything. Who else is going to fight with Snooty for the title of the EMEA champion? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Davide. My nickname is Swellertiger. I come from Italy. New format is better for people that don't play ladder. So people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify. I participate a lot of the Golden Spatula Cup and I play previous Super Brawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup and the second Spatula Cup I lose to it too. But set 7 I reach 4th place at 1 Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at Super Brawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone to watch the stream. Thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spatula Cup.
You know, we really wanted a banger of a final game, and luckily for us, we truly got it. Sweller letting us feast in that last one, Peter.
Oh yeah, I mean, City was telling us, of course, the Italian, we've talked about the different scenes emerging and getting stronger. The Italian scene apparently hasn't receded fully, at least not while Sweller's still around.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see him succeeding, especially after the varied curve of his career. He's made it into finals multiple times. He's been a very successful player, but getting to see him truly shine like this once more is super duper exciting. And, you know, getting to see the Italian scene continue to develop. Let's talk a little bit about that game, because there was a lot going on there. And I think my favorite thing that went on was Rocket Grab, because both Betrayal and Sweller had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah, and I mean, I love, you know, as I was talking about in the cast, the ability to deploy multiple rocket grabs to really mess around with people and add to the confusion and general consternation people are facing this set. I think to go all the way to the other end, though, for Sweller, what that allowed Sweller to set up for was an absolutely ludicrous late game.
Yeah, he was able to build an incredible board off that. We've seen a lot of variability in the success players have been having with the laser core composition, but his Warwick was strong, was able to develop secondary carries in that Mordekaiser, in that Fiddlesticks to support his board as he hit the later stages of the game, and really just masterful play getting him all the way to the end. And again, like that rocket grab usage was great, able to sneak out a couple of wins with that alone.
Yeah, and of course, shout out to Norby as well, who did find, went down the Silas route with, we presume, every intention of ending up in a Lucian comp, but able to turn it into the Misfortune setup there and still pull out a second place. I mean, that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, the miraculous bailout from the Bank of Mortdog gave him that 3-1 Misfortune, and from there he knew exactly what he had to do, and brilliantly piloted it. You know, a 1-star carry, even if it is a Misfortune, is not a guaranteed win by any means. So able to find his way to that later stages of the game and set up his board for success, taking that second place.
I think I was particularly fascinated as well, because of course we'll be talking about this more looking at over the days as a whole, but for Betrayal to end up with the admin setup only taking the third place overall behind the laser core and the Misfortune setup was really fascinating for me, because certainly across so many games across all, particularly these last 2 days of this 3 Dead Men, we have been living in terror of LeBlanc's shadow.
Yeah, I mean, day number 1, we weren't even sure we were right about our meta read based on what we were seeing on air. We were seeing a little bit of LeBlanc, but not a ton. We weren't seeing all that much Gnar. But then, day 2, LeBlanc sort of peeked up over the frame and was like, hey, what's up? And now she looms large over the meta, and this last day especially has been full of just who's going to hit LeBlanc, who's going to find that LeBlanc 3 and find their way to the later stages of the game and usually get the dub.
We did make the read that the Gnar compositions were kind of falling off as the time went on. Maybe people were finding that there were more ways to work around the Gnar than there were the LeBlanc in the otherwise relatively similar hack-up setup. I think in this game, in particular for Broken, who did end up finishing out 7th overall, had to put together a bit of an awkward composition, to say the least.
Yeah, was trying to go for that Gnar, found the Rift Walker Spatula instead. It was like, maybe I can make it into a Jhin composition. But then the Lush started contesting him, and it was just like, all right, I can't even find a Jhin. This is not going great for me. I'm in a little bit of trouble. We do have, of course, at the end of this, our standings ready, and we'll be able to announce the winner and a couple more people who made it in. Of course, sad goodbye to some of our players here at the bottom. Notably, Double 61 was not able to make it work in these last couple of games, sitting there at 26, our 2-time EMEA champion, not finding success through this final Golden Spatula Cup.
And we are waiting on a little bit more information to come in, to get the final full picture of what we've got going on at the EMEA regional finals. We've still got one more snapshot, I believe, before we've got the final results in, but we can announce formally, even after not winning that previous game, Canbizz still had enough points in the bank to secure themselves the #1 spot. I mean, this is amazing news for Canbizz. We're talking about this, over the last couple of games. Canbizz looking to establish himself on the international scene, and the way to really do that is to start getting titles in, just like Double 61 did.
Yeah, and our current reigning champion of Golden Spatula Cup #3, our winner, and on his shot for the regional title, Canbizz is on the line right now. Canbizz, it's been a long tournament, it's been a long set, but you have been finding win after win after win. How's it feel to become the Golden Spatula Cup winner for the first time?
I'm very happy because I tried the last GSA to win, but I didn't, and I'm happy. Like,
glad to hear it.
I guess that opens the question up. Maybe it's hard to see right now, but as best as you can tell, what was different for you today? What do you think pushed you over the edge and got you the first Golden Spatula win?
because today I play really relaxed, like because I'm qualified after 2 GSC at the EMEA finals, and so I play a chill and just play my gameplay, and I win.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just that easy, folks. Just win. Now, Canbizz, I've been following along with your career ever since Galaxies, where you had a really strong showing, and it's been a little bit up and down coming into until set 8, and you have really just been on a tear recently, taking win after win after win, and now Golden Spatula Cup. What's been different for you this set compared to the previous sets, and do you feel like this is the best you've ever been?
I mean, the last set I never score a point of GSC because I didn't make finals, and this set I don't know why, but I work out of my gameplay, and I try to do finals, and I'm very happy about this.
Well, let's spread the net a little bit wider here then, and say, from this last day in particular, were there any particular players that you are going to remember most from your win here today? From the players you played against today.
Can you repeat, please?
From the players that you played today, who are you remembering the most, looking back on the day?
I mean. Noeru? It's a question?
So, from your opponents today, the people you played against?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yes, sorry. Yes, that's right. I get what we say. Matt, please.
So, Canbizz, of course, you've now qualified to the regional finals. You kind of already knew you were going to, but now you've got a brand new victory under your belt. What are your plans for the next couple of weeks? The final start on the 11th, so you've got nearly a month. Are you going to spend it heads down prep, or are you going to take a break and regroup?
I think I go try out for the AMA finals, because I need to go at World. I never go at World, and this set I think I need to go because I play very well, but sometimes it's TFT, and the luck is a little bit.
I mean, it's on your side today. That's all that matters. You're doing a great job now, and that's what counts. You've had an incredible season, and I think you're going to continue.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose that does raise the question there. How lucky do you feel going forwards? Are you lucky enough to become the regional champion? Are you lucky enough to become the global champion?
Can you repeat, please?
So, do you think you can win the EMEA regional finals or the global finals?
Okay. Yeah, I think I got the level for win the EMEA finals, but we got a lot of good player in Europe, like my cousin Double 61 and other player, and sure it's be difficult, but we're gonna try for this.
All right, Canbizz, thank you so much for the interview. Of course, I'm incredibly happy to see you finding this success after your career, following you for so long. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Friends, family, your org, other players? Just send it out. If you want to do it in French, that's fine as well.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, the Blue World, firstly, but because you support me and double after all, like in the win, in the lose,
You are the best. Don't change. And yeah, thank you, the Blue Wall. And thank you, my family, for supporting me. My mom asks every day, did you play well today? And other question like. So yeah, and thank you, the Discord, the other player like Zico, Double 61, Les Collègues. Les Collègues, he tried to do the top 4 for EMU finals, but he top 8 the last game, and I'm very like sad for us, for they, and yeah, thank you all for this.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Canbizz, for the interview. Congratulations again on your win, and I need you to do me one favor. Go let your mom know that you crushed it and that you've won a championship. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I'm go say at my mom, I win the Golden Spatula Cup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my
Bye
gosh.
bye.
The Are You Winning Son personified.
He won! Son won! That's sick. That's awesome. I'm sure she'll be thrilled.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's so cool as well. Clearly, he's got such a supportive family, you know. Obviously, being cousins with another successful pro player does mean that the family, you kind of get to skip the whole, Mom, Dad, this is what I do for work. I promise it's a real job. Because you can just point to your cousin and be like, look, that thing he did, I'm doing that. Come on. Get with the program.
I mean,
love to see it.
It's been an absolutely crazy tournament, and I'm really excited to see where Canbizz goes longer term, because it really feels like this starts to, to open up the doors now that part's been proven. As Canbizz was saying, like, you didn't necessarily seem to have the confidence to immediately leap forward and start taking world titles straight away. But I think, you've always got to start somewhere, and Canbizz has started here.
Yeah, and I normally don't do talk about orgs at all, but I will say Formula One style, if there was a Constructors Cup for TFT, Carmine Corp would be rolling in it. Double and Canbizz have been two of the most successful players now in set 8. So congratulations to Canbizz, but of course we've got another winner to shout out. We have, of course, our meme contest going on earlier today, and since it's my face that's been the victim, that's fitting. That's about right. That's how I felt on desk all day.
I'm assuming this was taken a behind-the-scenes shot of yourself.
I genuinely, I'm not sure if it was behind the scenes or if I made that face on desk at some point, because that is very on brand for me. So I'm genuinely not sure, but it could have been taken literally 30 minutes ago if I changed my clothes, because that was every single game today. But of course, counterfeit. We have other winners as well. We do have a list of some of the players who have qualified to the finals off this game, including Swellertiger, the winner of the final lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can just run through them. There's quite a lot of names, 21 people who are going through, so we'll just take them in little batches from the bottom. Marks making it in just over the wire. Genusaur, of course, missing out in 22nd. I'm really excited personally to see Kerfuzzles making it in, of course, to represent the UK. Broken, Alaya, and Gyosku just above in 17th.
Yeah, and I think, big shout outs to some of the other players we've gone here. We will post this, I promise. I'm going to run through real quick. Hayden, Ketzer, Sweller, of course, Kaspersky, Ging, Potable. Shout outs to my prediction. Armatruk, Ukkkko, Havali, Salvi, Og, Norby, and of course, our very own co-caster, Snooty Boo. I'm going to check the camera. Snooty, congratulations. All right, he gave me a peace sign. We're good. Chuso, Kevin Parker, and Wet Jungler. So congratulations to all of the Golden Spatula Circuit winners, and we will be seeing you in the final. So I'm absolutely thrilled. I couldn't ask for more on this final day of competition. I don't know about you.
Oh boy, I mean, yeah, it was such a good run for us through this. I mean, the first day, King Dan's educated us on the threat menace, and then day 2, LeBlanc just started to take over the world and smash everyone. Like TFT Org winning day 2, managed to win 2 lobbies with that comp as well. So it's been a real education, this competition.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to follow along with the conversation or tell us how great your favorite player is, you can find us on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at PlayTFT. Peter, do you want to tell everyone where you can find all the casters on socials?
Absolutely. If you want to find my good friend Niberia here, you can head to Niberia with the @ sign before it. Yeah, very straightforward, great branding. Impetuous Panda is much the same. Makes with an underscore after her name, myself, you can see below my name right now, Cast. And of course, our amazing guest for this final day, Snooty Boo, who also managed to capture his own name on social media. So good job to you. Yeah, that's what really counts.
Yeah, and of course, this is not the last competition of the set. We have the Super Brawl coming up in just a few short weeks. That'll be Friday the 28th at 3 p.m. CEST, so make sure you tune in for that. To all of you, to all of our players, to the production staff, to all of my co-casters, thank you so much. Congratulations to Canbizz once more, and we will see you on the 28th at 3 p.m. CEST for Super Brawl.